that poor Michelle. So Michelle, we're doing this live today to highlight some of the things going on with the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, the potential impact on not only home educators but other families as well, and looking at what could be a helpful way to approach it. What are some constructive things that we could be doing, um, and even looking at what we could do in the future to mitigate the impact of this bill if it passes as is. So I'm just wanting to check that everything is okay on my live streams here. Just give me a minute. That everyone is seeing us, because I'm not tech wizard. And okay, so we're live on Facebook. That's fine. I'm just checking YouTube. I don't know if YouTube might just be a little bit behind, might be a little delayed. So it's not sort of showing us yet, which is quite a big delay, really. But let me, I'll also check our settings. So the people that we're going to be live until 5 p.m. today. The people who will be in this live stream today are all connected to home education in some way. They are either active home educators or previous home educators or researchers, and bringing different perspectives. My name is Juliet English. I have been home educating for a very long time, since 1998. I have finally got my youngest child now into university, but I remain passionate about home education, its benefits for children, its benefits for family, and it's not something that I can just walk away from and say I'm done and I don't have any say anymore, because I think that sometimes as more veteran home educators, you perhaps, and I've got to say this carefully, you perhaps have a little more time on your hands. Um, I won't say I do, but you you're able to kind of do what you can to try and help those that come behind you. So that's why I'm still involved with home education, although I have other interests as well. And I home educated 7 children. I have a background in social work. Uh, and I'm engaged in a bunch of different home educating sort of initiatives, and in supporting home educators out there. So, Michelle, would you like to just tell us a bit about yourself, because we will be your hosts for today?
Hi, yeah, so I'm Michelle Zahia. Obviously you'll recognise me from the Friday lives we do here from the Alliance. I'm also the person leading the Stop the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill page. So most of the time I have got a small team behind me that assist and are amazing, but most of the time if you've got replies on there, it's probably me. I'm also a current home educator. I've been home educating over 6 years now. I've got a teenager who's definitely a teenager, but is happily home educated, which is why I've taken such a big interest, because I want him to have the right to home educate his own children if he chooses to have children, which is why I've took such a big interest. I'm also one of the co-owners of Educational Freedom, which is one of the home ed information and support organisations. I'm also, in my other life, do some immigration stuff and do lots of SENDIS tribunals, supporting families, representing families in the SENDIS tribunals. So I wear a lot of hats. But obviously here today, we're quite focused on what we want our discussion to be about. So I'm firmly home education hat today. So that's where I am today. That's the hat for today.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and I'm really appreciating you joining me today. I am also going to make you a co-host in the Zoom that we're in, because my poor computer is like really just fed up with all the stuff I put it through in the name of home education, and I don't really trust that things. Yeah, I want to be careful. Just make sure that if things don't go smoothly, that it's picked up. The video, the live stream is not impacted. So we are live this morning on Facebook, on the Home Education Alliance events page, and we're also live on the Home Education channel on YouTube. So this means that you can come back to this video again and watch it afterwards. It will remain available. Now, Michelle, like I feel very troubled today. I feel very burdened and heavy because we've got the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which we've scrutinized. Many people have scrutinized. Many people are saying this is going to undermine the rights of children. It's going to undermine the rights of parents. It damages relationships between home educators and local authorities and schools, probably too. Um, it's a bit of a power grab. There's state overreach. There's a lot of things that we've been trying to highlight, not only to the home educating community but to families in general, because um, the rights that they kind of want to undermine that pertain kind of to home education are something that could apply to other families that are not home educating, or if they want to home educate in the future, they will be impacted by this. And of course, we're deeply troubled. But this week, we've had a real gut punch, where Baroness Smith of Melbourne, she's now added all the government's amendments. And contrary, we've had loads of conversations. They've said they're listening. We've Many people are trying to have conversations with Lords, with MPs, and everyone's, oh, we're listening, we're listening. And what do? Instead of going and softening some of the aspects of the bill, they've said, no, actually, this is not going far enough. We need to make it even more draconian. And there's a definite tone that comes through of the things that they want to do that are saying, listen, we don't trust parents, and actually we think we should have more and more oversight. We're not going far enough. So we want to start off this morning, because this happened this week. We're still planning to cover some of the topics today, but because this happened this week, we are putting out the alarm to particularly the home educating community that you really need to go and see what's happening with these amendments, because they are going to make this bill so much worse, and they are going to continue to take it in a direction that's going to be more constricting of home education.
Yeah. And I think people need to remember it's a wider context as well of there appears to be a we don't trust parents bit. So even the whispers of the white paper of the send bit, the whispers are that rather than parents having the thing, the schools can make the decisions. We don't need those parents making the decisions. And then in this one, the new bits added, well, at the moment you've got deregistration on demand. Well, up to 30%, we'll have a nice pilot where you cannot take your child out of school till you've met with the local authority. And it says the parent has to attend and participate. And the child should be present unless there's a reasonable excuse for them not to be present, which means in the majority of cases, they're now expecting before you can take your child out, for you to meet the LA with your child, and the LA is going to explain to you your responsibilities as a parent, if you home educate. And we know they get that wrong all the time at the moment. The amount of letters just from our casework, we know they get it wrong all the time. And they're going to make sure that you know what you're going to be doing. They might give you a little bit of advice on exams if it's reasonable to do so. And the school cannot take your child's name off the roll until the LA goes back to them and says, yes, this parent has participated, which is a complete climate change there. That's a complete lack of trust that you know what you're doing. That's literally sort of saying, well, we know you say you want to do that, but no, we don't think you really know what you're doing. We need to tell you what we want, which also we know that there are certain LAs who do try already to tell parents how they're supposed to home educate, and that may not necessarily be the most suitable style for their family. And so it's a we distrust your decision. We will now have a discussion with you about how you should implement your decision. And only then, if we're happy, we will let you do it. So it is a whole bit of this whole trust thing. And if actually you are one of the cohort of the forced home educator bits, when you're at that point, you're already at crisis. the last thing you want to be doing is bringing your child into a meeting with the people who've been failing you consistently to the point you're at crisis, and they're the ones that then confirm that you did participate.
So,
So
Michelle,
it is a,
sorry,
yeah, sorry.
sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you mid-flow, but we're going to have Fiona Nicholson joining us shortly. But before she comes in, I want us to quickly have a look, talk about what is the current situation for home educators. Is that working? Um, are there things that could be improved? You know, what is the current basis for the laws that we have right now?
Well, the current basis is we accept the primacy of the parent, that it is the parent. So we've got this bit of law called Section 7 of the Education Act, and it's the parent's responsibility to ensure that their child receives efficient full-time education suitable to their age, ability, aptitude, and then any SEN or ALN, depending on what's relevant, either by school or education otherwise. Now, so it's your choice as a parent if you enrol your child at a school, or if you want your child at a school but your child is unable to go, under international law, the government has to ensure there is an educational offer. So you can then, if you want your child in school but school's not appropriate, the LA have to give you an offer. But if actually, no, you want to home educate or you want to use a private school, then that's your choice as well. So it's purely your choice as a parent, as long as you are ensuring your child is receiving the education. There's already loads of mechanisms if you don't. So as long as you're a good parent and you are making sure your child is getting their education, there's nothing to see here. You're left alone. The state only interferes if there's something wrong. Now, we're still subject to all the same safeguarding rules as everyone else. So if something gets flagged to social services, quite often that's a shopkeeper or a neighbour who doesn't understand why children might not be in school during school hours. They absolutely still have to investigate that. That's their role. And if it's, benign, then they'll close it quite quickly because it's okay, they just didn't understand home education. So there's already mechanisms. Obviously, if it isn't benign, then they'll do the normal processes. Now, if it's purely on the education bit at the moment, the local authority, they have a duty to establish children who are not receiving a suitable education. So if they think your child might be missing education, they can do an informal inquiry. They can sort of say to you, your child's not in school. How are they getting their education? What's going on? And it's prudent to respond, because there's already stuff that says if you don't respond, the LA can go, they didn't respond, right, in that case it means they aren't, and they can escalate. So it's always a good idea to respond. You can choose not to, but they will escalate. If you respond and they're not happy with how you responded, they're like, yeah, I don't think that is a full-time education. That doesn't sound very suitable. It sounds like it's not fitting with what you've described for the child. There's not enough detail there. They should come and tell you their concerns and say, yeah, we didn't think what you told us was sufficient. We think your child's not getting suitable education. These are our concerns. Now, if you don't address them, they'll issue what's called a Section 4371 notice, or also known as a preliminary notice. And in the new bill, it's preliminary notice they use because Section 4371's going and the new system's coming in. And the Section 4371 notice, there's a threshold. The threshold's quite low. It's if it appears to the local authority your child might not be receiving a suitable education. So not your child is not receiving, it's if it appears to them. So that's, it can be not quite sure. And that
And
gives you 15 days to tell them, actually,
and
no.
is this working at the moment, the system?
It depends on the LA. It really
Mm.
does. So some local authorities, it's working fantastically because they actually seem to understand home education and they seem to understand the nuances. They understand there's lots of different styles. They understand the education suitable to the child, not to what you would be doing equivalent in school, because you may not be following school at home. There's many other styles that may be the one suitable for your child. In some local authorities, they're using it as a compliance tool. So unless you do as the local authority says, you will be escalated through the system. So I know there'll be people who are, if they're in one of 3 local authorities, will be familiar with compliance and threatening letters because the local authority uses it as a compliance tool rather than genuinely is the education suitable for the child.
Yeah.
Some local authorities haven't got enough staff to actually be able to engage with the home educators. So it may or may not be. But again, that's not the home educator's fault. That's a resourcing on the local authority part for not enough staff to inquire when they want to inquire. And so, that's not a parent issue, that's a local authority issue. So it's a very mixed bag across the country at the moment, but it's not because the law isn't good, it's the implementation,
And
as so
I
many of
feel
these
that the
things
law
are.
is, yeah, I feel that the law is quite balanced actually, because
Mm.
it still allows for all of these things. Um, and Fiona's just joined us. Fiona, we're just first of all discussing, first of all, good morning, sorry, but we're discussing the current law under which home educators operate. Is that working and so on? So that's what Michelle has been explaining, because to my mind, currently what we have does actually allow for all these possibilities. Um, in terms of now, the big concern these days is safeguarding. And this is mainly the sledgehammer that they're using to kind of drive the nail in, is the safeguarding argument. Um, we will actually talk a bit later on about some of the figures regarding safeguarding concerns in home educated in children and so on. But up till now, all of the legal framework still allows for these cases where there are concerns to be reported, to be picked up, to be referred to the relevant agency. Is that not so? Yeah. So um, we I think for me the concern is, why are they changing something that actually works? And now I know one of the reasons. I'm going to just mute you, Fiona, because okay, that's all right. It's gone quieter now. Um, but one of the reasons is because some local authorities are complaining that they don't get to see the children, they don't get to do home visits and that kind of thing. So that's a whole other thing which we need to discuss as well. Um, is it really necessary to have these home visits and that kind of thing? But yeah, so I'm actually going to just quickly talk about that anyway. So one of the things we do see through these amendments, which we're going to discuss, is they're pushing home visits and seeing the child. Um, and there's this false idea. Have you got a cat or an animal near your laptop there, Fiona?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because it's not very noisy. Is it snoring? um, because we see that so you've got these local authorities saying that they don't have any recourse. What do we do? But yet the current framework still allows for the local authority, if they have concerns, to go that step further and bring in safeguarding professionals, social services, and so on. Um, my feeling is that home education on the whole is nothing to see here. Everything is generally fine with most families. Most families, the parents are caring and loving, and they make sure their children have everything they need, including education. But in some cases where you do have potential concerns with families, we find actually that families were already known to services. There were people that were aware of the family. It's just they hadn't used the statutory sort of framework to take further action. Okay, so Fiona, thanks for joining us this morning. Michelle and I had started touching on the amendments, and I know you were shocked as well this week to see what's been added as an amendment, and these are government amendments, so the chances of them just going away is very slim. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes. So any amendments that are tabled by a government minister go through. So I would expect them to be discussed in the House of Lords on January the 21st and round about that time. And I think if you make time to sit and watch the debate, you might be very heartened by all sorts of objections to these amendments. But when it comes to the crunch, there'll be a 2 or 3 minute period where suddenly en bloc, all these amendments, all these government amendments will just get voted through. I mean, sorry to be quite depressing, but that's what
no, it is
will work.
depressing. Fiona, we've got a bit of a buzz on your audio, and I'm not sure why, because you're not using a microphone or anything. It's kind of like
so I tried to get in on my tablet.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. So now I'm trying. I'm linked with you now on my phone.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes. So it's picking up.
What I do is I can try and restart my tablet and get in on there.
Yeah. I'm just going to mute you for now because there's just a few little buzzy noises coming through. So I was wondering if you had a cat that was snoring. That's what it sounds like, to be honest.
Oh, right. No, I do have a cat directly behind my screen who is like showing off. And
I think we're hearing the cat. That's what I think we're hearing. That's kind of funny. But I'll just mute you for now while you try and get in on your tablet, if that's okay. So just unmute yourself when you're ready. Okay, so Michelle, can we maybe work our way through these amendments one by one? So, obviously there are some positive amendments that some have put forward. So perhaps if we can just go through them briefly, touch on each one and say if it's a positive thing, negative thing, what the implications of those are. And then as soon as Fiona joins us, she can add to that conversation. Oh, you're muted, Michelle.
Hang on, let me get them up because I haven't actually got them up on the screen. Because obviously, if I'm going through them, then obviously
I know, and I have so many tabs open, and then you're trying to. So at the moment, I'm also trying to monitor the Facebook and the YouTube, and keep an eye on comments, which is really difficult to do because
there's been a few questions. And actually, I just wanted to address the one because I know one of the persons said about LAs going into schools seeing individual children. There are some LAs that actually do that. It started quite recently. I know Liverpool's one of the ones that does it. And actually, Liverpool LA introduced it because of the amount of children being excluded from school who should actually have been having support through HCPs and SEND provision.
Right.
So they introduced a bit of like if anyone's even potentially, they then go in and observe what's actually happening in the school and observe the child and that they're actually getting support or not.
And I think that's not a bad thing when it's something that's wanted by the parent. This is still coming down to parental
it's meaning
consent.
children aren't getting excluded. It's a good idea. But no, it's just because someone actually, they put the comment LAs don't do that. It's like there aren't many that do, but some do go in and see the individual children. But that's obviously not in your home, that's in the school. Which is a very different thing.
Okay, so the I've got them on a tab somewhere, but as I say, I'm trying to monitor a couple of, and every time if I close one thing, then I can't see the other thing that I was monitoring. So it's, I wish I had a more sophisticated setup, but we are just home educating mums at the end of the day, and nobody ever told us we'd need to do this. It wasn't in my home educating plan to be doing lives and everything. It's all very interesting and educational. So I had them open earlier, Michelle. I might be able to link to them in the chat if you're struggling to find them.
It's getting to the right bits because I presume we're not going through all the 100+ ones. We're just focusing on the CNIS ones.
Yeah, so let's, because we're going to go to clause 31. Is that right?
Yes, that makes sense.
Clause 31. Let me search that. Okay, clause 31. So that is on my page. It's like, it's not telling me what page 51, I think. So there we go. We've got Fiona coming in on the tablet. So I can, do you want me to stop? There we go. So Fiona is now back with us. Thank you, Fiona. That's better. It's not as noisy. And let's just check if we can hear you. Give us a little hello.
Okay, is that better now?
Yes. I should actually also have asked you, Fiona, just to give a quick, did you give an introduction of yourself? I can't remember if you did when you came. So just a quick intro. A lot of you will know Fiona Nicholson. She runs it's a blog page, really, isn't it? Your Ed Yourself website. Yeah. So she's
So I have a website called Ed Yourself, and I'm on Facebook and X, and I've been around for a long time, looking at what local authorities and national government are doing in relation to home education. And I take on some individual case work, particularly in relation to education otherwise than at school and special educational needs tribunals.
Yeah, I've just seen somebody's put a comment about these amendments are added quickly while the public are distracted. And I think certainly in this case, they've sneakily put these amendments in right before report stage. I think in the hopes that perhaps it won't be picked up, that nobody will do anything about it. I don't know, but it just feels very considered to me that they've only been added now.
I think that was always going to happen. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying since the beginning, we're not going to see any significant changes really to anything until report stage in the Lords.
Yeah.
I mean, we've waited a long time to get to this point.
Yeah. And
now,
you've been observing
at us all at once.
Yeah, because you've been an observer of the parliamentary processes now for years, for a very long time, and so you have a good sense of how things happen behind the scenes that we're not aware of.
Possibly, yes. I mean, I was around when the government tried to change, when an earlier government tried to change the law before. They didn't succeed in 2009, 2010. And so I did like learn on the job at that point. I had a lot of things explained to me which otherwise would have made no sense. And I guess, it has kind of stuck in my mind. So what I think is happening with these amendments at report is that there's a bit for everybody. I don't think anybody will be happy with any of it, but there are a few crumbs thrown out to various lobbying groups. That's how it looks to me.
Yeah, I think they do, and they also do this thing of trying to take it like this extreme step, and then so they actually get what they want. So even if they back down a bit, then we think we've won, but actually they still managed to get what they wanted in there. Um, and but there's quite a high percentage of these amendments are aimed at our home education clauses. I think it's like, what was it, like 30 of out of how many, Michelle? You just unmute there.
It was 39 out of the 104 the other day. Obviously, there's been some more amendments since then, but they're not government ones. But yeah,
So
out of the
that is more than a quarter. Yeah, more than a quarter of the amendments are aimed at just those home education clauses.
Yeah, and it's not just the quantity of them, although there are a great number of them, because you can have, a very small amendment that makes a huge difference, or you could have a great big, you could have a whole bunch of amendments with lots of wordage on it, but actually very little changes. So there is a lot going on with these amendments.
I do find it very hard to read them because you kind of have to read them next to the existing bill to kind of put the two bits together to make sense. And it's hard enough to read a bill as it is with the language that they use and the very long convoluted sentences and referrals back to this point and that point, and it's the cross-referencing. Louise is
just do on my website with each sort of like group of amendment to do a separate page for each kind of heading and say this is what it says and then this is what it will look like.
And Fiona's website's excellent for that. So I do recommend you go and have a look for the breakdown. I was just going to say, Louise has commented that she worked for governments previously, and this is a strategic move. So, Michelle, have you got those up in front of you? We can just go through them.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can go through actually, all the amendments if you want, including the positive ones, just so people know what's happening. Okay, sorry, is that too much of an ask?
Well, no, because obviously with the way the amendments are worded, obviously from the amendments page, it's clause 31, page 55, line 2, insert.
It's
so
a mishmash.
this is the thing. It's whether it will make sense, because obviously it's
It's
whether it
the
will make sense orally.
cross-referencing. Yeah, the cross-referencing
That's
is
the thing.
challenging.
But obviously the first bit they've introduced is obviously they've extended the consent bit with regards to the section 47(8) of the Children Act 1989 consents. So it's now not just current, it's if it's at any period during the period of 5 years prior to the application. Which brings lots of people into scope who wouldn't have been in scope.
Mm.
And I know particularly, I think one thing that we're really struggling to get across to, well, I know I've struggled to get across to peers, is the different reasons people can end up on child protection plans, and the fact that action from an investigation can be a child protection plan, but it may be a child in need, because it's not necessarily because there's a concern about the parent to the child, but that seems to be something that's they don't do anything of to address the actual nuances of the case by case in this.
Yeah.
So when I looked at that, by the time I looked at the amendment, I'd already seen, some explanations of what it was about. So the government policy notes do make specific reference to saying it's about a historic child protection plan over the last 5 years. But if you were just looking at the amendment, I don't think you twig that, because it refers to section 47 brackets 8, like taking action under 47(8), blah, blah, blah. So you actually need to know what that refers to and go and look up that somewhere else and go down 47, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 till you get to a thing about taking action. And even then, it still doesn't actually mention child protection plans. So it's all, it's all quite hard to decode, even if you've got, loads of tabs open and you've got an explanation of what it is. I think Home Educators are doing really well, actually, being onto this straight away and keeping up with it. I've seen multiple discussions in different places with, people are suddenly really gemmed up on like different bits of different acts. But we are running to catch up all the time.
Yeah, but I know the families who've contacted me concerned about this particularly are, well, there's been 3 big groups, but one group is where they removed their children from school because they were assaulted in the school and ended up on a child protection plan because police and everything had to be involved. So quite normal for a child protection plan to be involved. And they're like counting, going, hang on, but that still includes us, and my child's happy now, and it's really causing a lot of anxiety, because like, well, how do we differentiate why my child doesn't want to be forced back to school? How do we? And it's causing a lot of anxiety, because it's like, but it's never been because of me to my child, and now my right to support my child how they want to learn may be being curtailed, and it is causing a lot of worry.
Yes, and so the government isn't saying you won't be allowed to. They're deliberately not saying that you won't be allowed to. They're saying that the local authority, will have to, I'm paraphrasing, will have to take a closer look and decide in this particular case whether it's in the child's best interests. So you can imagine some, rose-tinted scenario where you have a conversation with a local authority person who says, of course it wasn't meant to apply to you. Naturally, we can see that this risk was not from the parent, and it wouldn't be exacerbated by the child spending more time with the parent at home. It's not meant to apply to you. Let's just, wave you on through to home education. I think that's how we'll be told it will apply.
You sound a little cynical, Fiona.
Well, also, on the other hand, you have local authorities who really want to cut down on the number of home educated children and who are scared stiff of something happening on their watch. So if they allowed a child to be home educated who had been on a child protection plan, and then afterwards something happened to that child, I think that's the scenario that local authorities are trying to preempt. I think they will be, even if they're not being, mean, I think they will be very overcautious. And so I'm very depressed by this amendment. I think it has the potential to be quite rubbish, actually.
Well, it's where it can be abused as well, and you're even if it's not abused, as you say, overcautious local authorities, because one of the big issues we have is we do not have consistent training either of local authorities across the country, so that everyone understands, the laws and the guidance correctly. Even currently, we have local authorities who are acting as if this bill has passed into law.
Yeah.
And I'm going to raise the story of Sarah Sharif at this point, because this is some of what they say is why they're doing this. Because Sarah Sharif, sadly, tragic story of a 10-year-old girl who was removed. If you look at it just the way that the government would like to paint it, was removed by a parent to be home educated, and there was abuse in the home, and she died as a result. Okay, so that's on the face of it. But when we look deeply into the case, they in fact did have laws. The laws that we have already were already being used in this child's life. She was known to services. She had appeared in family court before a judge who had put her back with her father and stepmother. Father was known to have been violent because the mother fled the marriage there due to domestic violence. The school knew something was going on because they had observed bruises on the child's body. They tried to raise a concern about that. The child was then dressed in clothing that covered these bruises, even though nobody else in the family wore that sort of clothing. And the father tells the school he's taking her out to home educate. Now, if we stop at that point, should there have been concerns at that point? Was there enough information to go on for the local authority to say, hold on a minute, let's connect the dots here. The school had raised, when the school notified the local authority of the deregistration, that would have been the moment to say, we've been notified about this, but we have some concerns. At that point, the local authority could have taken that and said, because we have concerns, we and this child is known to social services, we're going to actually just double check this. We're not going to, we can send a home education officer or get a home education officer to contact them, but the child is also known to social services. Social services already have that door that is open to them to act. We know now also, is it Sarah, where the home education officer did do a home visit but went to the wrong house?
Yes, although the school had provided the fact that they'd moved and there was a new address, they attended the wrong address. And rather than then go out back to the correct address, because when they got back to the office, they discovered it's the wrong address, they decided they would reschedule it for some time later in the autumn. Unfortunately, it was crucial days.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
but nothing in this bill can make any difference to someone going to the wrong address.
Exactly.
In her case, because I'd done FOIs long ago, that local authority for a long time has openly said they have a record, and in their welcoming letter tells you that they intend to come and do home visits. It's normal in that local authority, even if there isn't safeguarding concerns, to offer a home visit within a very short period of starting. Now, obviously, you can always go, yeah, I don't want the home visit, but their welcoming letter offers a home visit off the bat.
Yes.
So that's normal procedure there. But you can't legislate for someone going to the wrong address and then not following up at the right address.
Yes, I think Fiona
nothing in
to
this will change
there.
that.
Yes, Fiona, you wanted to say something there?
Sorry, it was to pick up on Michelle's point about the local authority. Does have a policy of it came out in the case review paperwork of doing a home visit within 10 days. So because that was a routine thing, they weren't going round because they believed there was a problem. They weren't going around because they were worried. They should have been worried. Dots should have been joined up, but they weren't. So when they couldn't make their routine visit, it didn't, and it was the school holidays, it didn't seem any matter of great urgency at all. So it was dreadful, and it was a horrible, tragic coincidence that they went to the wrong address, because maybe that could have saved this one child. But the point for me is that there were so many safeguarding red flags while Sarah Sharif was still in school over so many years, and a great deal should have been done
before,
in the years preceding. But the fact that nothing was done meant that really nothing showed up at the point when she was taken out of school. And so it was a routine visit, which actually was kind of had no value, really. I believe that a local authority should look for red flags and see when they should be making every effort to see the child and the family. But in the absence of red flags, don't just say you'll go and see everybody, because that makes no kind of sense at all to me.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Fiona. I mean, we do also know that Surrey has been pulled up on a number of cases, number of failings of other children as well. They seem to be known for this, and are under scrutiny over it. But I think that personally, as you said, like, there were these red flags before, so now they've got this amendment, which is like, if you had Section 47 involvement, whatever, for in the last 5 years, then basically, that would, like, that kind of scuppers you. In this case, I'm trying to think of how do we find balance? How do we find balance? How do we suggest balance to counter this? Because so if instead
the
of
tick
looking
box
at
and the safeguarding return could put known safeguarding risks, big tick, so that the right information, they don't just go, oh, this is just a parent exercising the right. This is a parent that we already are concerned about, so we need extra eyes. So we don't then just.
So if the school was notifying the local authority that this parent is deregistering their child, and they're notifying the local authority, you're saying the school could have a box about,
most of the local authority ones, it's already on there.
I think
and has been for years.
Yes, because I think mine. I do think mine does. And so the thing of the red flags, if anyone's going to notice the red flags, it should be the school, because technically they have, as I keep saying, eyes on. And it's I feel it's disingenuous to kind of twist this and to use it as a sledgehammer to crack a nut in the cases of this bill and the amendments. As Louise said, this is like a gaslighting thing as well. And it is a very tragic case, but there are so many, as home educators, we are rightfully, I think, indignant, because we see, like, wait a minute, you've missed that. And this has been there have been a few cases over the years where there have been tragic outcomes, but in every case, and we're going to get Alison and Joe maybe to talk a bit about this later, but there have been all of these cases were known to somebody. Somebody had reported it, and the legal foundation existed already for somebody to do something about it, but they did not act on it. So I think that's what we're trying to say, is that invariably most of these families turn out to already be known to local authorities in some way. But okay, so yes, Fiona.
I would just say on that, though, that I don't disagree with you, but I think in my experience, there is just trying to think how to describe it. There's just such a culture of indecision amongst local authorities.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Nobody wants or feels able to be the person
They don't like confrontation.
decides anything important. They do want to have a tick box, and then they want it to be processed in a very tick box way. And so any solution that we propose that says, you know, somebody should be considering the red flags, actually relies on an intelligent, experienced, safeguarding person to make those evaluations and then to be able to take decisive action. And I think that's the problem. In the absence of that, you end up with trying to institute a punitive system for everybody, just in the hope that, you know, if everybody's in the net, then you'll have the people that you want in the net as well.
Well, we're expecting an awful lot of teachers as well, aren't we? Because we're expecting them to know what to look for, because they are the people that have contact with children. And very, very often they don't see, they don't, or they've got a lot of other things to do as well. You know, they can't always know the nuances and the minutiae of every child's life. It's just not possible for them to do that. So there is a lot of expectation on them, because we have to acknowledge that there are cases where children are really being very badly treated within their families. And this is what's used against the home education. So we have to address it. We can't like ignore this as a potential, you know, and just sort of waft it
Equally,
away, you know.
if the decision is that the family home is safe enough for the child and is safe enough for those parents to provide the care for their child, then that's the decision they've made. Now, if they need additional safeguards to ensure the parent can be a safe parent and good enough parent to the child, then they need to write those additional safeguarding mechanisms in, which they already can under existing law. So it's this sort of bit like, well, it's okay if we just give them like a few hours of respite at school, but we know that like the whole time they're worried about going home. Is that actually a better scenario? Because we either accept the parent can parent or we don't. And then home education is a parental decision. So if we're saying they're good enough to parent them, well, they're good enough to parent them. If we're saying they're good enough to parent them if they get this support in place, well, then we need to have the support available.
I think as well, it comes from the idea. I think the Sarah Sharif case has really distorted politicians' thinking, because in that case, if somebody had stepped over the threshold of that house, they would have seen something was up. But that's not usually, I would imagine, the case. So
no, it's definitely not from a lot of case review.
In that case, oh my goodness, you know, just getting in there would have enabled us to rescue a child. Therefore, if we get in everywhere, potentially, we can either rescue all children, or we can at least make parents think that, you know, their nefarious doings will be spotted, so they'll stop it.
Yeah.
That's not how, you know, dysfunctional, unsafe families operate.
Yeah.
The idea
and I think the
walk in and spot it immediately is just
And I wanted to just add, and then we have the other side of it where a parent deregisters, and the school where they've never had any concerns before also refers to social services. Suddenly it's a concern where they, you know, that child has been home for school holidays, been at home during lockdown and no concerns. And now suddenly the parent wants to home educate. So now we must let social services know because we see it as a risk all of a sudden. And so there's this kind of like this contrast that we have of overreaction and possibly underreaction.
Yes.
But report after report consistently comes down to frontline services need proper funding and resourcing. We need better training for all the frontline services. And although every report always it ends up back on that feedback loop of we ended up with very junior staff because we just can't retain the staff. So junior staff end up in senior positions, which then mean they haven't got the experience within the team to help with those nuances of judgment. And then because we have no staff, they can't be released to go on the training they need to go on so they can recognise the nuances of actually, no, that's because that child has a certain disability, they're behaving that way. It's not because something is going on in the background. Or they may be saying that, but look at this, look at that. Is the reason they've got chocolate on their face actually because they've just eaten a load of chocolate bars, or is it to hide something and things like that? But each report constantly says we need to make sure everyone gets training. But rather than ensure the staff who we're still going to get judging you are trained properly, have enough staff in their team to actually do their job, have enough staff with experience to support them if they do find a really horrific case, they need experienced staff to get advice from, to process it themselves, to make good decision making. We go to, well, no, we'll parent blame instead. Extra eyes on the parent, extra eyes over there, rather than, no, let's do better. Let's ensure we have a secure frontline service that is robust enough to be able to support and recognise when there is an issue, which means we get good action.
Yeah, it is. I think it's just a really difficult thing to convey. Of you've got your politicians who some of them have very, very specific ideas about parents, very negative specific ideas about parents, and then you have your local authorities where you can get a mixed bag. Really, it just depends where you are. Some are very even-handed, some are really want to be supportive, some are very negative. And then you've got your schools also, where some schools are kind of sensible and others are, as I said, overreacting and reporting everyone to social services for home educating. And so how do we find a middle line? How do we find a reasonable line? And for me, this very much is about the current laws that we have. I feel are working. They maybe still go a bit further than I'd like, but I feel are working. But what we have the issue with is they've not been properly implemented by all the different people that need to be using them. We know that some local authorities actually do not even know the law around this. So they are working with home educators, but they actually have not been trained in the law and understanding the boundaries and limits of that role.
I feel we could
Sorry,
go down a rabbit hole forever with this.
Oh yes, we could.
But we want an amendment.
Yes, but personally, I feel like if they could just be properly trained on what we currently have, in theory it should work. Everything is there. We don't actually need all this extra stuff. But shall we go back to the amendments then, Michelle?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's some sort of good comments in there of the things like, domestic abuse being very nuanced, and it's the proper training across the board that's needed
to recognise it. Yeah.
So it all comes down to resourcing those front lines properly, ensuring their training, whether it's social services or home ed team or the children missing education team. If they were all trained properly and resourced properly, the system would probably be much better for most families. There'll always be the odd case where it doesn't work, but for most. So the next one we've got of hers. Oh, this is the horrible one. Clause 31, page 57, line 2, at the end, insert mandatory local authority meetings prior to withdrawal of a child from school. Did you want to take this one then, Fiona?
Hang on.
Is this the one that's part of the pilot scheme or not?
Is that the pilot?
Yeah.
Yes. So let's talk about the pilot scheme. So the amendment is saying that they would like to see, I think, within
they need
the
to make regulations for the pilot. Yeah.
That they want to have a pilot scheme that will be run across 30 local authorities, which is a significant amount, to trial some of these more stringent requirements, like requiring a meeting with the school before deregistration and that kind of thing, which is what so many local authorities or so many schools are trying to, they are pushing for at the moment. So yes, it's a pilot scheme, But what we've seen in the past is, when some home educators will be asked for a home visit, and they're like, yeah, sure, just come on in, and oh, the home local authority is lovely, and then they set a precedent is set of expectations. So that local authority may then tell other parents, oh, well, other parents let us come visit and don't have an issue with it. And so then eventually you find more and more people just say, oh, well, we'll just have a home visit. Now, there's no reason you can't have a home visit. Nothing wrong with a home visit in the right circumstances. But the fact is that it's not required by law at the moment. But what happens is you find that the expectations change when one lot allow it, then it becomes expected after a while. So what I sort of see happening with this pilot study is like a backdoor sneaking in of these things. So it will kind of become acceptable within those city local authorities, but then you will find other local authorities doing copycat because, oh, well, it's probably coming in anyway, so we're going to do this. And then eventually it becomes the accepted thing by a sneaky backdoor approach. I mean, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Okay, so there are two different things here. So there's the mandatory meeting with the local authority, which is, as you said, the pilot scheme involving up to 30% of local authorities. And that is separate from considering where the child lives and requesting a visit to the home. So this meeting with the local authority, as I see it, could very well be a virtual meeting, and or it could take place, even if it were an in-person meeting, it could take place not in the family home. It's the mandatory meetings before starting home education for this pilot is separate from the home visit. The request for the home visit, that's like in another amendment. So just dealing with this mandatory meeting pilot, I think it's interesting that it's a meeting with the local authority and not a three-way meeting with the family and the local authority and the school, which is what I've seen a number of local authorities and schools try so far. I mean, it especially says that if it's that a representative from the school can only attend if the parent agrees. So it's about some kind of conversation with the family and the local authority before the child is taken off the roll. I don't think it's saying before the child is allowed to be taken off the roll, but that the meeting has to take place. I think you're right, Juliet, that once it normalizes the expectation of a meeting, and I think it also makes it more likely that there will be more meetings, bigger meetings, more frequent meetings once you've just got this idea of a meeting established.
My big concern. Oh, sorry.
E under this, they've got A, B, C, D, E. E says that the proprietor of a school must not allow the deletion from the school's register of the name of the child unless the proprietor receives notice from the local authority that the meeting has taken place in respect of the child. So I think
and yes, that it's been recorded.
Yeah, and whether the meeting was refused.
But it's not about the meeting. It's not about the meeting to decide whether it can approve the deregistration request. It's about the fact of the meeting having taken place, which is supposedly so that the local authority can give you lots of helpful information that you may wish to consider, and having considered it, you may wish to change your mind, pressuring you to change your mind, basically. But if they fail to get you to change your mind, then it's making deregistration conditional on the meeting taking place, rather than saying you have to satisfy them and give the right answers at a meeting before you're allowed to deregister. Of course, we can easily see it morph into that.
Yeah.
But at present,
I would like added to it a couple of timeframes. I would like that they must offer the meeting within a tiny time frame, because at the moment it doesn't give a time frame for the local authority to offer the meeting that the parent must attend and participate, which, yeah, it can be virtual, or there's nothing that says it has to be in person. So that worries me. And then again, there's nothing in a time frame for how long they have to communicate that decision that it's all occurred. And my worry is, obviously, if they lengthen the time it takes till you get your meeting, and then we take a few more weeks to inform the school and things like that, actually for some children that's that could be quite a considerable concern, because they could pull it out. So I hope a peer will tighten that up with a bit of time frames in there.
I think we might not see that getting nailed down until regulations.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they want that pilot scheme to be no less than 2 years, so that's a very easy slide in to me. That's like, oh, within 2 years time you've got a whole new generation potentially of home educators who are now, where this is now something they're used to and not questioning. Because we have seen that already happen, where as you get different sort of cohorts of home educators, different groupings coming through, that of what those particular individuals will and won't sort of allow, or until they find out what the actual rights are, while they, so I can very much see the lines being blurred on this by the time you've got it, this pilot scheme's run for 2 years.
Yeah. I do worry, though, again, when we're talking about trust of parents, like we did earlier, of some of the things that the local authority must ensure are discussed, because there's the duty of your parent under Section 7, and then the parent, obviously, we know that sometimes you need to explore how education will work for your child to find the right fit. But this is before that bit. They're going to tell you your duty, and the parent needs to explain how they plan to meet that duty, which at that point you may not have a big framework, which will work with some LAs who understand there's that process of assessing what is and what isn't right. You're still having full-time education. There's just an assessment process, like when you change to a different school. There's a settling in bit where you adapt and find the right class. The support duty, you'd expect them to tell you what's going on, not that they've really said there's going to be any support, but also is that the parents' reasons for considering. So they're still not accepting that you've made a decision. It's your reasons. Why are you considering it that? And then they want you to discuss the support needs that your child may have and how these needs could be met. Now, I'm wondering if the thinking behind that is there are some parents who do feel forced into home education, that maybe there as much as I don't want to say, maybe there is a thought process that is good here, that maybe they are sort of thinking, maybe because the school's not involved in this meeting, maybe there is that bit to try and understand, hang on, what is going on. But then what worries me is that they also include the next bit they must discuss is the safeguarding and welfare of the child, which it's again putting like oversight over the parent, as opposed to you are making the best decision for your child, as a parent normally does their best to do. So it worries me about them doing, because it's not just safeguarding, it's safeguarding and welfare of the child, and obviously that's a much wider remit. And this is before you get your child off the roll, so it does sound like a lot is being packed in. The other thing I'd like added, but as Fiona said, it wouldn't come till the regulations bit, I would want something in there that guarantees you as a parent the right to have a supporter attend with you at the meeting, because at the moment that's not there. And I know I've sat in meetings with parents where they've been strong-armed because 4 people turn up from the other side and blah, 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 blah. So my concern there is that there's no sort of guarantee that you can have that support there. So I would want something like that written into the regulations.
Well, I think this is my concern also, is just that, there's no protective things written in. So, good legislation should have some things which protect the different parties to, the different stakeholders. And there's not really anything offered like, so if you've got a rogue local authority that's just, decides that the law means something different and behaving, in not in the spirit of it, as maybe some of our government ministers think the spirit of it is, what protection, what recourse do families have?
I think
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
significant that it's a pilot scheme, because that will mean local authorities putting themselves forward. So my fear would be that the local authorities that volunteer themselves are the ones who do want to use it to put families off, to make families feel that they will be accountable every second for everything, that it will just be, they'll be entering a world of pain if they continue home educating, to be offered it's effectively false promises about help sorting things out at school, which can't materialize. And basically that the local authorities who enter into this pilot will have as their objective reducing the numbers of like new families going into home education. And I'm not saying this is what the mandatory meeting has been put in for. I think, we've all said there could be good reasons to have a meeting, but in the wrong hands and for the wrong reasons, it could be very negative.
And I think that's the issue. So we don't get that recognition that there are some local authorities that are bad players.
My other big concern is that they've added that the child must attend the meeting unless exceptional circumstances apply. Now, exceptional circumstances can be quite a high threshold, and there's no sort of age appropriate bit there, because you might be deregistering your 5-year-old, or your 6-year-old, or your 7-year-old. Equally, you may be deregistering your 14-year-old who has been bullied to a point that they're traumatized, and actually sitting through a meeting discussing all these things is just doesn't feel appropriate. I do believe there should be the option they could attend if they felt they wanted to, but the fact that there's an expectation that they must attend unless there's exceptional circumstances, that worries me, because the extra pressure on the child in that meeting when their parents have been told, you must do this, you must do that, this is your responsibilities, this is okay, well, what are your child's needs? And I know certainly, well, even if I talk of my own child, he would be horrified to sit there while I discuss his needs, because that's quite personal to him, but equally he's supported to be able to do things to his best. He doesn't want to sit in a room listening about his deficits, and would find that quite horrible.
Yes, and if I'm coming at this as well from a background in, say, special educational needs tribunals, where at a point, at an appropriate age, there is an option for the child to attend the tribunal. And in every case that I've been involved with, it's been a few minutes at the beginning or the end where the judge and the panel are really respectful, really interested, really grateful that the young person has turned up, really solicitous, not putting them on the spot. Maybe like I've had quite good experiences, but it's just been like, like, it's great to see you. Basically, I hope things will work out for you. I don't see this mandatory meeting pilot panning out that way at all. I think it will become, unfortunately, about the voice of the child. So not only do they have to attend and hear all this stuff about themselves, but they will be asked questions, because I don't think a local authority would pass up the opportunity to say, you want to be home educated? Are you happy that, are you confident that you're
unfortunately, it's still going to be down to those
parents can
local
teach you
authorities.
properly, so that you're able to get, etc.
I think that that it's we know already that some local authorities cannot sort of almost help themselves from having that mindset, or having it's some bias in terms of home education and the reasons why people are home educating, or bias against parents. And I think you are right. And it is, we've got a lot of cause to be concerned. if this is accepted. And yeah, it is very worrying indeed. I want to move on, Michelle, now to clause 32, page 58, line 12, Baroness Smith's amendment, which is on page 56, I think. You got it? Before the end of the period of she wants to insert before the end of the period of 15 days, beginning with the day on which the local authority registers a child under the section, the local authority A must consider where the child lives, and B may request the child's parent to allow the local authority to visit the child inside of any of the homes in which the child lives. If this request is refused, the local authority must consider that to be a relevant factor in determining whether to serve a preliminary notice. That's a huge escalation. That's not even giving the parent really a chance to show what they're doing, or write a report, whatever. And then before the end of the period, okay, so they must also consider settings where the child is being educated. So this could be other activities that the child is doing. So, I mean, that we also know that this one, it says the local authority must consider where the child lives. So that must is quite an important word. And then the B is they may request the child's parent to allow the local authority to visit the child. But I can almost certainly guarantee that the may will also turn into will we must kind of approach from a local authority. What are your thoughts?
So they brought this forwards because they had these measures later in the school attendance order process in the Wellbeing Bill. If they already had reason to start the process, then during the process, they would consider where the child lived and could make this request to visit the home. This new amendment is saying, just do that anyway. Just do all that anyway for everybody, before you have any reason to think that there might be a problem. And let's just like sort of shake it out and see what happens. And again, I do think it's about reducing the numbers, because I think for me the significant point is that if the parent refuses the meeting, then it's escalated.
And that was this is so far removed from what we've had in the past. I mean, this is a huge amendment that she's proposing here, and I don't understand it, if I'm honest, because I don't believe that there's any real evidence to support a need for it. We're getting some comments on this where that who decides what exceptional circumstances are. Children that would be traumatized by attending a meeting with the local authority. If a child has selective mutism, which is caused by high anxiety, how would they handle that meeting? Just feeling overwhelmed, and also possibly if they know how much is riding on it, and some children have had such a negative experience at school, they'd be absolutely so fearful of going back as well. So yeah, I have a lot of concerns. Michelle, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, I know, Judith, that I have a child that will not allow strangers in the house, full stop. So no one's coming in ours. And I also, through some of the stuff I do with Sen and stuff, know a lot of children where the child's choice would be they don't want someone coming to their house. So, it's not about the parent or thing. People are entitled to a safe space.
Yes.
And we've always been allowed our castle in this country, unless we do something wrong. But this sort of literally tips that over there. Where is your private family space? Because this isn't about we have a concern. This isn't about if you respond in a certain way. This is just about you happen to choose a different way to educate your child to what the majority of the country choose to use. And that's enough to now mean that they can come in to where they live. And so it's very, very intrusive, because there's no consent there. It's just, yeah, well, we need to consider where they live. And if you think there are children who are in temporary accommodation who already struggle, so the local authority may have stuck them in one room for the whole family, and now they're going to come in and consider it and go, oh, it's too crowded, too busy, you haven't got room to do anything. But it's not actually the family's fault, and they are trapped because of this, because that will then be considered, and they will come up with they will forget you could go to the library to learn, they forget you go to the park, they forget that there's groups and things like that. And at the moment you can keep that separate because you you don't have to, but this then is just so much more intrusive, and it will be disproportionately affecting the families who already are struggling in another way, but may not be struggling around ensuring their child has a suitable education, but they may have other struggles in the background, whether it be their child's own needs, whether a member of the family's disabled. A member of the family may need a commode. Do they really want someone coming in and seeing their commode in the living room? The child may be embarrassed for others to know their relative has that. This is it's really, really intrusive, and it's not based on harm, and it just seems it's just too far. It just seems really, really too far.
Well, there's a big focus on equality, diversity, and inclusivity these days, but we still find that discrimination happens. Even with this focus, there people might have an unconscious prejudice towards certain areas of the city, certain streets, certain faith groups. They may jump to conclusions because not everyone knows how to ask the right questions. Not every local authority is trained in how to well, we know they're not. We know they're not trained to recognize where there's actually a concern.
I've supported a number of families in and around London who, because of housing constraints, just live in very small flats, and who have always been concerned about their local authority wanting to do home visits, because they assume that they will be judged negatively for having, cramped living accommodation. Even if you don't go right up to the scenario of like everybody living in one room, you can be in a very cramped isn't a separate, isn't necessary.
Yeah.
Because not only do some children absolutely hate that and wouldn't use it even if you provided it for them, but also there are many ways to get around the fact of not having a quiet, separate study area. But if you are visited by somebody with a mindset which says that's what's required,
yeah,
then it's a stick, isn't it?
You are breaking up a little bit, Fiona. It's just a little difficult sometimes. No, it's not your fault. It's just the internet, really. So Louise has made a helpful comment saying, if the lens of judgment is dirty, clean the lens. And I think that is very true. And if you think of also like people in the traveling community as well, who have specific norms and customs, are they going to then be judged on those? And there are many communities that do things a little differently, but ultimately it is really the focus should be, is the child happy and thriving? Although I would argue some children who are fresh out of a if they've got school-based trauma, they might take them a while to be happy and thriving. So you're not going to pick that up right in 15 days. You need a bit more time. And if a child moved schools, say for instance you moved cities, nobody comes to say, well, let's see how the child's doing in this school. within 15 days, and if they're not, maybe we need to help the family move back to where the child was happy. You know, nobody's doing that.
Don't give them ideas, Juliet. Don't give them ideas. They could still add the amendment. They've got a few days.
But you know what I mean? You know, you expect you know, 15 days is within 15 days, a very early time as well, like, because a lot
It's
of
a
families are still
tiny time.
figuring
It's
things
a
out, you know?
tiny time frame for, just
Yeah.
even just basic processing. 15 days is tiny.
And so basically what it boils down to, though, that meeting within 15 days is to judge you as a parent whether they think you can do the job.
Then they don't have to get round within 15 days. They have to do their considering. I know this is technology,
Okay.
but they have to do their considering within 15 days. And then they make the request. So actually, they could, the meeting could be hanging over you for some time. You know, you're in limbo.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be wanting just on your postcode.
Yes.
To begin with.
Yes. Yes. And, you know, you've got children with disabilities, as one of our commenters has said, they may not look happy or like they are thriving against other children, you know. It's highly subjective. And I do think you will find it is going to be a judgment of parents. So we go back to almost like the parent blaming way of doing things, where the parent is now under the microscope, regardless of whether that situation is good for that child or not. And as I often say, is that if the child was really struggling in school, if they were unhappy in school, you know, even if the home is not perfect, the chances the child is still going to be better off than going back to that environment where they are overly anxious or selectively mute, or, you know, not engaging, dying inside, whatever the issues may be for that child. Is that, you know, how do you then measure, you know, is anyone going and looking at what's happening with that child in school to, you know, as a comparison? They're not, because as far as they're concerned, if the child is in the building, it's a suitable education. Doesn't matter whether it is or not. So they must just be in the building. So there's just so much of a double standard, I think, in terms of, you know, that sort of judgment of what is good for a
I also
specific
think
child.
we should consider those children who never went to school. So if you think when your child reaches compulsory school age, they will be eligible to go on the register. So this is something that you're 15 days after your child becomes compulsory school age of the consideration of. So your child may never have experienced school, and they can be doing this judgment really, really early on, really early doors.
Yes.
Also, all the families, all the tens of thousands of families who are already home educating, who are not on the children, not in school register because it doesn't exist yet, who go onto the register, and then within 15 days, it will apply to all of those as well. It's not simply, you know, families who are new to home education when this new law comes in, whose children are in school right now, but who think about deregistering at some point in the future. It's literally 100 and whatever it is, 17,000 children on day one of this law coming into force.
Well, the local authorities are going to have fun fitting in those.
I can't picture it at all. That's what makes me think it's to do with reducing the numbers. You offer the visit on the basis that many will be refused, because that's local authorities' experience of offering home visits, and then you can use the refusal as a way, as a lever to get the child into school or back into school.
Yeah, well, we've got this example this week of the Barnsley Council, who are actively trying to reduce the number of home educators. Now, to me, that's totally the wrong approach, because it shouldn't be about it's got to be down to the child. It can't be down to like, oh, we just don't like that there's too many, so we need to bring it down. So which ones are you going to pick to send back to school? Who picks that?
But equally, when you look at their figures, they're not particularly bad at issuing Section 4371. So it's not an area where you can look at the figures and think, oh, in their opinion, they have thought that there's a lot of people who are not doing suitable education. Because I know we did look and we're like, they're not even one of the particularly bad ones for issuing SAOs. So it's not even like they can say their own evidence shows, well, actually, in our area, we have got a particular problem that we do think there appears to be lots of people without suitable education. It does seem to be, we've picked a number, right? Who's going to be for the chop? Who are we going to stop home educating?
Yeah, that's like culling penguins, it's like, anyway, maybe not the best example, but you know what I mean? It's like, but who makes that decision? And if you're the unfortunate parent that, falls under that. I did share an article this week with so one of my contacts from Northamptonshire. She shared an article from the Northampton Chronicle. I'm just getting it up so I can have a look here, where in West Northamptonshire is rapidly emerging as one of the country's fastest growing hotspots for elective home education. Just okay, basically that's the figures, a sharp rise in across England, but in West Northamptonshire. And they talk about the driven pressures on SEND provision. They talk about the reasons. But my best part about this article is they got a quote from one of the councillors. And he actually, he gave a very simple answer. He said, the authority, pop up, sorry. The authority had expanded its support in response. He said, we have a dedicated team of officers as part of the school attendance support service who are responsible for delivering statutory duties around electively home educated pupils. This includes explaining the process to families, offering home visits, checking the home education plans, blah, 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 But what I like, there's no drama. He just said, oh, we just expanded the team in response. No biggie. And I really like that because we so rarely get that kind of response. So often the councillors are like in Barnsley, oh, well, we need to reduce that by whatever percent. So, it's nice when you see a more measured response like this from the West Northamptonshire councillor. So that's what I'd like to see. I would like to see just, the local authority are supposed to be there to support. They are employed by using our taxes. They are meant to be there to serve. And yes, they are serving children in the sense of if children are at risk of harm, to recognize and to act to protect those children. So they are then serving those children where perhaps the children do not have anyone else looking out for them. But that's where the balance has to be. There can't be an assumption that every parent is potentially, like we can predict, that this parent's going to be bad for their kid. It's like you can't do that. You can't have that approach. And but so this is why it's really worrying, is the fact that the government thinks this is a sensible approach. I don't get it at all.
I think the issue is at the moment there isn't a statutory duty really to do anything with home education specifically. The duty is
Yes.
If there appears to be a problem, and I think there's a sort of fantasy amongst some local authorities that new laws with new duties and new powers will bring a shed load of new money. And I don't think that's what will happen. I don't see how this financially could make sense, except to bang the same drum again, if it's used with a single-minded focus of getting numbers down.
Yeah. And I was going to say something, now my thought's gone. So Michelle, if you've got a thought, go for it.
No, I just wanted to ask Fiona's opinion on sort of still in the same amendment bits, how if she's reading it the same way I'm reading it. The bit where it goes on to the local authority must consider the settings where the child is being educated that the local authority knows about. Do we think that's going as far as they think they're going to turn up at settings that they know about? Or do we think that it's just a case of when they look at it, oh, okay, that looks like a nice mixture of things the child's going to? What do you think how's it feeling to you? To me, it's giving the wrong vibes, but.
Well, they've already said in the small print before, further on in the school attendance order process in the Wellbeing Bill about considering the settings, and questions were raised about whether that meant that they would have a right to demand to go and have a look. And the government were clear that they wouldn't be able to do that. That's why they've said consider the settings, which is, it's a sort of weird formulation. It's a weird way to express it because of all the things that you can't say. So, and that's why it's hard to get a picture of like what it actually means. I don't have a picture of how it might work. I don't know if the government has a picture of how it might work. I think it's there.
that wishy-washy wording that it will come out in the wash later.
Yes, and also I don't see how it sits with all this other stuff about providers being within scope, you know, the ones that where you have to say which we'll get onto, which providers you're using and what proportion of education they deliver, you know. So like, is a provider a setting or is a setting a provider? I think they're tinkering around with different bits of it and they've not joined it up in their head yet, to be honest. I think that's why we're like, you know, puzzled by it.
It just seemed really odd wording.
Yes.
I just want to go back to where my thought that I lost earlier, and that is that, like, we were talking about local authorities, and with this legislation, I felt that with the legislation as it is right now, some of the local authorities find it inconvenient to have to abide by the law, to have to, you know, to not be able to insist on things, certain things like home visits and meetings with the school. They find it inconvenient because it's maybe not, they maybe don't have enough boxes to tick. Maybe they need a few more. I don't know. Because recording is everything. It doesn't really matter if anything happens because of you recording, but you must record it. And so I sort of feel like that's where we're coming from, is that local authorities are like, oh, heck, I have to actually respect the parents' rights. I can't just go in, you know. It's so to me, I feel like that's some of what's fed this, and actually it's not really good enough, because you know, we've got your human rights. Is it Article 8 of the Convention on Human Rights, which is your right to privacy of your home and your correspondence and family life. That is definitely, you know, eroded in these amendments. And it's also in terms of the balance this country's always held between parent and state, and the state not getting involved unless there's actual reason, unless there's actually, you know, you've got cause for concern, you've got a threshold where you're concerned about the risk of harm, you know, which also comes to the sharing of data, of course, is like, so who decides when a child is at risk of significant harm? And they're lowering that threshold through this bill so it's no longer about the child being at risk of significant harm, or any individual for that matter. It's about promoting the welfare of. So they can share information simply because they deem it to be promoting the welfare of the child. So whatever that means. So it's suitably vague when it comes to their side of things, but not so vague when it comes to our side of things and the requirements and the requirements for the register and so on. But let's move on then to the next, let's see. So we come to clause 32, content and additional information in registers, so 436C. Have you got that in front of you?
Oh, have I missed that? Because I was looking at the addresses, the previous addresses, if they're under 12 months. I missed one out.
I don't know. I'm not sure where
on
that
my
comes
website
in.
as Government Amendments, the Lords Report 3. Is this the one you mean? Reduced reporting burdens for the register. Changes to page 58 and
yeah, so that's where I am. I think is that So we've done the considering where the child lives and any homes, and
Sorry,
the
scroll's not working.
settings. I don't know where the previous addresses thing is, to be honest.
Just
But
one
then,
quick, it's a
yeah,
quick one. And
yeah.
it literally just is that if, you know, so if you if you haven't lived at the current address at the point of now, they need the last 12 months of addresses.
Yes, that's actually still
Um,
coming. That's still coming. So that's still coming. So the one we're on, which is the content of an additional information in registers. So they've now changed it. What are the changes here? The child's name, date, birth, and home address. The names and the home addresses of the parents or parents. So if there's different addresses. Primary type of education received by the child.
I
Regulations
could
under
talk to
subsidy.
this one if you want.
So have they taken some of that information off that was the requirements for the information for the registers?
Yes, it's about saying that they've listened to parents. So previously they had a long list of what parents would have to provide and for the register, and the trouble they'd get into if they didn't provide it, and also that they would have to give updates within 15 days of any changes. And the amendments, the combination of the amendments that are being proposed, is designed to, like, yeah, make that easier, quicker, less of a burden. So you still have to do the ABC, which is child's name, date of birth, and home address, name and home address of each parent of the child, and the name of each parent who's providing education to that child. But everything other than that is now made kind of more streamlined, more approximate, and you don't have to keep supplying the information yourself. You wait to be asked, and the local authority can't ask you more than once every 3 months.
So that's a tiny little glimmer of light in amongst all of these other ones that we've discussed, which it's a tiny improvement.
Oh yes, and sorry, and there is a specific thing as well about providers, which I know a lot of parents were very worried about, that they would have to mention every single human being that
Yeah.
was supplying any form of educational input to their child. They're proposing to change that to say it's a provider for more than the prescribed amount of time.
Okay, so we're probably coming to that still then, are we?
Oh, sorry, I was because I put it all on the
Yes,
same.
you've linked them up. So you've linked them up, which is fine because I'm just sort of, because it's not mentioned in this particular bit, that's why I'm
Oh, right,
asking.
okay.
Yeah. So and it also says the local authority can still request further information in a particular case where they have reasonable cause to believe that a child may not be receiving a suitable education or
Yeah,
that the child's welfare may be at risk. So that's a little bit more measured. And then the next
softening it. Yeah,
slightly, yeah, and I think a lot of parents will be very relieved to hear about that, but not so much about the other bits. So the other bit that Michelle mentioned, clause 32, page 58, line 16, they want to insert if the child has lived at their current address for less than 12 months, they want their previous address. So they want to be able to, like a bit like your credit score and so on, they want to know where you've been before. So they can go and look up that information and possibly ask other local authorities about you.
and not go to the wrong place.
One hopes that they don't get the wrong address. Yeah. Well, if it's a serious matter, we'll put it that way. And then they have to include any other additional address, but that came in previously as well. So if the child is living between parents or grandparents or something. Okay. So there's an amendment to provide an estimate of the overall amount of time rather than the actual amount of time, because we have a problem with some local authorities in terms of demanding to know how much time children spend being educated, which in reality, as a home educator, you tend to be kind of like educating like all the time. It's just part of your daily lifestyle that, and you regard everything as education. Nothing is absent from a learning experience. So I know that some parents have difficulty answering that one, and I think the current guidance, it's not really like a requirement to say how much time you spend, um, set hours and so on. But it's still it's a concept they don't grasp, of the fact that actually some children are learning like all the time. They just don't know it. It just doesn't look like sitting at a desk with a book in front of you.
They've made this amendment makes it less unreasonable. It's a bit
Yeah,
closer
yeah,
to how
yeah,
home education would actually work, that it would be an estimate of the
yes.
time,
But they've
and
off.
also, not having to explain every 5 minutes if anything changes.
Yeah, it's a little sop that we're being offered there, just to kind
Yeah.
of help us swallow the rest of the medicine. Okay, then let's see what else we've got. Okay, here they come to the other providers. So they want to this is if a particular provider other than a child's parent is providing education to a child for more than a prescribed amount of time, as Fiona said, they want the name and address and a description of the type of provider. And we would have to hope that they say a reasonable amount of time, because we know that, if a child is going somewhere for an hour and a half once a week, um, that I don't know, I don't feel it's like really relevant. I think the concern should be more, and I think this links to concerns around your unregistered schools, your illegal schools. I think that's the little driver behind this one, is they want where somebody else is actually providing the bulk of that child's education in potentially an unsuitable setting. But they don't want to say that, um,
It is
because it could
actually a really
impact
big
faith groups.
change to add this bit about for more than the prescribed amount of time, because up till now, the bill has been saying basically to parents, tell us every single person and every single place, and then the local authority will work out the ones where they need to go and ask those providers for more information. Whereas this change now is saying that the parent only has to divulge the information about providers who are delivering for more than the prescribed amount of time. Obviously, we still don't know what that amount of time is, and that's going to be sorted out later in secondary legislation. But it's much less. It's far fewer people, much less that the parent has to write down
Yeah, yeah.
and update the local authority with.
Yeah, it's a little helpful. But I still wish they wouldn't kind of try and catch everyone in a net that's actually intended only for a specific,
It's less
percentage.
rubbish than it was
Yeah,
before.
yeah. Um, it's whether it's whether the trade off is going to be worth it or not. Okay, then they also say change that to an estimate of the total of time rather than the actual time in terms of that provision. So all of those bits about time, they seem to have changed it where it's an estimate of the time, so you don't get an exact time. Okay, so there's a bit. Okay, I think some of these other little bits are not terrible. I'd have to analyze them, because there's a little bit about leave out within the further education sector, that they wouldn't need to include information. Oh, sorry. So, oh wait, no. It says this amendment would ensure that the register of children not in school would be required to contain information about all schools or institutions that a child attends or has attended in the past, including those which are institutions not in the further education sector. So it's just leaving out a bit. So now it's all of them. And the next amendment, which is clause 32, page 60, line 3, insert whether the local authority exercised any of its functions under section 436B, 8, 9, or 10, or 436 H, 7A, 7B, or whatever, in relation to the child and the outcomes of any consideration of home and education settings or home visits conducted under those provisions. I'm not quite sure where that fits in. I don't know, Fiona, you may have a better idea where that fits in.
Okay, so if you're taking it the order in which the amendments appear, they're doing the amendments to each clause.
Yes.
So that leaps out of the sequence, and also
Yes.
the sequence of the pages. So that one is just like looping back to the previous thing we discussed about the home visits and the contents of the register, and then the local authority will write up about the visit.
Yes, this is going back to the what may be included in the register, information that may be included. Yeah. Okay. I don't like the wording. It really just messes with my brain a bit. Okay. We've got a bit about young carers. Are there any coming up after that we need to highlight?
Okay, so the rest of the completion of the reduced information is the amendments about only having to inform the local authority and request if there've been any changes.
Okay.
That the request can't be made more than once every 3 months.
Okay. I think that, that is helpful, but local authorities should never have been asking every 3 months anyway. But certainly, I don't know if parents get told when their children are in school of changes to the curriculum and so on every 3 months.
No, it's not the curriculum, it's to providers.
No. Yes, but
providers. So with the bill to date, parents would have had to tell the local authority every single person that was involved with the education of their child.
Within
and if any of those
days,
people changed, they would have had to update the local authority within 15 days. The new amendments are saying you don't have to tell us about nearly as many providers.
Yeah.
And then once you have told us, you don't have to tell us again if there are any changes until we ask you.
Okay, so and they can't do it more than
changes to providers more than once every 3 months.
Yeah, so that's an improvement, right?
It is an improvement. It's less rubbish.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Any others you want to highlight? Any other ones I'm just, are there any further other amendments that we need to highlight as being particularly that we need to be aware of?
Oh, well, so far we've only done, I think, amendments to clauses 31 and 32.
Yes. I'm still scrolling. I just don't want to, I don't want to necessarily dredge through all the tiny ones. Are there any, which ones should we hop to next? Which ones have got some significant changes? Because there's lots of little nuanced changes that I'm also trying to scroll through, and they have like insert living in England or Wales, and so sometimes it is just that it's
one about
really going to change things for us.
The regulations. Have we done that one yet?
I don't know if we have.
No, we haven't.
I just want to quickly I'm going to pull out this one, which is clause 32, page 64, line 36, where information about GCS exams should be added to the list of examples of matters about which a local authority can provide information if it is requested by the parent. So that's something they've inserted. Although to me, it's pretty. Yes, there may be some parents who need that information, but by and large, home educators go and speak to other home educators and get that information.
However, I'm over the moon for that being added in, because there may be some of the EOTUS children won't miss their exams because LAs don't realise there are deadlines to register their EOTAS children on. So from not a home education perspective, it means at least LAs will have to actually get some knowledge on it if they haven't yet, which might mean other children might get their exams, which currently sometimes they literally don't get their exams because their caseworker doesn't know that you must register before a date for the
Although
exam to
Fiona's
happen.
shaking her head. Fiona's shaking her head. What do you say?
Touchingly optimistic, Michelle. It would be
I have to take the optimism from it. It's like
it would be a list to exam boards, including exam boards that don't accept private candidates or don't have a syllabus which an external candidate can be entered for. They put it in because whenever the only consensus that there's ever been about support is we want somewhere to sit exams. Never going to get that. Not even going to get information about where to sit exams, going to get information about the process of taking an exam. So, you know, if you weren't really paying attention, you're a peer and you're half asleep, it sounds like you've got something helpful about exams, but not really.
I've just had a question on the YouTube channel about, how long do people, how long do we think it will be before it comes into, this bill passes into, gets royal assent. So I'm just explaining that it's going into report stage next week in the House of Lords. And then I believe there's some kind of a ping pong between the two houses. Am I right? Where they kind of like refine it and, make changes again. Yeah.
It goes through both houses of parliament. It started in the Commons, it's been all the way through the Commons, it's nearly finished going through the Lords, then it goes backwards and forwards between the two, and then you have royal assent, which is likely to be around Easter this year. But once you have royal assent, it doesn't mean that all the measures that we're seeing now immediately come into force, because with all of our sections of children not in school, the only things that happen when the bill becomes an act of parliament is that regulation, they have powers to make regulations. So then they need to crack on and make those regulations, and that will take probably quite a long time, a year or so, I would say. And until they've made the regulations, they can't bring the law in, because the law doesn't exist in a vacuum. Just what's on, on the Act of Parliament. You need to know all the details of how it will operate in practice.
Exactly.
We haven't seen this before because we haven't had a brand new law on home education. So we're not used to seeing a new law being made from scratch and then all the infrastructure that you need for a new law. But that's what we'll be seeing. I was going to say waiting for, but that makes it sound like we want it. It will take some time after Easter, a year or so, before everything is in place. New regulations, brand new regulations, consultations on new guidance, scrutiny on various committees in Parliament and in Wales. So it'll be a while.
Yeah, and the thing is also we've got amendments put in by lots of people besides the government, and some of these, as lovely as they are, may not make it into the bill, which is rather sad, because some of them are very helpful. Because I like Lord Crisp, where he put in an amendment where he said a local authority must, in general and at the outset of any relationship with an individual family, act supportively towards home educating families. So he's trying to see a more positive relationship. And that he also suggested arrangements be made to enable children to take math and English exams for free, and that and then there's the Secretary of State's role. So that's like a really nice amendment, but because it's not come from a government minister, we don't know if that will survive the ping pong and so on.
I think I would assume that if it's not a government amendment, it won't go through. However, that may not be the point, because in the course of a debate about the amendment, there can be concessions extracted from the minister, which will be useful when the regulations are being drawn up and when the guidance is being drawn up, because you'll have something on the record.
Yes, yes, that's true. So I'm going to look at there's another amendment here from Baroness Smith, who represents government, which is a little bit of a positive one. I think she said here, this is clause 32, page 64, line 36. And I'm on page 63 of the document.
Oh, yes, we like this one.
Yes, 2A, a local authority in England must offer parents of children registered by the authority under section 436B the opportunity to attend a forum to discuss the operations of sections 436B to 436P. And then this offer must be made twice per year, and if it is accepted by at least one person to whom it is made, so if only one person says they want it, the local authority must arrange for the forum to take place. So this is fairly positive, because this means they're saying that they must offer. And this is an opportunity for parents to be able to discuss things with the local authority and maybe provide better working relationship. What do you guys think?
I think, well, I don't know. I'm assuming that Michelle and I will both have a less rosy view, because we come from a special educational needs background where there's a lot of tokenistic engagement with families. But maybe I'm wrong, Michelle. Maybe you see it more favorably.
I think that's where it will probably end up, because, you know, as with the parent carer ones in the send bits, when they were very, very, very brand new, shiny, first set up, there was an effort made to have those conversations. As time goes on, the level of effort seems to become patchy depending on where you live. I think it's a good thing to have in there, because at the moment there is no mechanism to try and hold your local authority to account, to at least listen. Now, obviously, it will depend which local authority you're in, how well it works. There are some local authorities I can actually think, do you know what, this would be amazing, because the local authorities would then use it as a way to put stuff in to actually be helpful. There are other local authorities I'm thinking it will give the parents at least an opportunity to vent at the person, but we know the person's not going to listen. But at least you have the opportunity twice a year where you could, if they're particularly bad, get a big group of you together, and they can't say no, because as long as one of you said yes, you can all literally turn up in force and do the reverse bit. So I like it because it gives an accountability opportunity. And it's not that the local authority just provide it, it's that the local authority have to offer it, and if one of you says yes, then they have to put it on. So even if just every local authority, we just got one family to say yes, so they had to put it on whether they wanted to or not, it allows ways to make them notice we exist.
Yes, it's like a potentially collective communication channel. It's so and one would hope that it would be, you know, kind of recorded.
Yeah.
Not like, you know, camera recorded, but minuted, and then, you know, something would happen from it, I would hope. But as I say, I think it sounds nice, but I'm not over optimistic.
Okay.
If we could have some things on record somewhere, when there's only anecdotes from one side that get taken as facts, there will be at least some tangible evidence to sort of wave about, which then could help us in the future. Because unfortunately, at the moment, nothing's written down anywhere. We could easily list which local authorities treat families in a certain way, but proving it becomes hard because there's no mechanism to have that formally recorded.
And I can imagine that, you know, home educators who are we are very well networked and could share intelligence about these forums and could do some sort of like oversight and monitoring of the forums.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, we could run our own pilot scheme to see how well it works.
Yes.
And report on it after 2
Look at your
years.
critical friend.
Yes, after 2 years, we can do a report on how well it's worked. So that's up. I mean, I think that could be
we could
quite a good.
identify some models of good practice.
Exactly.
Potentially, it could be helpful. I'm just jaded.
I understand the jadedness, believe me. But I think that might be an idea. It might actually be a constructive suggestion. I think to actually say, okay, if this passes into law and we're going to have these forums, we're going to run our own pilot study, which we will submit a report to the government after 2 years to say whether we think it worked or not, and all of that.
So good practice, like ones where we think it works well, that others could adopt and so on.
Yes, exactly.
Helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then we also I just noticed there's like one bit that pertains specifically to Wales, which is basically the regulations made by the Welsh ministers would be subject to Senate approval. So that's just something for the Welsh side. Am I right?
It's the Welsh version of what they've also changed for England. So what they've changed for both countries is, instead of just making the very first set of regulations having to be like getting special scrutiny, they've changed it to say that every single time that any future government wants to change the regulations, there will have to be this additional level of scrutiny.
A lot of people were not very happy with the way Wales inserted themselves in without really going through the proper channels.
The fact that Wales just came in, just got shoved in at the right at the end of the Commons after all the scrutiny in the Commons.
Exactly. That was just before the Commons report stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very bad. Yeah, just all the amendments quickly tabled and went through on the nod.
Similar to
but that's now, that's now a fact. So after the fact, it means that any changes to the bill, they have to say special different things about Wales, because Wales has devolved education. So
fair enough.
It's in the bill saying this is how it will specially apply in Wales.
Yeah, fair enough. I think they shouldn't have done what they did as it was, but anyway.
Apparently, the government asked them to, though.
Yeah.
They could do it themselves.
Yes, exactly. So the next one that I'm looking at is pertaining, do you know, when right in the beginning when we spoke about the Section 47 stuff in terms of deregistration, they've included that basically a preliminary notice for school attendance order could now be served on anyone that's had that involvement for the past 5 years.
Yes.
So it's like retroactively now. They want to catch up with anyone who had that involvement. It's a bit unfair, but.
So it's the same concept about not just current child protection plan, but child protection plan going back 5 years. So they have amendments to clause 31, which are about consent to home education in the first place. And then they have like parallel amendments to clause 33, which is about how school attendance orders will operate. So it's effectively it's saying the school attendance order process can be started if you're once the new law comes fully into force, and you're going to go on the register as a home educating family who've been home educating for however long. If there's been a child protection plan within the last 5 years, then the school attendance order process is started with, the requests to visit the home, etc., etc. Not necessarily that it will be completed, because the local authority might decide that you're fine. But if they're being overcautious.
Yeah, it's just a bit unfair on families who might have been happily home educating for the past 3 years with no issues.
Yes.
to suddenly
I
receive a
think
preliminary notice.
the fairness on the child who's got the whole network of friends within the community, that doesn't seem to be a consideration, even not even a consideration.
Well, I
I
think
know they
there is,
presume the LA are going to consider that in the best interest element, but
yes,
they also must refuse consent. It's not may refuse consent if they think it's in the best interest of the child to attend the school.
yeah. It's just the concern is always those local authorities that do not act in good faith. That's the concern, or may use it in a negative way, like like a stick to beat the parent with. That's where the issues for
And
me.
as we said at the beginning, just out of an abundance of caution, just by being really paranoid that something will happen on their watch and thinking, well, to be on the safe side, I don't want to have to stand up and defend my decision that I allowed this child to continue being home educated. It's much safer to get them back into school, or to get them into school in the first place. It becomes somebody else's problem.
Yeah. Then just looking at the clause 33, page 69, line 13, which is on page 65 of the document. So they're looking at, I'm not quite sure how this differs from the original. For the purpose of determining whether preliminary notice must or may be served under this section, the local authority must consider the settings where the child is being educated and the local authority knows about and where the child lives, and may request the child's parent on whom the preliminary notice would be served to allow the local authority to visit the child inside any of the homes in which the child lives. And if they refuse it, that's got to be considered. So, how did that differ from what we had already?
They've just brought that forwards. They had that just slightly
from
later
SAO stage to preliminary notice stage
in the school attendance sort of process, and now it's right at the beginning of at the preliminary notice stage.
Yeah. One of our commenters has said, and I think she's referring to our conversation about the previous amendment, the section 47, that one for the preliminary notice serving of, basically saying that they've been home educated for over 8 years, but their son was badly affected by puberty. He's multi-diagnosed, and she had to contact outside agencies for support. So, what if that's the case? How is that going to impact that family when actually the parent is doing the right thing and seeking support for their child, but they could potentially be penalized if the child is placed under any kind of a section 47 thingy.
And in the case of children with disabilities, I'm aware of a number of cases where the child is put on the child protection plan, not because they're considered to be at any risk, but that's the way to get statutory services
support,
involved. So it is discriminatory, and it is really hard to like describe to non-specialists, because it's a technical argument to be making that, do you know what, a child protection plan might not be about child protection, or might not be about the parent. It just seems counterintuitive.
Well, the law has these like tiny boxes that actually don't allow room for, so they've got these different, within your section 47, you've got a wide range, but then they're acting as if it contains a tiny range of cases, but it's a whole spectrum, and it can't be defined that narrowly.
What we said last time the government tried to change the law on home education was that they were bringing in a whole category of children who were at risk of being at risk. And that's what it feels like now as well, where safeguarding equates to making sure every child is seen by somebody outside the family.
And it's not reasonable and proportionate, to be fair. It's not at all, and it's a heavy burden to place on local authorities too.
And it's not child-centered, but it's very risk averse.
Yes. I'm just trying to figure out what the next amendment is. I think, do you want to go to the one on the regulations? I'm not sure where that comes in.
I think that wasn't that to
Do you know where that one is, Michelle?
I think we discussed it, wasn't that just about it changing to the affirmative process?
Yeah, I don't know enough about that, but I don't want. So, um, how many others of these? How many of these are going to be things that we need to know about, or does anyone want to highlight any others, or have we covered most of the main ones?
I think we've covered them.
Yeah, we've covered the biggies.
The most concerning ones, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And as I say, I think that so there are 5 days tabled at the moment for a report. There may be another one added. Our bit of the bill is in the middle, so I'm guessing it comes in the middle of the days, which, as I say, would make it January the 21st. Likely to be all done on one day, and then it will feel like it's all over, but it isn't, because
Yeah.
then you still have to have third reading, and then you still have to have ping pong. I think but it is coming to the crunch now, so it is worth having conversations and writing to members of the House of Lords and MPs in the House of Commons, because it's going to go back to the Commons to identify the issues that we've talked about today, but also, once that debate has happened at report on the 21st of January or thereabouts, to go through that with a fine-tooth comb and to pick out any like seeming concessions or reassurances from the government, or any like highlight any good points that were made by members of the Lords, regardless of how they voted in the end, because they will vote. There will be a vote with the government, I think.
This feels like a good time to share that next Saturday, the 17th of January, we have an event which is a protest against this bill. And this is not just for home educators, this is for anyone who is concerned about this bill. And we notice that this is getting it's being shared a lot right now on different platforms, because this is really our last chance to do something big, to do something impactful. And Michelle is coordinating this rally in London next Saturday. And I am just really strongly urging people to get themselves there. We do need people there in their thousands to make impact, to not be dismissed. If only a handful of people turn up, it just looks like nobody's really bothered about the bill. And I'm asking people to just really carefully consider how you can be there, even if you live a distance away. Make a plan to get there. I will be going there. I will have a plan for my transport. I will have a backup plan if something goes wrong with my transport. I will dress warmly. I will make sure I've got my banner and my lunch. And I will look forward to seeing other home educators there, because it's so important that we come together. And actually, we have a lot of fun at these rallies. We are paying for a proper professional stage with sound equipment and everything to really do this properly and in an impactful way. But we need people to show up. Michelle has gone to all the effort to set it up, has spent countless number of hours organizing this, talking to the police and so on in London, all the people that organize it, to make it possible. And we need to really make our voices heard. We're not going to get many other opportunities at this point to do a mass protest, unless somebody else organizes it, because I think Michelle is tired.
I've got professional reasons why I have to step away.
Yeah.
Very, very, I technically should already have stepped away, very, very shortly. So yeah, it's my last time when I can actually have capacity to do something on this scale.
Yes, and you've done a great job,
The other bit
Michelle.
is, remember, it works because although there is some horrendous stuff in these new amendments, we no longer have to report something every 15 days. They have been sticking to that. That stuck all the way through the House of Commons. It stuck through the start parts of the House of Lords. They have finally listened. Now, they haven't listened to everything, but we wouldn't have got that if we weren't making noise. And we have been consistently making noise. We wouldn't have had it. This already would have been in place a year ago, but for us all making noise, which meant they had to take time to think about things, because we have managed to get it pushed back significantly, because they had to consider things. So it is absolutely worth us doing plenty of noise, because the 17th of January beautifully fits during the House of Lords report stage.
Yes.
They start on the 14th, their second day is on the 19th. Now, if we can get proper media traction on the 17th, if we can get that weekend, bearing in mind they're sitting on the 19th, we can get that weekend with all the issues flagged of why this is going to cause more harm. If you look at the speakers, there's a lot of speakers with genuine lived experience of systemic abuse that they've been subjected to, the systemic abuse that already exists. They already know the law should help and it's failed them, and know how this, as it's drafted, will fail more children and will harm more children, and can talk to that. If we can actually get those hearts and minds stories, if we can get those real stories into the ears as they go into report stage, we might get them to just listen a bit more. And if we can just chip any more of that rough edges off, it'll be worth it.
Yeah, and I think particularly in the light of these latest amendments.
Sorry, are we going to mention the fundraiser for?
Yes, we will, of course. So we are also, I will go and see if I can find the link. We are also fundraising for this protest because understandably it costs a lot of money. And it's Michelle has often taken the hit on some of the financial things previously. So we have set up a fundraiser. Let me just go find it. There we go, I think. Yeah. And you can go and find this. It's on the GoFundMe page. We really would like to get this to, it's on 2667 at the moment. We really would like to get 5,000 if we can, because that will cover things like merchandise to be handed out to passers-by, flyers to be printed. So it's paying for the stage, paying for the sound system, paying for the licensing. So if you are, particularly if you aren't able to be there, this is one way you can be there, is by making a financial contribution. So if you are able, please go and donate. Now, I will try and get the links under all of these lives, because this live is appearing in actually a number of places at the same time, so I can't possibly comment in everyone. But if you're watching, perhaps you can go and find the link and share it in the comments of where you are watching. But this, you go and buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks, it's nearly £5. Why don't you just send us your £5? If you were going to travel and then you can't travel, perhaps you can donate some of that cost to this fundraiser, because we've raised so much money to support other communities and legal opinions. I know we can do this. I know we can do this. So please see what you can donate to help get us up to that 5,000 mark. So we're past halfway. If you can just help us get a little bit further, that we would be so thankful for that. So and I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of you there at the fundraiser, not the fundraiser, at the march that we have all fundraised for next Saturday. I will say, dress very warmly, come prepared for the weather. Don't let the weather be the thing that drives you home. Come prepared for the weather. Come prepared for train delays. Come prepared for all the different things that traveling to London implies. Think it through. Maybe bring a group of friends together from your local group. Maybe come and represent your local group. And let's just really, it would be amazing if we could really get a huge crowd there next week. I'm really hopeful. And if you go onto the event page itself, if you can also click whether you're going, so Michelle could get an idea of numbers, because we have, yeah, we have London police and so on, thinking that we're not
Yeah,
going to get many
I
people
had an
there. So,
interesting chat with them on Friday,
yeah,
because magically all of a sudden they think no one's going to turn up. But they
yeah.
also then quoted that the protests were last year were Catherine Berbelsing, and Randall, and many people were there. Bearing in mind the speakers themselves was over
Michael
24 people.
Charles, yeah.
Oh yeah, Michael Charles was there as well. How could I forget Michael Charles turning up? Jen Hodges was there as well. Apparently, according to the official police record, when they checked it Friday, bearing in mind I've been talking to them for over a month, when they checked Friday, apparently we had less than 50 people turn up on that day. I did point out it was live streamed and there's plenty of photos and it made the newspapers, so we can categorically say there were more than 50. But yes, they all of a sudden decided Friday, and they're like, so you're not going to get. We don't think you're going to get numbers. Why would you need road closures and things like that? So it's like, so it's safe because we are expecting numbers.
And
So
children, yeah.
hopefully, yes. So if you just like show an interest, I know people don't necessarily want to say they're going. So if you just put interested, at least then when they look, they might, realise that yes, we
Enough,
have
yeah.
worked out our numbers and planned it appropriately.
So I
Yes.
can't make it on the 17th, and so I like donated my travel costs. But what I would say, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's like huge fun to do these things, but actually I spoke at the rally in Wakefield, because I'm in Sheffield, so I went to my local one back in the summer, and you do just meet some great people. So it is, you meet people that you've only known off the internet, or people who
Exactly.
know you from the internet. And that's actually like, it's quite exciting. You do get a
Yes.
great feeling of
Yes.
solidarity
Yes, it is.
from it. You feel much less, alone.
Yes.
I think
I
that
mean,
that can't be overstated, really.
exactly. And I was so encouraged because I went to the Birmingham one, and one of the mums came to me. She says, "Oh, you, Juliet," says, "I'm here because of you, because you keep talking about it and you keep standing up." And I just thought I can also do that and I can go be there. And that was an encouragement to me, and I do have a great time. I have a lovely time and I really enjoy meeting all the families. And I will be helping with the stewarding as well. So,
Yes,
it's,
last year Juliet quizzed my mother.
I did. I got to meet
Yeah.
Michelle's mother and find out all about how naughty she was as a little girl. So,
I'm saying as an introvert about not having a great time, going out.
yeah.
Basically,
And,
anything
I think,
outside is not great for
but I
me.
think we have to understand for some people it is very overwhelming, but maybe just consider that, yes, sometimes it's great to bring the whole family, but sometimes maybe somebody from the family who is able to cope. But we do understand that there are many issues why people can't attend. But
Yeah,
that
But what
doesn't
would be
mean,
good on the day if you can't is if you can, because you'll see like on the BBC and on a lot of the new ITV, TVX and that, a lot of the news channels and a lot of the newspapers, they have a my story type bit. So
oh
if you
yeah,
can't attend,
yes,
when we're sharing the bits,
yes.
you
Choose
contact the
your
My
voice.
Story and you say why
Yeah,
you're not there, but here's a photo of those who are here, so that it gets picked up, because
yes,
they will pick them up, but they rely on stories coming in. So if you
yes,
can't physically attend, you can still do that because stuff will be being live streamed, videos will be posted, photos will be posted. Capture them, send it with your story of like, I would have been there for these reasons.
yes,
I couldn't attend for whatever reason, and to your local papers as well, so that we just get that noise, because that's what we need. We need the noise.
and the thing is also another thing you can do if you can't attend is try and replace yourself with somebody else. So try and
Yeah.
encourage somebody else to attend or share it in your groups, because we are very dependent
yeah,
on other people sharing, because we find lately on social media a lot of these things don't get the traction. People don't hear about it. It used to be that a thing would be shared and it would just spread like wildfire. These days I want you to pay for the privilege. So
Mm.
please share in all your networks. It does not have to be home educators. It can be children, who are concerned about SEND reforms. If you're concerned about school fines and attendance, where they're so strict on attendance, all of these things. We need, it's protesting against the bill. This is about stop the bill. And we need a lot of people there. So if you can't get there, share it with others, encourage others as much as you can. Even say to them, look, I'll make the banner for you so that I know I'm represented. Whatever, get creative, but help us to help you, because this bill will affect every single home educator in the country. You cannot ignore it.
Yeah, and the reason you can capture everyone else, it does change the state of play for academies. It does change the state of play for every child with the unique consistent identifier, which they have many times now made it quite clear they're planning on it being the NHS number. It does change the state of play in how the local safeguarding system works, because they're formally bringing education into the hold of how they share information, even though that isn't what the British Association of Social Workers feel is a good idea, even though that doesn't match up with Eileen Munro's opinions that she's given over the years, or Ray Jones's, like, very senior in that. Even though these senior people have spoken out, they're not following what's been recommended. So this affects potentially every family, and definitely every child with a consistent identifier. So it affects home educators disproportionately, but it does also affect other families. So, flag that to them, because they just may not even realise.
Yeah, it's not a popular bill, is it? I mean, I do hyper focus on the children not in school bit, but there's been a lot of opposition to a lot of the rest of it as well.
Yeah, and they're simply not listening. And when they will say, oh, but we are listening, we've given all these free school meals or free breakfasts or whatever, free breakfast clubs. Those are actually just, what would you call them, red herrings, or something to distract you.
Well, the thing is interesting with these horrendous
bits.
Amendments, they've got a few new distractions. So I'm fully expecting. So we had the breakfast clubs earlier in the year. Now we've got the free school meal extension. So this bill, the amendments, they've had, there's 3 new clauses being added in. And one of them is the extension of the universal credit bit, because at the moment, although you can get free school meals on universal credit, it's only if you're the really low threshold. So most people on universal credit are not actually eligible for free school meals. But they've added the extension as a new clause in this amendment. So they put in all the bad stuff, but then they put in some headliners. So I think we've all heard free breakfasts and school uniforms all year. So now we're going to have free school meals as the big headline, I think, going in to hide these bad amendments. So every time they do think, oh, it's very hard to argue about feeding people, which, it is quite hard to argue against feeding people. But that doesn't mean you then forget all your civil liberties.
Yeah, and some of the tactics we've seen in terms of the Department for Education and Bridget Phillipson and so on, we've seen some tactics where when they share something, they actually now limit who can comment on posts. So they're not actually allowing free discussion, democratic discussion of things in a forum where they could actually really go and listen to people and what they have to say. They really could. And, we just find that we are being silenced. And we're allowed to say what we want, but with a gag on, kind of thing. So these
I
are
was
some
quite
things
amused the other day. Bridget Phillipson's I couldn't comment, but the Department for Education I could literally put a poster for the protest. So the Department for Education, and they still hadn't taken it down when I looked this morning. So they're quite happily not censoring.
Kudos to them. Yeah.
Yep. They're allowing free speech, but then the actual ministers who should be listening, even on their posts saying about I'm listening to parents, are limiting,
but don't comment
who can actually comment.
Yeah. I've had some comments about the protest. So somebody's asked, are we doing bubbles? Of course, bubbles and balloons are always very welcome at these events. So feel free. Hopefully it won't be that cold that our bubbles freeze, but I believe they're very pretty when they do. So
be nice photos.
All a good teaching experience. And I think I do like to make the point that these protests, it's a real opportunity for children to see engaging, how we engage with politics in this country, and learn about activism, learn about how laws are made and that kind of thing. So do
And
sort of use that
Addison's going to be
opportunity.
speaking, and Addison was one of the people who had the idea for creating the Hidden Voices Speaks book at a protest. God, it's almost a year ago now,
It
because
was your
that was
first one,
March,
yeah?
wasn't it?
It was the
No,
first
I
one, I
think
think.
that was the one Amy led
Yeah,
on.
so
That one
that was the first one
back
we
in
had, I think.
March.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's almost a year ago now. That idea was happened and was turned around in time for the next element. So it was turned around in 2 weeks. So it does. Ideas happen there, and conversations happen, and friendships are
Yes,
made that you wouldn't have
networking.
made without it.
Yeah, networking, and it is really lovely just to meet the people you've been seeing on screens like this as well, on Facebook and so on. So
I still need to find a time when I actually make it to an event where Fiona is as well, because I have never met Fiona outside screens.
well,
So that's my next aim.
I have met Fiona because I run a conference for home educators every year in May, and we've had Fiona's come along a few times to come and talk about dealing with your local authority and so on. And so it's been really lovely to get to know her. And I've met you in person, Michelle, and quite a number of others, which is fantastic. We've really forged some relationships. But anyway, let's try and stay on topic, shall we? Yeah. Um, yeah. So, do any suggestions for banners? I think that in terms of the protest, if you look at what the amendments are saying, you can make your banners in protest to specific parts of the bill that you do not like. We've just been joined by Jen Hodge. Welcome, Jen. So
Jen's speaking next week as well.
yes, Jen will be at the protest next week. And so what we've been doing, have you met Fiona, Jen? Meet Fiona?
I don't have we met Fiona? I don't think we have.
No, only
Virtually.
virtual things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so we've been running through the new amendments, which is mainly really, it's actually part of what we meant. So we set up this live a few weeks ago. We planned it, but we didn't know these nasty amendments were coming in. And so we will move the conversation on a little bit from the amendments to some of the other points that we wanted to discuss. So where's it gone now? I've got to go and find where my notes are. Sorry. Too many tabs open, as we said. Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay. So have you had a chance to look at the amendments, Jen? Just you don't need to get into detail. Just
Yeah,
ask if you had
just
a chance to look at them.
I kind of know the headlines, and I've kind of looked at some of the key ones, and I haven't sifted through all of them because there's obviously a ferocious number.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm certainly aware of
You found the nasty ones.
the key headlines, the key bits that have snuck their way in, which is just charming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not what we wanted to see. So I'm just setting it up so I can see the chat over there.
Yes, and I know Fiona might be leaving us at some point, but thank you so much, Fiona, for participating today. It's always a treat to have your very measured approach, even if it is jaded. And thank you so much for your insights today. We really appreciate that. But you feel free to stick around as well if you don't have anywhere else to be. So Jen, I wanted to move on a little bit to kind of think. So we've got the bill, we've got these amendments. We're at the moment haven't been able to stop the wrecking ball that is this bill. So we're having to consider what is the future going to look like for home educators. The landscape is going to change significantly. So that's going to impact people like you, where you work a lot also in supporting home educators and giving advice and that kind of thing, like Michelle and I do as well. We need to think a little bit, don't we? How are we going to cope with this? What are some positive things that we could maybe do? Have you got any thoughts on that? I mean, you can branch out if you feel that's too narrow, because I mean, the first thing we could perhaps do is look at, if we talk about this, the theme of this today is changing landscapes. How has the landscape changed within the home educating community from, say, 10, 15 years ago or more to what we're seeing today within the community itself? How's that shifted?
Well, I think it's been seismic, really. I think if you compared home education 10, 15 years ago to that of, 30 years ago, it probably would have looked fairly similar. I think that for a long time it was people who philosophically wanted to opt out of the system. There were some families who had young people whose needs weren't met in schools, but the setup in mainstream was, I say, more flexible. In decades gone by, it's become more and more rigid. It's been harder to get needs met. It's been there would have been perhaps a lot more people using flexi schooling or using a unofficial arrangement where their child was kind of in school but kind of not in school all the time, but nobody really cared too much because they were getting what they needed, and the school perhaps knew that they couldn't meet needs. But that's obviously changed as we've become, the government society's become so much more rigid, so much more we have to know where everybody is and exactly what they're doing, and they have to do this thing because we have to use control to make sure everybody's happy, healthy, and getting an education. But unfortunately, that doesn't work. And so what we're seeing now is the result of that. So with the restriction of, the national curriculum getting more restricted, the lack of investment into the arts, and kind of hands-on and engineering and all these kind of things, and the kind of e-bike subjects becoming God in all things in school, we're then seeing this huge number of young people who are now coming out of school, as schools get stricter with uniforms, with behaviour, with you're not allowed to touch each other, you're not allowed to talk to each other in the corridors, you've got to go in one way. Isolation rooms becoming this common thing. I remember there being one room in school where if people were messing around, they'd have to go in there and mess around in there instead. But this idea of putting kids in little isolation booths and giving them a pre-packed sandwich and a bottle of water and telling them to get on with it that's all quite modern and quite recent. And so the home education landscape has changed massively. We've now got an influx with loads of people who never thought they'd home educate, didn't think it would be something they would want to do. With that has been lots of positives, because we've had lots of people say, oh, I wish I'd always done this. I wish I'd known about this before. This is incredible. I wish I'd been home educated. And because of the influx, what it's also meant is there's a lot more provision available. So whereas when my kids were, my eldest two, who are now kind of pretty much adults, when they were little, you would be lucky to find a home ed group in your nearest town. You might have to travel. There might be the occasional event or activity, but you had to kind of look around for them. But because of this huge influx, what we've seen is now everyone is running home ed sports, home ed gym, home ed languages, home ed forest schools. So for the home ed community as a whole, whilst some parent-run grassroots groups will have felt a little bit maybe a tidal wave of new people coming in, and that being quite strange, and perhaps young people who have been to school more recently, and that might have changed the dynamics of their group. What they've also got is now access to a lot more provision for their young people. So I believe, I don't like using clouds and silver linings, but I definitely believe that for everything that happens in the world, there will always be benefits to be found. There will always be positives. So that's kind of how I think the home ed landscape has changed. There's a lot more use of digital, I think, because of COVID. Since then, a huge increase in online tutors, access to educational provision. And I think everybody's just become a lot more open-minded about it. And I must say that I've really thought that's a real positive of what's kind of changed in the landscape. 15 years ago, you're there having to explain to every shopkeeper why your children isn't in school, yes, it's allowed, yes, it's legal. No, we don't have to follow the national curriculum. No, they don't have to take GCSEs if they don't want to, la 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 la. Yes, they do have friends. But now anybody, everybody knows. I don't think anybody questions it anymore because it's fairly obvious why your children aren't in school. It's because they're being home educated. And in fact, even when people do ask, it's like, oh yes, my neighbour does that, my aunt does that, my cousin does that. So actually, weirdly, in an attempt to make things more rigid, more school-based, more narrow, the opposite has happened, that actually in the general public, society has woken up and gone, oh, goodness, does school work? Does school meet needs? Actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it isn't the only way. So I kind of, whilst I'm not enjoying the process that we are going through at the moment, legally, I am really thankful that everybody's opening their eyes and realizing that education can be done in a different way.
Sorry, I was just muted and I was trying to get my cursor back where I needed to.
No,
So
that's fine.
thanks for Jen. And I think some of this is informing the bill. Some of this sort of increase that we see is what's driving changes to the law. And I think because we're seeing so many from SEND backgrounds, they're supposedly meant to be reforming SEND provision, are they not?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and that's sorry, that's yeah, I mean,
Why are you laughing? I don't
oh,
get it.
I don't know. Why on earth would I be laughing that their solution to reforming SEND is to put them all back in mainstream school and give them a fidget toy and half an hour's of training for the teacher and everything's going to be great. It's laughable. It's a joke. And I think what's I don't know. Maybe my some of my kids get annoyed with me because I'm so blooming optimistic and positive, but I believe in I believe there's a lot of things that you can mess around with people. You can put their car tax up, you can introduce a emissions charge, you can put the council tax up, you can mess around with doctor's appointments. But when you start to mess around with people's children, it's a totally different ballpark. And I think that the current government has got, in fact, probably most MPs have got very narrow vision when it comes on very narrow understanding when it comes to the instinct of a parent when you start to threaten their child. And that is really what we need to play on. That's what we need to be calling on now, is for parents to really understand what is being threatened, and to not accept it. Yes, this bill, I don't know what's going to happen. It's likely to pass. Yes, it could not. It could ping pong about until a general election is called. Something could change. There could be a massive, and anything could happen. We can't predict exactly what's going to happen. But let's say it goes through. We've then got consultation stages. We've got it takes time to do it all, and there's these lofty views of certain MPs and lords now we're seeing of the believing that perhaps the local authority has just got well this huge vast amounts of time and money to implement all these wonderful glorious amendments and changes and things they want put in place. And the truth is that the local authorities are on their knees. I work with the children, the send, so with the local authority, the kind of send children education, looked after children, all the kind of areas that involve children and education at my local authority. And it's a joke. Wonderful, the people that are doing a wonderful job, yes, that's great, but the vast majority of them are on sick leave or have gone to work somewhere else, because they have no money, they have no support, they cannot do the minimal that you think they should be doing for children. They are not able to do because they're not resourced to do it. It's not the individual. Yes, there are some people that maybe shouldn't be in their jobs, but there's a lot of good people that aren't supported. So to think that the LAs are suddenly going to be able to implement all these changes. So it's not just stopping the bill. And it's not just when the bill comes out, what we're going to do about it. I just don't think it's going to be anywhere near as simple as anybody thinks. We're
Yeah.
talking so many opportunities for things to go wrong, so many opportunities that they're going to go, oh, yeah, we did say we wanted to do all that, but actually we can't do that quite now. So we're just going to do this thing. We have seen governments, our government, over the years, invest millions in new policies and then they get overturned. Um, it gets implemented, they do a thing, they realise it's a total mess, and it gets thrown out, it gets changed, and another government comes
From
in.
your lips to God's ears, Jen.
Yes, absolutely. I'm saying it, speaking it out there.
Yeah,
Um,
the thing is also like where I live, most of the schools are full.
yeah, yeah.
And specific like certain year groups, there's like no chance you could get a place. So if they had to try and put more children back into school, you're going to be putting children into like a really crowded classrooms. It's not going to be like it's not
It's
going to
not.
offer them anything that's
It's not,
superior.
it's just simply not going to work. And the joke is that Bridget Phillipson obviously did a little battle against private education, and then lots of private schools have shut down and lots of parents and have had to make different choices. And then Bridget turns around and goes, well, we haven't seen an increase in school placement, so surely it's not a problem. And you're like, no, you stupid woman, it's because they're all being home educated. So not only is there going to be this influx of home educated children that perhaps are going to get swept up with the bill and they're going to attempt to force them back into school, good luck. But they're also going to be all of these ex-privately educated young people. And not only that, but a hell of a lot of really, excuse my French, pissed off parents. Um, Parents that have sacrificed income, the second car, holidays, the food shopping having to be reduced, whatever they've sacrificed in order to home educate, if they think that they're going to take kids back into school just because they've waved a school attendance order in front of them and they're going to go quietly, you're going to think again, because these people have already sacrificed, they've already given up promotions, pay rises, all these things because they've had to make changes or support a young child with SEND needs that haven't been met. To think that everyone's going to roll over and go, okay, well, we're going to send little Jimmy into school. Even those who do send their child in, I mean, what kind of parents are going to be coming? What's the interaction with school and parents? I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine me as a school parent. I mean, what school is going to want my kids? I mean, I would be an absolute thorn in, I'd live on the gates. I'd make their life absolutely impossible. And it's not just about the individual. It's not just about cherry picking. It's we're not going to go away as a community. So even if this bill goes through, we're only going to strengthen, we're only going to redouble our efforts, and we will be here encouraging the nation of parents who are being impacted this bill to not just lie down and take it, to stand up, to speak, to have their voice, to advocate for their child. So I don't think that a lot of what they want to do is going to be easy to implement. And even if they do start to do that, we mobilize, we carry on mobilizing, and we stand up. And to be honest, in a way, and Michelle may agree with this, you kind of need something to be law to fight against it. You need something to be actually. At the moment, it's hard. It's kind of hard battling a kind of a ghost of a thing where you're going, oh, well, this could
Well,
happen.
it's still changeable. It's still changeable. They can still amend and
Yeah, it's malleable, it's whatever. They're going, oh, it's going to be fine. We're going, no, it isn't. Once it is there and once it isn't okay, it is so much easier to then do something, and it actually more people will be mobilized. So at the moment we might be going, oh, but this is going to impact loads of people, loads of home educators aren't engaging with it. Okay, they're not, but they will do when it's on their doorstep. And at that point we will have, there's probably probably 200,000 home educated young people. We will then have a huge amount of people going, just a minute. And yes, for us, that's going to be frustrating. We're going to go, where were you? Where were you when we were on the stage and waving our banners and whatever?
Yeah.
But that's fine. But we will be there then, and we will have the leadership will be in place. there will be people there.
Actually, we might be looking for those people to take over the challenge, because we'll
Yes,
need
we'll all be a bit
need a
tired.
long-term holiday.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So what is currently working in terms of like local authorities and home educating families and those relationships? What is working at the moment?
I think individual LAs, some individual LAs are doing some individual good things. We see the odd report of this council have a great HE team and they're being really positive and they're trying to signpost, or they're sending out a nice sheet of paper with a list of local groups, or they're putting people in touch with people. Some individuals understand, there's actually quite a lot, I think, in certainly with the dealings that I've had with my local LA, there's a lot of understanding that mainstream doesn't meet enough needs, and there's a lot of understanding that about those in between children who don't fit in one, who don't fit in the other. There's a lot of support for alternative provision. I think on the ground, like always, it's the people doing the actual job that probably know what is needed, and it's higher up in the councils and in the government that haven't got a Scooby-Doo what we need. So certainly there's individuals doing a good job. There's some councils that are fairly light touch. There are some councillors in councils who are quite positive and proactive, but everybody's just lacking resources and funding. I mean, I don't imagine there is an LA that's like a shining example of what you would want for home education, because what you would want is just a fantastic service where you get someone who's going to give you that real get to know you and your family and your child, but in a totally non-threatening, we're not going to change anything, we're just here to help you. If I think about the level of advocacy, support, kind of education that I give to families every day, without charging for it, as in it's an unpaid part of my job. And I think, these families would that would be amazing if they had access to a service like that was actually just part of the local authority. Let's talk about your child. Oh, what needs, how could we support you at home? How could this might help? Parenting support, learning support, educate, oh, you're thinking of doing this, right? Have you considered this? So I think home educators have long just become, I think we are the nation of people who are just grateful if they get a pair of socks. It's that feeling of being grateful for getting a pair of socks at Christmas. We're just grateful if the LA just leave us alone, or they just send us a polite letter that gives us options, and it's really exciting. It's like Santa has come if we get a list of local groups. So our bar is set quite low for home educators. So there's a lot that could be done. And in the bill, there's this wonderful part that kind of says, we're going to support home educators, but it doesn't actually outline any support. So
it doesn't.
It's not actually giving any support. Local authorities must support them. It's like, great, they're supposed to do that now. What does that mean? You've invested a lot of time and money into writing all these specific clauses about how you're going to control home education. You're not written anything specific about how you're going to help it.
Or control your local authorities from behaving badly.
Indeed.
So there is that. What was I going to say? So, like, you guys know, I've mentioned, like, in our local authority, we have a very respectful, mutually respectful relationship with our local authority. There's no sort of overreach. They do act if they feel there's cause to act, but generally they will leave people alone that are getting on with it, and don't place any undue burden on them. And I think there's something to be said for maybe looking at these good examples, and presenting them to politicians. Say, well, this is actually working. I know some of my councillors that I've spoken to are extremely positive about home education, about children, and when I've mentioned about some of how local authorities behave, they're like absolutely shocked because we need to be supporting you, we need to be encouraging you, they've got, and that's such a positive thing. And it's really sad when you don't have that, because that should be like a bare minimum as a local authority, is that you are supporting sort of these initiatives and community, and something that is legal. It's not an illegal practice. So it's, I think it's just a bit insulting to us, really. And it's when many families have been so burnt by the system, and then to have them turn around and say, well, actually we think they're better off in that system that damaged them.
I think
And
this is
crazy.
something that I've I wrote about recently, and it's about the double standards as well. The double standards we have in education, that if your child, as long as their name is on a mainstream school register and they're rocking up every day, the bar is set so ridiculously low that it's okay if they're bullied, it's okay if they're miserable, it's okay if they don't want to go there, it's okay if they're crying on the gate and they're having to be prized off their parents. It's okay if they don't really enjoy it, if they're not really that engaged. It's okay if they kind of bubble along under the surface, as long as they're not too ridiculously low that they're going to impact the school's kind of statistics.
And just make them stay home when Ofsted
It's
comes.
just, yeah, at home education, your child, you have to prove that you're like getting gold standard education across the board, gold standard everything. And that's nuts, because actually we can't even pretend that that's what gets offered in mainstream now. And certainly when it comes to neurodivergent young people, of which I think the home education community has always had a very high percentage of. It's just people weren't diagnosed, because it tended to be the neurodivergent parents that thought outside the box and went, oh, school didn't work for me, I don't think it does what it needs to do, I'm not going to educate my children that way. And so there's always been this high number of young people in that way. And in fact, they're the young people that are massively underserved in mainstream school. So to kind of, when you kind of said earlier about, parents should be like outraged or whatever, this is going to be a big message that I'm going to be trying to get across to people. We do need to be outraged. We need to be kind of going, what on earth do you think you're doing? Because the offering for our children in mainstream is just not good enough. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for a child to be distressed in school. It's not
Yes,
acceptable.
but you can get breakfast for free.
Yes, you can get, and your school uniform's only going to cost you 200 quid instead of 400. It's absolutely insanity where we're going now, which is why we need people to open their eyes to it and engage, even if they're not home educating, just to engage and go, what are we doing? And certainly with some of the amendments that are coming out, these kind of ideals of trialing the idea that you need to go and sit on part of a panel before you're even allowed to deregister. I mean, even if parents don't want to home educate, at the back of their head, sure, a lot of them are aware that it's their legal right to do what they want with their child within, as long as they're taking care
Yeah,
of
I
the
mean,
child.
well, we have the school fines campaign where parents are saying, look, it's my child. I want to
Yeah.
spend quality time with them. I want to take a holiday because, my mother's aging, my mother's in this country, another country, and she's aging, and I want my child to see her while he still
Yeah.
can. And, it's just like, there's nothing, it's very anti-family, I sort of feel. Very
It's
anti
that,
about
yeah.
families spending time together.
It's anti-family, it's anti, and you know what, it's anti-health, it's anti-well-being, it's it's even anti-education. It's the tightening of the vice around our children, tightening the grip of the vice and expecting to have good outcomes, and we're already seeing that that's not working. And to think that the government are investing so much into trying to force children back into a broken system, and they're doing nothing to change that system. I there was a time in my life that, okay, I've never been keen on politicians, but there was probably times in my life where I thought, well, they must know something to be there doing that job. But my respect, I very much view myself as having a far higher understanding of the educational well-being and health needs of children than the vast majority of people that actually are being paid at government to make decisions about this stuff, because they and it's not just me. Like, okay, I do that as a living, but almost every parent I meet, I think, probably has a far better understanding than what is actually happening at policy level, because it's not about, it can't be about education anymore. It's not about education. It's not about well-being. It's not about health. It's simply about control. And I know that sounds awfully dramatic and very political, but that's the only thing it can be about, because you cannot really believe that a child is able to learn in the best possible way if they are not happy and healthy, if they're not safe in their environment, if they're not comfortable and relaxed. It's just common sense. So I think, and the absolute reluctance of Bridget Phillipson and her team to admit that there is potentially anything wrong with the school system as it is, it's just pure insanity. You know, it's trying to argue that black is white. I mean, it just show it. I have so little time now, you know, like, even if you said, oh, do you want to be in a room and have a chat with Bridget Phillipson? I don't even think I would, because what would be the point? Because for her to have the policy she has to have so little actual understanding. I don't think she would understand me. I mean, clearly
Yeah.
it's, you know, we know that there is more about it. There is more to it than
Yeah.
what is on the surface, and it's important that we stay focused on what we know is important, which is our children.
I think it's a bit like walking around with a broken leg and trying to ignore that, pretending your leg's not broken.
Yeah,
It's like, no, I'm fine. No, I'm fine.
yeah.
Fine. You know, um, yeah, it's that I find really difficult, and it's a very difficult time to be a politician who's not in the Labour Party right now,
Mm.
because the Labour Party have such a majority. The Labour government, as long as they stand firm and stand together, which they do, they're working very hard to do, they can pass anything and they can get rid of anything. So the amendments that our well-meaning lords and MPs have tried to add, where they've tried to speak out, tried to do something, that means nothing. And it's not just this bill, it's with many other bills.
Mm.
There are some very, very unhappy politicians out there who are trying very hard to be politicking, and they can't. They can't do what they feel that many of them have become politicians for noble reasons, wanting to improve things, wanting to help their communities, and they all they can do is actually work within their local community, because on a national level they cannot bring the change unless they're a Labour minister.
I really, if you look at how much our world has changed in the last couple 100 years, 100 years, 50 years, 20 years, 10 years, I I believe that we will get things will change on the political landscape, that there will be reform. We can only carry on walking down hallways carrying golden scepters and doffing our caps and ringing the bells, and we can only carry on with this kind of parliamentary behavior for so long before people, you know, we're already really, it's growing thin. The pomp and circumstance is growing thin. The old boys club is growing thin, and I do, as there has been so much change in other areas, it will come. Now, the problem is it might not be in my lifetime. Okay, it might not happen instantly. I might not get to see the reform that we need to see in our government. I would love it if we did, and I hope we do, but this is when we start scratching the surface of home education and school and send, you go down the layers and you go, but the problem is the whole thing is a mess. The whole thing doesn't work. The whole political system, the whole governance system, it is all such a complete waste of money and time, because people turn up for 4 years and they do this, and then next people come and they undo it all, and then we redo it. And people are allowed to be ministers for departments they have no skills, expertise, and knowledge in. You've seen what's happened in the judicial department before, with things that have been cocked up with the probation service and the prison service. You know, massive things have been messed up by uneducated people stepping into ministerial roles and making silly decisions to push themselves higher up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I that is the problem. When you have these conversations too deep, you end up at the bottom line all the time is we need governmental reform. We need to change the way we do things. And that's another thing we can be working towards. However, it's kind of rolling that back and going, we are where we are. And the key thing is that we actually ride the wave that has been created. The government has created a problem within mainstream schools or exacerbated an existing problem. That's created this big tidal wave of home educators. That's created this bill with everybody going, oh, well, we've got to control this mass of home educators. But we are on this big wave where we have all these people that have opted for home ed, all these people who are that the government has inadvertently created connection and community across the private sector, across the school sector with school fines, across the home education sector. We are, as parents, we are more connected than ever before. The divides, the walls have come down. We are now parents standing shoulder to shoulder. And this is what we have to ride now. This is the momentum and the wave that we need to jump on and say, we keep pushing back. No, we're not accepting that. We're not accepting that. We're not handing over our primacy to you. You work for us. This is our children. We need to do better. And I believe if we focus on that, that whilst, yes, there's loads of stuff that needs doing below the surface, there will be enough momentum. Things will change because we're already seeing it. And that's what we need.
I don't have an issue with the little bits of tradition and so on. I think those are very quaint, and it makes people want to come and be tourists and spend money in our country, which is great. But what I do have a problem with is, as you've said, those who don't know very little about the portfolios they're given, not listening, not speaking to the actual experts, trusting in their own hodgepodge of knowledge of their own childhood experiences, or I mean, that works to our advantage where we've had MPs and lords are connected to home educating families. Of course, they're drawing on that experience, but at least they're speaking to actual people that are affected. And I agree that we do need reform, but what we need is also for us to be more engaged. So we've had a real difficulty with this campaign against the bill, of real division within our home educating community, where certain people, they do not see the big picture. They do not see what we all stand to lose. They're more concerned with but I don't want to agree with, I don't want to stand next to them and protest because they believe something different to me. And I don't want to, and I don't like what that person's saying. So, but they do not realize that we basically going, we have to stand together over the things that we are opposed to, just like in a war. In World War II, when Britain had to align itself with countries it wouldn't normally, because that was how they could actually see the big picture and win the bigger war, rather than worrying about the little squabbles and battles. And you're always going to you're never going to 100% agree with everybody. I know you all agree with me, but
of course,
but everyone else, we know you won't agree with. But we're not going to. But the big picture is that every single one of us stands to lose. Every single one of us stands to lose if this bill passes. So it doesn't matter what banner you're standing under, just stand.
It's been quite ironic that I have gone to protests and had more support for what we were, me and another, our community of home educators was standing up for, from private school parents, school fines parents, SEN parents who use school, than some members of the home education community. Because when I say shoulder to shoulder, absolutely, I'm kind of meaning cross all kinds of parents. But you're right, there is, and I think it comes from different places. And it might be, unfortunately, that this has to be something that's thrown in front of people's faces as a law, and when things start changing, for them to actually wake up and pay attention. And that is really frustrating. And the reasons are, there's going to be a huge amount of fear, and it is easier to put your head in the sand and go, I don't want to think about it. And I know lots, and again, home ed community, a big majority of neurodivergent people who are more sensitive to anxiety, stress, and self-preservation means they're just getting on, getting their head down. A lot of people, there will be a certain amount of like just hopefulness that it's not going to happen, just kind of like, oh wow, nothing major
It
happened
didn't pass
before.
before the last time.
Yeah, it's always been stopped by someone else, you know. And there's also, I think it's easy for those taking action. It's very easy to go, well, we found the time in our life, why can't they? But actually, like the landscape now with the cost of living, with post-COVID, and I know some people still have COVID. Sorry, I've got it. Whenever I say post-COVID, I get loads of messages from people telling me off. There is a lot of reasons why people are very busy, very stressed, not looking up, not coming up for air. And in fact, lots of people just don't have the capacity. They don't have capacity to take on board this. If child's just come out, I mean, goodness, certainly those that have just had children come out of school. I mean, I can't imagine. I don't generally talk to those parents. I mean, I work with lots and lots and lots of home ed parents. I can't imagine somebody talking to me about this massive decision that they're home educating because school was this huge failure and it's hurt their child and all this stuff. And then I go, oh, great idea. By the way, let me just tell you about this bill that's going through Parliament at the moment. It might just totally scupper all your plans. I can't imagine having to have that conversation with families. So there's huge amounts of families that they don't even know it's happening, and in a
Yeah.
way I think if they did, it wouldn't do them any good. And at the moment I think those families need to just get on with what they're doing because they've
Yeah.
got enough. So
Yes.
it is, I think, the families that maybe are the most, it's the most frustrating is the individuals who, as you say, are finding reasons not to. I think if you've got a reason not to engage, that's all good with me. But when people kind of go, oh, I'm not going to go to that protest simply because I've heard there's somebody from this party or I've seen there's that individual going and I won't align myself with them, that I struggle with a tiny bit more because whilst we are all entitled to our values and our ethics and our thing, and that's everybody's business, some things are just worth putting differences aside for a moment, like for an hour. You
Yeah.
don't have to talk to them, you don't have to swap numbers, you don't have to be messmates, but volume speaks. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, like if I was to go on a protest and expect everybody coming with me to agree with everything I agree with, I'd be pretty lonely because, yeah, we've all got stuff we differ on.
Yeah, well, it's like if you want to stand under if you want to go and have a little protest that's only around your concerns and who you agree with and who you don't agree with, it's going to get pretty lonely out there
Yeah.
on your corner with your placard. And so I think that we do need to put differences aside. We really do. Our focus is the children's well-being in schools. Well, that is our focus. Get rid of that. It's not any other issue. It's not. I think we've got to, whatever the other issues are, they don't. This is not about that. We're about getting rid of the bill. Louise says you don't have to stand near them, and that's absolutely true. And I think you can be in that protest. Here I am with my banner about my concern, and there you can highlight your concern. I might not agree with your concern. I will still stand next to you. I might be there for a very different reason, but I will still stand next with you and I will still fight for your right to be allowed to home educate in a way that works for you and your child. I will defend that even if it looks very different to mine, because this comes down to the respecting parents and the role of parents in a child's life and the right of a child to have parents that stick up for them and fight for them and want to do what's right for them. And this is what it's about at the end of the day. And that parent, you know, we all know the different issues that we hear about today. We know all of the divisive, polarizing issues. We know them. I'm not going to name them. But as parents, we need to protect one another and that right to choose how we educate our children in a way that works for them, and we protect them from the things that are hurting them. And we need to recognize that and respect that and fight it for everybody else. I know as a home educator, as I said, my youngest has now gone to university. I know that I would have been fine if I was very, very fortunate. I did not have local authority engagement in the way most people do. I did work with the local authority, but actually not as a I worked to improve relationships with them, and they didn't actually. I never had to provide a report or a response to them, so I was in a very fortunate position. But I know I would have been fine, if there wouldn't have been an issue. But I know for some families that the difference between, in how you represent yourself to the local authorities is very dependent on your local authority and how they read your situation, and so you can be quite vulnerable. And
Yeah.
that is why we have to fight this bill, because this bill strips away the protections that you've had up till now as a parent who might be in a vulnerable situation, children that are vulnerable. And so I'm willing to fight for to protect you, regardless of how you home educate, regardless of your personal views, as long as they're with like not like the ones you should be going to jail for. But I've got to clarify that. But you know what I mean? It's like, I will fight for your right. Michelle will fight for your right. Jen will fight for your right. We want to see you protected because we know what the implications of this is. I just want to actually say while you're on here is that on the YouTube channel, I've been getting some comments there, and apparently, one of our viewers, his kids think we are all YouTube celebrities. So there you go.
Ooh, I like
Uh,
that. I'll take that.
I'm a
for win.
YouTuber, and you.
Yay.
Okay, so he says our MP is fully supportive of the bill and has promised to support us if the unintended consequences come to pass, and that's really useful because that councillor may be able to help mitigate if the local authority are behaving badly, to have that support.
Oh, and it was something I meant to bring up earlier. Councillors is another one we should be contacting because
Yeah.
there are some of the elections for some of the councillors coming up.
Yeah.
So some pressure coming from below may also help our fight. But also, if the bill does get assent, then gets its regulations and exists, your local councillors have a lot of influence in how your local authority interpret whatever ends up in the guidance. So if they're supportive, keep them on board, encourage others to also start getting the councillors on board as well.
Yeah, and one of the other things so if we're looking to the future and we're looking if this gets a royal assent, Michelle, sorry, I don't know if you're trying to have some me time there, but one of the actions that our community can consider is something like a judicial review, highlighting particularly if the bill is disproportionate, unreasonable, it's not being reasonable and proportionate, and that kind of thing. I mean, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
See, that comes more like when we get the regulations, when we get the guidance and things like that.
Yeah.
Depending how they get worded, if it doesn't match up with what the bill is inferred to be, there are options there. If it's disproportionate, as long as we've still got the human rights, then there are things that can be done. But obviously, it's not an exact science, and it really will come down to the exact wording. And sometimes something on paper that looks disproportionate, when you actually try and challenge it, actually it's not as clear cut as we all think it is, because there's words used like you must, you shoulds, you could, you cans that have different weightings, which when you read something as a lay person, it may not immediately show you what the weight is. So earlier I was saying the problem is with the bill, it says must refuse consent. I'd be a lot more comfortable if it said may refuse consent, because the second there's a may, we're allowing the LA even more discretion. Because at the moment, if your LA's policy is it's the best interests of all children to be in school, well then, although in theory it should be case by case because they're only refusing consent if it's not in their best interests, having that must there, if that ends up being your policy, makes it a lot harder. Having a may there allows for much more discretion on the ground. So there are options later, but it really depends on the exact wording, and I've had people before, then they get fixated and then that wording changes, so the bill may not say what that said earlier. And it's there's lots of balancing then, so it would need to get a proper legal opinion at the point we have the other documents available. To do that, it would be too early at this point to categorically say which bits are arguable. There are 4 Casey opinions we've already seen. But even that, in some of those, some of the things that were coming up in there are now been amended in some of these amendments. So some bits like the 15 days reporting was disproportionate, and that had been sort of flagged that, you know, that could be a way to consider. Obviously now that's not there and stuff, so it's too early to say really, but yes, there's those options, but it's better to not have to go down them, but they would be available if it is disproportionate.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we have to take into account, we have to be aware that these bills are not happening in isolation. There are other bills that are being worked on at the same time, like the data use and access bill.
Well, that was quite an interesting one, because I know some of us were saying right early on that the Data Act, when it was a bill, because it's that one started in the House of Lords. I think that one started in the House of Lords because it was like going opposite ways. When that one first came out, a few of us did flag up that would have implications for this bill. And bearing in mind that actually did get royal assent and became an act in the summer, it's only in this most recent amendments this Wednesday it appears anyone noticed that that would have implications for this bill. Although I know if you went on Reclaim Rights for Children's website, you'll see that they noticed it would have implications back in January. But our own government only appeared to notice literally this week, to then make the amendment that showed that act now adjusts certain bits on the data protection bits because it's amended certain things. So you do have to sort of keep an eye on everything else, because it all meshes together, because humans are messy, lives are messy, and law is a rigid framework to try and set something that people can follow.
Yeah, but because we were saying earlier about I think about if we did a judicial review, a JR, we may find, because of some other law change, another bill, another act or whatever, that actually something that we thought we could, like, there's murmurings about changing the Human Rights Act, and we might find actually we don't have those rights anymore. Our right to privacy, our right to family life, and then you can't argue that in a judicial review. So we do need to be aware of all these other bills and all the other little things that are happening in Parliament, because Labour have got a very specific agenda, and they're trying to basically make all of these bills to kind of support that and to promote that agenda. So we do need to be aware, because that's going to have bearing. So we were talking earlier about, I was asking, in terms of home educating families, at the moment, the thing that is working well really is our community. So when the bill offers things like that local authorities must provide support, often what they're providing is nothing more than what our own community can offer. Isn't that right, Jen?
Yeah, I don't think that the local authority are offering much at all really for anything, are they? I mean, we're just not seeing it, and the local communities are stepping up and doing filling in the gaps and providing lots of things that people need. But the government, and I think, to be honest, across the board, the local authority, they rely a lot on alternative provisions and community groups and not-for-profits and involuntary voluntary groups to actually meet a huge amount of needs across all sorts of things, across volunteering, resources, support. It's become, I don't know, maybe the government do know, I don't think knows, they understand quite how reliant the local authority is on people actually meeting needs. One thing I just wanted to say, just going on from the kind of conversation that what Michelle was just saying and what you were saying about kind of different things, is how important it is to actually communicate with your local council and the different services in your local council and local councillors, because and going on from what you said, they don't actually know what's going on. I had a conversation with a number of people at our local authority who really should know some of the implications of this bill. So there's people working in alternative provision, for example, and they had no idea. In fact, I spoke up in a room of 20 people who either ran alternative provisions or were from the local authority in charge of alternative provisions, and none of them had heard of the Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill. None of them knew that they might have the amount of hours they could deliver education as unregistered, as not being a school, could be limited by this bill. They didn't have a Scooby-Doo, and that is insane. You know, that you have people who are over, not only are those alternative provisions thinking, oh, this is great, we have children for like 18 out 16 15 18 hours a week, la 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 la, let's talk about our other problems. And then when I said, you do realize if this bill comes into effect, you might only be able to have those children for 6 hours a week, they they were like, what? Um, and there's been a number of people who work for the local authority, and I asked them to go away and find out about it, and they said, we don't know anything. We've not been told anything. There's nothing coming down. So you may, as somebody watching this broadcast, you may probably know a lot more than people that really should know about this stuff, because this bill isn't just about home education. And I know that's what we're talking about today, but it's not just home education. And a way to defeat it isn't just focusing on the one area, but knowing that actually, yes, all of the implications around data security is huge. We've just had millions of people sign a petition to say they don't want digital ID. This is giving children digital ID by the back door. So, you know, you've got that aspect. You've got the limiting access to a non-school based provision, and for any person who is happily sending their child to mainstream because their child accesses alternative provision for 2 days a week, you're going to be impacted potentially if these changes go through as they stand. Kinship carers, anybody involved in kind of looked after children, there's changes there. There's also a lack of support. So a bill that is being sold as like a flagship children's support bill, whatever, it doesn't even do what it says it will do. So as somebody who maybe just has children, is thinking of having children, and thinks that this bill like makes Britain this amazing place to be raising your child or to have your child looked after or your education, it doesn't. And in fact, it leaves massive holes of support that are needed. We know that our fostering services in crisis looked after children are not, there's nowhere enough support for fostering families. We know that we've got we know that area is actually in crisis right now, and there isn't enough provision, there isn't enough support, and this bill is doing nothing for it.
Yeah.
So if you yes, it's great to rally the home educators. Yes, you need to do that. But if you want this bill stopped, you need to kind of also think about who you can connect with under the other issues. Because if we can put pressure on all angles and all directions and have more people that are standing up against it because they're not happy with this problem or this problem, that's what's going to really help defeat it.
Another thing that's interesting is, with the lack of support that's kind of offered, or let's just say the meaningless support, is that, what is the incentive for parents to engage with their local authority? The incentive is one of fear. The incentive is fear of, being is all these other things that they've mentioned in the bill. So I feel it's really not the way the government should be going. It's like um, it just doesn't sound very much like they have the interests of the people at heart. I'm
No,
not sure. I think they have the interests of the economy at heart.
And I
But
think people get disappointed because I think lots of people do reach out to the local authority going, I'd like some help here. I've had to make this decision. I'm home educating for whatever reason. And they think that their local authority is going to help with this. And then when they go, yeah, yeah, please do come and visit, come and see me. And they just sit there and kind of go, oh, well, it looks like you're doing a good job. And, oh, well, you're not doing enough of this or not, whatever way their LA responds. I a lot that actually want someone to really connect with and talk to them and explain what's going on and support them, and they're met with either a pat on the head and we'll see you in 12 months, or a you're doing something wrong but we're not going to help you fix that, we're just going to give you a school attendance order. There's going to be a lot of disappointment, I think.
I think there's one amendment in this bill. So if we're talking about, how do we find a way forward, there is one amendment that, if it makes it through, I think could be, I mean, we're being optimistic here, but it could be a useful one, and that is an amendment where they require local authorities to hold a forum. If one parent wants a forum, they need to hold a forum with home educating parents. I can't remember the frequency, Michelle, you might remember, but the that is one way at least that parents can use. That would be, if this bill passes, what can we use to our advantage?
Yeah.
What can we make good use of and make sure the local authority practice? And that would be one of them, because then you would have that opportunity, hopefully, to have a meaningful discussion about what's working and what isn't working.
Yeah, and I think what will happen actually is if we do get to that point, there will be a lot of us working quite hard to produce big lists of ways that you can positively use the bill. It will be looking for every single tiny loophole wording that actually goes in the favour or can be pressed, or actually, you know what, they've put this restriction on you, but they've also put this time frame on them, and if they don't meet this, you can push back, you can demand this, you can. So I think I would hope that at that point we'll have a lot of things that we can use in positive ways to make a difference.
Yeah, well, that's. I think your approach is a very positive one, Jen, and I think I do enjoy that proactive, the voice that you bring to the conversation. We've been joined now by Joanna Merritt, or Joe, and she's going to be shedding some more light on. But I want to encourage you, Jen, to stick around if you want to, because this is a conversation. And if you are able to, if you don't have to run off, please stick around and feel free to continue to contribute to the conversation. I know Joe has a bit more limited time, so I do want to make sure she gets to share something. So Joe, some of the things that we've been discussing, the bills, we've been discussing all the new amendments. We've been talking a bit about, what is the future going to look like? What how are we going to deal with that? But I want to kind of make use of some of your skills and your background, and you can give a little intro as well before you get talking. What evidence is there to support a need for this bill? Where's it coming from? What are they basing it on? And are these like reliable sources?
Okay, it's a big question. Quick introduction. I'm a researcher, a doctoral researcher at the University of Exeter. Been researching home education with Exeter since 2017. My work has been able to influence policy, and I've been working with home education communities for about 16 years. So with regards to evidence, there is no evidence that I am aware of across education or safeguarding that currently warrants what's in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill. We actually don't see anything that is proactive or significantly supportive of children's wellbeing or safeguarding in the bill. And this, like other bills going through at the moment, has received heavy criticism from experts in various fields to say that what the bill says it will do is not what it's actually going to do, and that it's completely wrongly named. We don't really see wellbeing appear in the bill at all. And the political narrative that we see around children falling through the gaps and justifications that surround some serious case reviews, like the Sarah Sharif one, are really, I would say, red herrings. They do not relate to what's in the bill. What's in the bill will not prevent children falling through the cracks, which is what we're frequently told. And the work that I've done on serious case reviews, where home education is tagged in those cases, they actually show what just about every review of any serious case review shows, is that the systems fail, not the topic, whether that's home education or something else. We see that it's often system failures. So children who are already known to multiple agencies and professions seeing that family or seeing reports on that family not taking appropriate action. And that within the current powers that exist for safeguarding or home education teams, there's already mechanisms that could have prevented the tragedies in those, for the most part, if people had followed procedures that are already there and used powers that are already there. This bill doesn't add any new powers that will magically save children.
Yeah, so that actually brings me to my next question, which is, will a children not in school register address child protection concerns effectively, and why? What if yes or no, why?
No, on a couple of key points. So no, because in order to truly protect children, those children that are high risk and need intervention, for a social worker, for example, it can be like finding a needle in a haystack. What this bill really presents is an increase, a way of increasing the number of referrals for perceived problems by untrained staff. So local authority home education teams currently do not have suitable training to go in and judge safeguarding. They're not qualified experienced social workers, and they're usually not qualified teachers, nor are they qualified SENCOs. So what this bill actually poses is actually adding more hay to the haystack, which actually makes it harder to find those children who need help and support and resources. So this will not prevent children falling through the cracks. It actually muddies the water, I think, for all of those professionals involved. And if I was a social worker or if I was a home education officer, I actually would be really worried about this bill, because I think it will hinder them being able to do their job, which is to spot children who need support and intervention.
Yeah, and the thing is, even being as somebody who practiced social work before, is that even as a fully trained qualified social worker, it's not always that straightforward, and it's there's a lot about your personality and your own subjective experiences that comes into that as well, on how you assess, and maybe your fear about confronting a situation that you feel is something's going on. If the parent is particularly aggressive and violent, you might back off. You might, it's like how how many other factors are there, and whether you actually report it and you actually pursue protection for that child.
And I think there's actually two sides of the coin here. And I think this is something else that the bill doesn't address. So in terms of local authorities going into family homes, which I know is a big thing that's been talked about within home education, features in the bill. A social worker that is dealing with potential concerns over a safeguarding, actually, they don't visit families once, and they have whole caseloads to go off. And there is also a procedure in place that if you are visiting a family, as you know, Juliet, if a social worker visits a family, there are processes in place, not just training, for when they've visited a family, and to address those biases, to address those potential things that you might project from your own personal experience onto a family or your perception of them. So it's a much bigger process. So to ask local authority officers who, and my research looked at the qualifications asked for in job adverts for local authorities. And the qualifications currently that local authority officers have, putting aside the fact that those same freedom of information requests that went into local authorities also showed that training was limited, if any, and most of them required learning on the job. You can't learn on the job skills that you actually would need to go and visit a family and judge either suitable education or any essential safeguarding concerns. So there's a real mismatch between what they would like to do and the pragmatic reality of training and experience on the ground for those families and those home education officers. So it's really difficult. I think if I was a home education officer, flipping the coin as well, there isn't just issues with a stranger coming into your home who's unqualified, who's going to judge you on things that actually need often a degree and experience to qualify you. But if I was actually a home education officer, I would also be really worried, because if you are normally involved with social care or other families, there's often other indicators that might warn you or have support processes in place if you are about to enter a home that might have domestic abuse, for example, or might have families with substance abuse and a history of violence. If you're a home education officer, you have none of those currently, none of those systems in place. So actually, I think this bill actually poses a threat for the professionals involved in this, because it assumes so much knowledge, experience, and infrastructure which are not there, that I actually would be really angry with this bill if I was a professional working in home education, expecting to do these things untrained and unqualified and unsupported.
Yeah, well, in our local authority at the moment, we have only one home education officer who works flexi hours. I believe they are planning on expanding because of the increase of home educators. But I've been told that she's had to be quite selective in any case about which families she asks for more information from, because she doesn't have enough time. So she's had to learn to be quite discerning about which families seem, everything looks good, and she can hear that the parents are really actively supporting their child through their education and are very engaged in their child's lives, and then being able to discern which ones where she might have some concerns because the parent doesn't give enough information, or the information, you can just hear it's not quite genuine and so on. So she's had to learn some skills around that. And I think the important thing is that the mechanisms still exist for reporting to social services. So as a home education officer, if you feel there are other concerns, then you should be reporting to social services. But now what the issue we have, like with Surrey, where they've been pulled up on some of their really poor interventional skills, is I had a case recently through my work where there was a family that I have some very valid concerns about, and I do have a social work background, so at least I feel I can recognize some of that. But it was fairly obvious. I'm not the only one that had concerns, and we referred them to MASH, and they referred it to early help with a support worker, and the support worker was basically said to the children, "Oh, are you happy? Is everything okay?" Of course, what did the kids say? Yeah, yeah. And they closed it. They said it's not meeting the threshold. When it definitely meets the threshold, and it's just like, so if you're not going to even send somebody that has that ability to judge, then this is why these cases are happening.
And you've really raised an important point, and I think we're already seeing the same issues across healthcare, where we have systems in place now where you have all of your different records from different places amalgamated, and on the surface, sharing information makes sense. But the reality of what this bill does is what we're seeing on a micro level with NHS and medical care at the moment, is that when you expect a team or an individual local home ed officer to have an overload of information. So if they suddenly have access to this register and all the information that they're proposing comes with it, there actually is what we're seeing in the health services. Actually, there's a difficulty in the person who is supposed to be reviewing all of that information often doesn't feel qualified to review the information from different areas. So how is a home education officer supposed to interpret and decide on priority or risks or concerns when they read a doctor's report, or if they see a social care report, if they see a school report? So there's an overload of information, a lack of qualifications and experience, and that adds to the confusion. It actually doesn't help the situation.
It creates more noise. Yeah,
it does create more noise. And I think it also, I think the other thing that we need to touch on is that the bill makes some really, really strong assumptions that need to be challenged. The bill makes assumptions that school is safe and that local authority officers will always act in the best interest of children. Those two things are categorically not true. And it's a really dangerous thing to build the bill on those assumptions. And the other thing that we hear in the political narrative is that there's a risk of children being off the radar and unseen. And I think if we actually break that down, if a child is genuinely unseen and off the radar, they would have to have not been registered at birth, so have no birth certificate. They would not have an NHS number, so not registered with the NHS. They would have never seen a GP, health visitor, dentist, or any other medical professional. They would never see any community services like the library or sports clubs. And they would never be seen in their neighbourhood or by community members. And their parents would never have sought a school, nursery, or childcare. That's just not the case for, I would say, probably nearly everybody in the country. So when you really consider what it means to be unseen, we can see that that's a false narrative. What they're really talking about is professional oversight, then there's also an assumption that the parent isn't a safe place. And we know from the research, statistically, parents and families are generally the safest place for children. And it also, I think, undermines the current state of affairs where the state should step in where the parent fails. Whereas really what the narrative is that you can pull out of this bill is the state should intervene to check if the parent's failing. And we do not have the infrastructure or the systems in place or the manpower to do any of those. And what it will mean in real life for those people involved in home education teams or across services is that you will now end up with an influx of families that are referred with no concerns, no problems, and you will miss more of those children that need your help and need your resources.
Yeah. And I think earlier on in our conversation today, we were talking about Sarah Sharif, and basically what they're saying, is if the dots were joined better, so basically like your consistent identifier with all your information. But to me, this is one of those, I mean, it's the wrong case to use really, because the dots were definitely there and fairly visible for anyone who just scratched the surface ever so slightly. It was there. And having a consistent identifier will still not guarantee that a child gets help that needs help. Plus, you run the risk of a child being harmed through potentially really sensitive information being available to people that shouldn't have it. And unfortunately, we do have some terrible stories of social workers, local authorities, medical professionals who lie, who gaslight, who might take information, say, about a parent's mental health that's on the child's record and use it as a weapon against them. So, we do have those stories. We do have the lived experiences. And honestly, I don't want to slate everybody and paint everybody with the same brush. I really don't. But at the end of the day, these are still individuals who may want to protect their jobs, protect their role, not look bad. Perhaps if they did behave badly and they now have to cover it up. There's a lot of other things that come into play. And we have to think of those potentially bad actors having access to very sensitive information. We have to. But unfortunately, now they've changed, data use and access bill. They've reduced the threshold for data sharing. So the protections for around that are very flimsy. And yeah, so that to me is a big concern, because I know of families where parents are told they can't home educate because they're disabled, or because he had a mental breakdown a year ago. And it's just I think we're going to see so much harm come through this bill, through the genuine cases being missed and others coming under the spotlight and being actually scrutinized to the extent that they fall apart and self-fulfilled prophecy, of the local authority. And instead of really dealing with those who are actually in crisis and want the support and help.
I think, sorry, just butting in.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
that what you kind of got to hope for as well is that before too much of that kind of harm happens, is actually we just see a complete collapse at the local authority level, which is, I think, a lot of what, kind of touching what Joe said, is that they can't do the job they're supposed to do at the moment. There is not enough of them to do the jobs they're doing at the moment. They're not able to do them properly. They didn't with Sarah, they didn't with the elective home education departments. One person flexi time is not going to manage when for a lot of home educators, when that person comes in the door, they are possibly going to want to unload a lot of school trauma on them, and they're going to be sat there for a hell of a lot of time with a cup of tea and a biscuit, and they're not going to be able to do it. Absolutely, they're not going to be able to carry it. You're going to need some incredibly skilled professionals to carry out that job properly. So what we're going to see is all of those people going on the same sick leave that all the current social workers are on, and all the current other workers in the SEND team are on. So yes, we have to remember that there's going to be a huge amount of harm can be created by this bill. We have to remember that so that we fight it. But also for any families who are listening who get scared by that possible harm to their children, we have to remember that the likelihood is there's going to be a lot of systemic collapse possibly before we even get to that. And if it starts, it will hopefully, the cracks will appear quickly, and we will be able to do something about it.
I do feel like we're on the verge of imploding, with all the strain in the various areas and all just the mucking about with things I think parents have had enough. But what we need to see more from the parents who've had enough, like at the rally next Saturday in London, because it's for parents to actually feel that outrage when as a parent, you're being called into question. Everything you do is being called into question, because this bill demonizes parents through its tone. It's very, very much like, good intentions. Because they'll say why they want to do it, but as I say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So it's so superficial. It's not going into the depth. If they really wanted to bring change, effective change, they need to go right into the education system, because that is the heart of it. Because the majority of parents do send their children to school. The majority of parents want to send their children to school, and they want their children to have a positive, happy experience. They want their children to thrive. They might have a lovely idea from their own childhood and having a good time at school. But the reality is that's not the experience of the child, which leads to the child needing to be pulled out for home education for the sanity of the child and the parent. And the parent is desperate to help that child or make sure their needs are met. So, and that only happens after a parent has had several conversations with the school or with the teachers, trying to get to the bottom of what the issues are. So, the thing is, everyone knows that basically until you can get to that, looking at what is going on in the system, what is it with specifically like with our education system that is failing to provide for children's needs. It provides for a very limited spectrum, bit of their needs, which is like the academic and whatever. But in many ways, the way the curriculum is presented and all of that is actually, any benefit from the academic input is like just gone. So unless they really break that down and look at what do we need to be doing to ensure that children in this environment are thriving and doing well. And we see in many primary schools get it right. I mean, a lot of them don't, particularly with special educational needs, but many primary schools have got a very nurturing approach and supportive and so on. There's certainly those that I've come across. There's not the same issues like in secondary. I think in secondary, children are somewhat dehumanized. The numbers are so much bigger. It's more driven. There's more pressure and that kind of thing. So we're seeing a huge amount of children coming out of school once they get to secondary. But I think there is a solution. It just takes a bit of radical change and throwing everything out and maybe starting from scratch, looking at what other countries are doing. Countries that are doing education well, what are they doing? What can we learn from other countries? What can we learn from what parents are telling us? Because we currently don't have a system that addresses the needs of society and the coming needs of society in terms of careers and so on.
I'd be interested to hear from Joe and Michelle's opinion on
Yep.
are we actually though talking? Are they actually interested? Are the government actually interested in education here? Because I firmly believe that there's nothing to do with education, and it's awful lot to do with just
Yeah.
populace control.
Yeah.
And the quickest way to control your population is through your children. And once you have them, then it doesn't take many generations before all of the kind of, Britain has always had that reputation as being quirky and being quite individual and being, yes, we've got the kind of stiff upper lip type thing, but we've also got the very flamboyant and colourful and different and multicultural.
Bonkers,
Slightly
Britain.
bonkers. And it's like, how long will it take for that to be removed from our society once the government has full control of children through mainstream education? How long will it take for the generations to go through before the children who then go on to have children don't know that they can fight back, don't know that they've got a voice, don't know that things can be different? So I'm just interested with Joe and Michelle as to whether they think that is the government completely misguided, or do they think that actually this is to do with more to do with controlling the nation rather than the best educational choices.
I'll let you take that one, Joe.
Okay, very, very practically, I've reviewed the various bits of evidence that have been submitted for various different bits of calls for evidence or committees as relates to the bill. I've seen the open letters that have been submitted against the bill. I've looked at the evidence that has been given, or the justifications that have been given for the bill. And I would stand by these words that the bill goes against and ignores, in a lot of cases, everything that we know about child development, neurodiversity, well-being, and how to ensure children have safe learning environments. And I would say that there is not anything in this bill that demonstrates they have listened to experts in safeguarding or education. And I would say where the evidence does exist, this bill does not align with the evidence and the research that does exist, which leads to the conclusion for me that this is based on political ideology, not evidence. And this is a huge injustice for all parents and children and schools, that because this bill will affect everybody. This bill is not about home education. We have to remember this bill is about all children and all families, and it does a disservice, and it's a completely unjust bill for all families in Britain today.
Well, you've got the things about this, the school fines, attendance coming in there as well.
And actually, what this bill does do is it sets the scene for punishing parents with no ability for addressing discrimination and systematic disadvantage at government and local level. So this really pushes the line from where we imagine parental responsibility, rights and responsibilities, and the role of the state. This bill really shifts that line of power towards the state. And we should all be really worried about that. There's a lot of distractions with America, and they do everything with chainsaws and big hats. But our rights and our civil liberties are being eroded at a faster pace, I would argue, but they are being done through a huge amount of rushed bills and legislation. It isn't just the Children's Wellbeing in Schools bill. If you look at a wide range of other bills, whether it's the assisted suicide bill, whether it's the data use and access bill, there's a whole range of bills going through right now where you are seeing experts speak out and say what this bill says it does, it won't do, and what it says it will help, it won't. And we should all be massively concerned. And the problem with the way things are being done in Britain right now is it's all being done through really complicated legislative language and legalese, which most of us are not able to decode.
No. And it is about power and control. It's not about the government showing that they're responsible and we're going to be responsible and bear the burden for you or anything like that. It's more just, it's punitive.
And it comes back to the assumption that the state is right, the state doesn't make mistakes, and it will act in the best interest of children. And I firmly believe, and in my educated opinion, is that this will be a unprecedented Horizon style scandal that affects all parent and children, like times a factor of 10. It will be massive.
100% agree.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons why you need to be at the protest next Saturday, to just add your presence, because we need lots and lots of bodies there. So that's the protest next Saturday in London. And there are details in comments and so on. If you are watching the live on one of the different, whether it's with the Stop the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill page or the Alliance page or the Home Education Action Group, please add the links in for people who don't know where to find them. So Michelle, have you got anything you want to add to what Joe said?
No, I think it is shifting. But we were saying right near the beginning, it's a shift with regards to how parents are viewed. And the theme, as I've said all day, is it's about, do we trust parents to parent, or have we decided no, parents themselves are not good enough without being supervised? Full stop. We're not and I actually on NetMums ended up in a discussion with someone who was apparently a child protection worker, from what they were saying, and at the end of it, it's like, so basically what you're saying is we need a license to parent. Now this bill doesn't go that far, it's still quite away from that, but they were talking about, yes, but well, and some of the bits have come out of the bill, because at that point we still had individuals in the bill. We've now got that out there, but at that point we still had the individuals in there. And it's like, well, because they might stay with it, they might be with their grandparents, and we don't know if they've got criminal records. And so I was like, what's because there was even the bit of floating the idea of it's equivalent safeguards. It's like, well, it's not equivalent safeguards to those in school, because the parent is the primary safeguard. So yeah, but they should still be able to have everyone have DBS checks. It's like, what, the parent needs a DBS check to look after the child? Well, no, but the grandparents they leave them with, or the auntie, the uncle. What if the boyfriend's moved in and they've got a criminal record? It's like, whoa, now you've gone a whole level further than what the bill says. Which then, if you've got people in those sort of jobs and their viewpoint's already at that, and they've got the ears of other people in positions of power, it gradually goes through that whisper mechanism, and then things slip even further. So this is bad enough as it is, and it is all about, we just are not trusting parents.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate truth that there are a lot of these people out there who, but the thing is, when you follow the argument through to its conclusion, like you did, Michelle, it's the logic does not stand. And a lot of these, I've said that before, with this bill, if somebody is engaging with you and arguing for this bill, take them through to the logical conclusion of where does that which particular aspect they're focusing, where does that end? And you will see that the logic just does not stand up, because certainly it's unworkable if you follow that through, to expect the state to be responsible for every single child, because it is a commonly held belief that you can actually save every single child, and I am really sad to say that you can't. You physically can't.
The other side of it is, by trying that, you actually harm others. So people don't see the fact that it's a seesaw. So what is just a robust, innocent check on one family is just a traumatic experience on another family, because you have a member in that household who struggles with any engagement that's not been properly prepared for, not had lots of time to know how to communicate with the stranger coming into their home. So that trying to save every child just by acting in that manner harms some children, because they need to be engaged with in a completely different way to feel safe in the first place. And so there is not one single way to do this that won't harm others. And if looking for that child that may not exist, that's apparently in the basements or, trapped in some cupboard somewhere, which still this bill won't find, because if actually you are a parent who genuinely manages to not have engaged with any of the services Joe listed earlier, are you really going to stick your child's name on a register? Probably not, because you've managed to not put them on the birth certificate in the first place. So that child that they seem to be mystical, unicorn child they're looking for to save, this register and this bill will not find them, because it requires you as the parent to open and give the information. So all it will do then is penalise the good parents, and intrude into the children's lives of those who are happily getting on with their lives right now. And saving one child but harming thousands, that's not proportionate either.
Well, you also won't find that one child because you're too busy looking at the 1,000.
Yeah.
And I think, I think firstly, to go back to your point about Sarah Sharif, Juliet, there were concerns already raised. They already knew there were issues, and there were significant harms known that had already happened to that child. And the school, actually, give it its due, it had raised those concerns to the appropriate services, and the suitable appropriate services were involved. So the fact that they're arguing whether a unique identifier, which actually just happens, they're looking at the NHS number for that. She already had an NHS number. It would not have saved her to have had a number attached to her file. What would have saved her and others like her is suitable and appropriate action using existing powers. That's it. And I think that then there does need to be some acknowledgement that I think when you break down what they're actually trying to stop, they are trying to stop those children that get trafficked, those children that are genuinely harmed by adults that willfully want to harm them, those children that are intentionally hidden from services. And we know that they are there. We know those children are there. And of course, I think everybody would be in agreement that we want systems that will help find them and put in interventions. This bill doesn't do that. It actually makes it harder for services to do that. What makes it easier is if you have systems in place that allow families to come forward who are home educating, talk about what they're doing, be understood by qualified, experienced people, and have working communication and relationships with those home ed communities. Because the first thing that you often find in children that are being harmed is that they're not engaging in any of those. So a big indicator from, if you look at the way home education works, a big part of home education is community. You go to groups, you meet other families. And in local authorities where they have a relationship with people who run groups in their area, home educators, they can have friendly conversations about families to know which ones might be struggling and need support and which ones are happily getting on with it. And there's also a really crucial difference between families that have a problem and need support and intervention versus families that are the problem. But when you're trying to see everybody, you just won't even get round to them, and that's a big problem, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. And thanks for bringing that up, because I wanted to get to a little bit more of a positive space to talk about, we have this changing landscape, and home educators are probably going to be facing some more challenges if this bill passes. But what can we do to address this changing landscape? And what I want to particularly bring you in for here, Joe, is some of the very positive work that you're doing through the university, which could potentially inform future policy, future laws. So please share some of that with us. I think people would be very interested to hear about that.
Yeah, it's really exciting. So, the University of Exeter have, based on a lot of the research that I've done and showed that others have been doing, have now widened all of their offerings for outreach, and so think visits and different days they can attend, their Exeter Scholars Programme, which is for children with safe from areas of deprivation, or that have these widening participation markers. So all of the offerings that the University of Exeter has for schools is now open to home educators. They put on a bespoke page on their web pages for home educators to support them in applying to university.
I went and had a look. Yeah.
And we've done a lot of work in acknowledging what qualifications that home educators come in with, because we know that it's not standard qualifications the same as school. There might be a mixture, American style SATs, international qualifications. So we've done a list of equivalencies, and we've put in a bespoke role for one of our staff members in the undergraduate team, so that you can have a one-to-one Zoom call to discuss your application. I've got these qualifications. Does it match what you're asking for an entry requirement? So it's really kind of broken down at a granular level how we can support home educating applicants to apply, what information they need that's different to a school applicant. And quite excitingly, I've also been having conversations with UCAS. Might be presenting at their conference. I'm still waiting for confirmation, but will be working now with UCAS to amend their documents for professionals that are working in college to do career advice and UCAS application support, to give them extra information about home educating applicants that have come through college, how they might support, for example, their personal statement, how home education is framed, if they've already got a mix of qualifications before they came to college. So supporting those professionals that might have contact through college settings for home educated children, and also for parents. So if you haven't gone through college and you're going direct to UCAS to do your application, there's going to be working with UCAS to do a parent information pack, so that there's more information for parents supporting their children to do an application who haven't gone through college. So UCAS are really aware of the issues as well for home educated young people. Exeter's been really driving the changes, and we've just really excitingly got a pilot this year to run an exam centre for English and maths, partnered with the local college to support a placement after those GCSEs, and acknowledging that actually you need English and maths to get into the college, but you really don't need all the others, and that we can support you at the moment with free. I think we've done 20 free places this year, with a view to looking at trying to put on more spaces locally. And I've had some really good conversations with colleagues at Manchester University, Anglia Ruskin University, and a few others who also want to copy and follow suit, not just with the widening outreach, but also with exam centres, which we're all aiming to be either free or, at worst case, at cost.
That's fantastic, Jo.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Go ahead, Alice.
So I've also been working with a couple of local authorities to try and bridge that gap with the qualifications issue, and get the local authorities to create exam centres that they control, because they've got lots of premises, there's lots of spaces they can use. And I've had some traction, and I am talking to JCQ imminently about ways of ensuring that those exam centres can be set up in these non-traditional settings, which I think is going to be really important going forward. And then, the secondary conversation will be about the cost implication and whether the local authority can cover the registration cost of the exams as well as everything else. So I think we've got some positive moves lower down the tree, if you will, at GCSE level there. And like you say, hopefully if we can get English and maths, if we can get access, I think we need access to free at the point of taking the exam, English and maths, GCSEs across the board. And I think once we've got that, then we're leveling the playing field somewhat. And those kids can then get into college, those young people can then get into college, and then hopefully through the non-traditional routes as well as the traditional routes, or a combination thereof, they can then go to university should they choose to do so.
I think this is where it exposes that this bill is, the aim of this bill is not to support and is not to actually, because in every consultation, I've always said, if you want home educators to engage with you, offer them something. You catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, because there's no incentive to engage. And, certainly for me, I would have happily made use of exams if the local authority was providing them. So even if I was a parent not known to the local authority, I would then make myself known, because I'm going to benefit from reduced cost on exams. And we have put this to the government several times. It's been mentioned in the House of Commons, I don't know how many times, that this is a bare minimum enabling children to do the exams. Because if you think about it, then they would first of all have statistics on how these children are doing, how they, whether they are actually have learned something and able to do an exam. And the parent then is able to, they then will become aware of children. And I'm not saying, obviously I don't like the strings attachedness of it. I think that goes without saying. But the fact that the government is not even willing to do that as a bare minimum way of offering something back for people to engage.
If I can just say that this is the whole point, is that we have been in communication with them, us as a group, some other people outside of this group, the Alliance as a whole, have been in communication with MPs, Lords, and the government departments concerned. And we have raised our concerns in an evidence-based way. We have answered the consultations. They are not listening. They don't care. They don't care. This is an ideology. It's got nothing to do with what the children need. They're painting it as if it is to do with meeting the needs of children, but it absolutely is not. And the example really is, where is the support for home educated children, for example? Oh, yes, well, they are going to have to offer support. What does that support look like? Well, advice. Yeah, that's not support.
Advice
That's
about
not
home
signposting.
education from someone who doesn't home educate.
Or signposting is the other big
Absolutely.
thing. Signposting
Yeah,
to what?
no, they need material support. Where is the support to make sure that if a child requires an EHCP before they go to college, that they have the support in place from the local authority? Where is the support to get GCSE exams, etc., etc.? Where is the support to get work experience? I could come up with a list this long, at least, of things that are almost free, almost without cost, very, very cheap, that are cheaper than running a children not in school register that actually isn't a children not in school register. It's a register for the children they don't like.
Yeah, but those measures would deal with some of the issues, the so-called issues that they mention. So, Joe, we're addressing this changing landscape. I want to sort of just keep that conversation on the positive at the moment, is what can we do? perhaps I think you and Alison might have some can have that conversation a little bit. Is that what can we do? This bill has got a very good chance of passing, short of a miracle. How can we be proactive in how we deal with the fallout of it?
I think we've had some of these initial conversations, haven't we, Alison? But I think for me, with a policy hat on, I would say that there is strength in community. And what that means is going back to the roots of what home education began as, which was community organisation. If you have a strong local community, and that means you get to know each other, you get to know each other's expertise, because what you find in home education is there is often a broad range of expertise across parents. That collaboration is a huge strength. And if this bill goes through as it is, then there are some key things that I would say are really important and proactive to do. One is use the time now to ensure that your current data is correct. So if you don't know what a subject access request is or a freedom of information request, get yourself familiar. Find out what data is held on you and make sure if it's wrong, you have it removed or corrected. Those
You
things,
and your
that's really
children.
practical.
You
and
and
your
your
children.
children.
Absolutely. And discuss those actions in local groups. So do your templates together, work out agreed dates, have community collaboration with your local group or groups to discuss how you might collectively, like as individuals, but at the same time, send in and find out what data is held on you and if it's correct, if it's not, how to correct it. It's much easier to do it when other people are doing it as well. And then you can have discussions about what's happened with each of you. So that's the first thing I would do.
In addition to that, as a result of that, a side shoot to that, what you can then do in your local group is you can compare and contrast the accuracy. You can then write a report to your MP and your local authority data protection people, and you can say, we have looked at the records that our local authority are holding on our families, and 80% of them have significant errors, for example. Okay. And that is real data that can be used as evidence that they already can't record things accurately. And if they already can't record things accurately, then giving them a whole bigger pile of stuff to record is not going to do any good for anybody. Thank you. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, no, that's true, because which is it East Sussex? Is it which is with the MP? He's collected like 150 examples of local authority mispractice with Send. I'm gonna have to quickly Google it.
I can't remember.
If you Google it, you'll find it. But it really is important that to do it collectively, when you bring it together, whether they all reply late, the local authority replies late because you normally have a time period in which they have to reply to your request, how many errors there are. If you've experienced good or bad practice, it's really important if you can collate those, whether that's your local group on a Monday, that there's 10 of you, or a bigger group on a Wednesday where there's 50 of you. It's really important that you look to do things together and then try and talk to other groups to see how people are getting their information. So then it really is useful to feed it back to MPs, because then they have something concrete to take forward. So yeah, the first thing is check what data is held on you, if it's correct, and do it in groups. The second thing is, if this goes through, there is a period of both a pilot scheme that we're expecting and secondary legislation. So there's 2 more opportunities to help influence things at those stages. And again, it's much easier in groups. So
and it'll be different pieces of secondary legislation. It won't just be one. There's going to be 5, 6, 7 bits of secondary legislation. Yeah.
Yeah. And dealing with that at a local level is really important, because localized differences will mean slightly different things that you're going to push forward when it comes to secondary legislation. So what matters to a group in rural Scotland or in the Midlands might not be the same as what matters down in Devon or in the middle of London. So when it comes to secondary legislation, actively asking to be a consultation stakeholder in part of those processes as groups is really important. And then I would also say now is the time. Obviously, if you're watching this, your chances are you'll be on the action group. But there is a number of groups, national groups online. And I would say the more of those that you are part of, the more discussions you can be taking part in is actually really important learning. So to get political knowledge, to get policy knowledge is actually really useful in this next few months to a year, because those sort of the skills and the language that you learn just by being part of those discussions will really help later on.
Yeah, bear in mind that a lot of this legislation, it's going to take 18 months, 2 years, 3 years to come into effect. So we do have time. And I'm going to talk about something else you can do when Jo gets to, because it's like a chronological thing. Carry on. Sorry.
That's good, good. And then the other thing that I think is really important is keeping evidence. And it can be really hard when you're going through the process if you think that there are mistakes that's been made at local authority level, if you think there's something wrong with secondary legislation. Keeping evidence, and evidence does look different, you know, depending on what we're talking about, but keeping as much evidence as possible becomes really important for when you come to fight it. Even if it's not used at the time of being formed, keeping evidence of, well, we wrote to the MP about this, we wrote to the local authority about this, we asked for this to be changed, we said this was going to be the fallout if you did or didn't do this. Keeping evidence of written communications, both individually and as local groups, is going to be really important later on.
Yeah, keep it as a note chronology as well, because you don't want to have to leaf through your Lever Arch file that's full of every single letter you've ever sent every time. Just make a little note, have a sheet at the front of your Lever. I always say that if you are dealing with Send Child, or you're dealing with the local authority in any way, get yourself a Lever Arch file and just stick every letter, everything in reverse date order on top. And then if you have a sheet at the front of it that basically has that chronology in. So 1st of January, wrote to MP about X. 9th of January, reply from MP acknowledging. 20th of January, appointment with NHS for blah, blah, blah. If you do it like that, then you will be very easily able to write a summary or to talk about your experience. And it will also give you an idea of how long some of these things are taking, because the length of time is one of the biggest issues that they're talking about when it comes to special educational needs right now. So, for example, if you want an autism assessment for your child in Bristol or Norfolk, it's a 4-year waiting list. So these things, those time lengths are also really important, because that is also evidence of a system that is already strained. Giving it more burdens is going to strain it even further.
I'm going to put you all on the spot now, but I think probably through the action group, you could probably disseminate some template letters or some template ways of recording. Okay, just in case anyone's a bit neurospicy and thinking, oh my God, what does that look like? There's probably I'm certainly happy to share some subject access requests, which is where you send a template letter to get your own data. But I think there's probably between the group enough expertise to draw up some templates for people just to start using, either on their own or in groups. It's not as scary as it sounds.
No, it's not. It's not. It's quite a short letter, actually, but it just needs to have the right words in it. Jo, is there anything else that you wanted to say? Because I want to move on to the next bit if you're finished.
I think the only other thing that's useful is, again, I think it has to happen in groups, but when we're looking at secondary legislation, when we're looking at who's qualified, one of the things that home education has historically been really good at, and while I know there is a change in landscape, historically home education has been really good at organising support within its own communities. And I think if home visits, or visits in general, are likely, having people willing to be advocates or witnesses so that you have somebody there supporting you if you have face to face is going to be a really important part of supporting each other as you go forward.
It's massively important to have that advocacy and witness, to be quite honest, because you know, it might well be that your home visit is very benign and nothing ever happens as a result of it that is untoward. But on the other hand, you know, you just need one bad actor, doesn't it, to come in and decide that because you smoke in the house or you've got 5 cats, that therefore you need a social services referral, etc., etc. And I think moving on from that, the thing about working in groups as well is the other thing is if you all send in your SARS on the same day, and there's 450 of them from in your local authority, it's going to be chaos. It'd be great, you know, and carrying on with that, you know, moving forward, we need to as well. We need to keep telling the stories to MPs of how that particular piece of legislation will affect my family because this will happen, that will happen, the other will happen. Or if this legislation had been in place when my child was 10, they would have had to go back to school and blah, 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 blah. Keep up with those stories. And then what we need to do is we need to look at ways that we can push back when the legislation comes in. So much like having the advocacy, if you have a home visit, there are other things that we can do. So if they're asking for details on various things, we want a detailed whatever, you know, in the past, we've done reports with local authorities, for example, that have been asking for minute detail, you know, oh, but you're not telling us what a day works like. So then we've done a resource list, for example, that takes 14 pages that labels the colour of every single pencil in your resources and all of that kind of. There are sort of these civil disobedience type things and civil difficulty type things that we can look forward to doing to make it not worth their while to do this. We need to make this as burdensome as possible for local authorities so that they push back and they say we can't do it.
And also, yeah, I think that's a very valid kind of political pushback process, regardless of what area you're in. And I would add to that to say, don't be afraid to ask questions. So if you have someone who is supposed to be judging your suitable education or a safeguarding concern, you are well within your rights. And I would encourage anybody to be asking the qualification, the role, the jurisdiction of the person who is doing whatever they've been asked to do. Because
what training do you have in autism,
Yeah.
for example? If you've got a home ed visitor coming in and your children are autistic, for example, then go in, then say to them, and what training do you have in autism? And 99 times out of 100, I can guarantee you they may have gone on a 1-day course or a half-day course, and that's it. And you can then say, well, you know, you are going to have to. There's two things of that. There's the judgment that when they don't understand autism and all the interesting things that go along with that. And then there's the other aspect of it, which is that they need to be making reasonable adjustments when they visit your home. And if they are not making reasonable adjustments, for example, is a reasonable adjustment in an autistic household to not visit at all? Yeah. So there's things like that that we can look at as well.
And also just always clarify the criteria that you are being measured against. What are they actually coming to see? You should know what you're being judged or measured against. It shouldn't be a blind test. So who's coming and what qualifies them to come and judge whatever they're supposed to judge, and what are you being judged on for the visit?
For that matter, you could ask, so what is your knowledge of home education? Can you tell me some of the different approaches you've seen and what your view is on them? I don't think there's anything at all wrong with making sure that you have a level playing field, really, that you have are getting somebody that has experience and knowledge.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be aggressive. It's very, you can be very polite. That's not a problem. If I was having an extension done in my back garden, I might need to double check and make sure that the person's got the right qualification to be doing what I've asked them to do.
In fact, it's recommended.
Absolutely. And if someone is coming to judge whether your education is suitable to the needs and ability of your child, they should have an understanding of the needs that your child has. And they, you should also understand what they're coming to look at.
And
And I
I
would,
think also I would advise being super sweet about it actually. Be the very opposite of aggressive.
Mm.
Be really, really, really polite about it. And bear in mind that Michelle and I were talking about this the other day when a ward manager slammed the phone down on me from a hospital because I was being firm. I was not shouting, but she accused me of shouting and being aggressive. People in local authorities now have training on recognizing aggression, and what they do is they over recognize aggression. So you are much better being extremely calm and gentle in your approach, although being, drawing the line in the sand. No, no, I really do. I'm very interested to hear what your qualification in this is or what training you've had, so that I can understand how much you are. I mean, you can do it the other way. You can make it sound like an advantage to them. Can you tell me what training you've had in home education so that I understand how deep a level I have to go when I explain about the education of my children? There are ways around it. You can be really quite clever about it. And then after the fact, you can go in and say, well, she wrote this report, but she did tell me that she'd never had any training. She didn't understand what unschooling looks like, for example.
yeah, I think it's a good point because especially if you frame it in that way of like, can you tell me what home education approaches you've seen? Because, I just want to know to what extent I have to explain the way I'm doing things. I think you can frame it. The last thing you want to do is be confrontational and sort of in your face about it. I think if you in the back of your mind pretend somebody's recording you and it's going to go on social media, and you want to look like the good guy, you want to look like the reasonable one, not the a-hole as they say. So, so
Yes.
so we're not going to be that. We're going to be the nice guy. We're going to be the and kill them with kindness. But I think it's a positive thing ultimately because it may mean that person then goes and does a bit more homework and is better prepared. And the thing is, we know that they definitely don't know our specific child as well. So where we have children who do not want somebody coming into their home, is how are you going to kind of, you could then frame it, when if it gets to the point where you kind of have to have a home visit with under these amendments, is then you could say, well, my child is a bit like this and this and this. Have you ever come across that before? Could you tell me, what your knowledge is of that? Because, you need to understand where I'm coming from. And I think it is just more in the tone or whatever of being helpful and setting them up so that they step forward on their best foot kind of thing, so you're more like you're trying to help them step forward on the best foot. And it
As
won't
the
work with every
advocate,
local authority. Yeah,
as
yeah.
the advocate for your child.
Yes, yes. But also enabling that local authority officer to kind of
Have time to prepare.
recalibrate and kind of,
Yeah.
and have to think about how they want to approach your particular family with your particular circumstances, and that some things may not work. Let me see what other questions we could. So we spoke a little earlier about about the evidence or lack thereof to support a need for this bill. I do want to also debunk some of the other statistics and figures that have been quoted to support a need for this bill. So there's a report that came out was it a year and a half ago about safeguarding concerns in home education. Do you know the one, Alison?
Yeah.
Where
Okay.
they
So
quoted, and
this.
I know you did some work looking at those figures and breaking it down.
So Joe and I tried very hard to get the reports that they had analysed to make this report from.
Can you remember the name of the report, by the way?
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Yeah.
But the point is, in the past, they have used what's called serious case reviews or whatever they're currently calling those things, but they are held in public in the NSPCC library. You can go online, you can read any of those serious case reviews, they are public. The evidence they took from this was from what's called rapid reviews. Now, rapid reviews are the things that happen immediately something happens. So as soon as Sarah Sharif died, there will have been a rapid review very quickly produced, and it's produced in an awful hurry, in days, possibly a couple of weeks, and to sort of try and make sure that if there's a massive big hole in the service that's meant that this has happened, that it gets filled. Now, rapid reviews are not public, but they're also not very reliable because they're produced so quickly. And because they're not public, we can't scrutinise them. So in the past, Joe and I have gone and looked at serious case reviews that have been used as evidence, and we've gone, oh, well, 50% of them that are tagged as home education shouldn't have been tagged as home education at all. So that number's wrong. In this case, and home education is not a contributing factor in every single one of those cases, even though home education is claimed to be something they have to clamp down on always if it's flagged up. So we did try, didn't we, Joe? I know you have to go in a minute, Joe, but we did try and find these rapid reviews, and you even went through university channels to try and get hold of them, didn't you? And it was absolutely impossible. So we can't verify the data at all. We can't verify the data that they put these statistics on. And given how poorly they put reports together in the past and ignored correct data, being very inaccurate, we can't trust this report at all.
No,
Not at all.
The important thing is when we presented our research to the government safeguarding panel, we raised a lot of questions based on what had come up in our research around the mislabeling of cases. So where it was labelled as home education, but actually it was children who were missing education or on local authority EOTAS funding. So wouldn't actually come under the home education legislation. So we raised issues about the mislabeling, about what they actually deemed as being home educated, and also looking at, was there enough information to deem if home education was a feature of the case or a factor in the case. And the rapid reviews are so short, I would question whether there was enough information. So the concern is that because we can't see the cases, they can't be verified, and we can't see the methodology or any acknowledgement of potential bias. So there's a huge amount of issue with this report being unseen and unverifiable, because the people who are doing the review on the rapid reviews don't necessarily have any knowledge or experience of home education, and that poses a big question around the rigor of that evidence. On that note, I'm gonna have to go, but thank you, guys, for all the work you're doing on this, and good luck with the rest of the live.
Thanks for joining us, Joe, and pop in later if you can. Yeah, thank you so much for everything you're doing. So the thing is that what we find is with a report like this is it gets bandied about and used, waved around. It's like, yes, this is why, but it's not been interrogated. It's not been scrutinized. And I think this is a huge issue because I think it doesn't give us right of reply, does it? Well, you're looking for it,
precisely. And yet, I'm looking for it. I can't find it off the top of my head. It doesn't give us any ability to scrutinise it. But on top of that, just to compound that, when Joe and I have approached government with really good statistics, or we have shown them academic research or even more informal research that we've done, they just ignore it. They don't want to look at the evidence that is produced by anybody else. We're back to my favourite subject, Juliet, which is policy-based evidence making. You've got your policy, go create some evidence to justify it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what that report was.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find it as well. I'm not quite sure what I'm searching under. I can't remember the name of it. But I know that one of the things that we did pick up from the figures is that huge. They quoted like numbers of like, I don't know, 29 children or this many children or that many children that all had something like there'd been some concerns. But in one case in particular, those numbers fell over the sort of pandemic period. And so it's like, how many of those children were they possibly was this during lockdown? Was it actually home education? We didn't have that proper information.
There was another aspect of that though. So a lot of the reports they look back at the NSPCC database, their library of these serious case reviews, the reviews are filed by date of publication of the review. They are not filed by date of incident with the child. So when you look at them, so when COVID happened, there were a lot of people sat around not able to do their normal jobs. So some of them got on with catching up with some of the administration. And that's what happened with filing the serious case reviews and stuff. The serious case reviews got filed under the date of filing. A lot of them got filed or finished in 2020. None of the ones that were filed or finished in 2020 pertained to children who harm had come to in 2020. However, because of lazy research and because of this flawed filing system, some bright sparks come along on, oh, there was a rise in safeguarding problems during COVID with home education. And that's not the case at all. Some of them were 5 years old by the time they got filed. So you've got to be really careful when you're looking at evidence. And that's why Joe and I spend hours and hours and hours scrutinizing these things, because, we can spot those issues.
You have to kind of do that work to go and break it down, because it does not stand up under scrutiny.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then what happens is you find other organizations and politicians basing their reports or their comments or whatever on these reports that actually don't stand up under scrutiny. Sometimes they even quote themselves. Am I right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it becomes cyclic. They end up in an echo chamber where they report things. So another example of something that Joe's been working on, certainly, and something that we've scrutinized, we've gone back through the Badman report, the report on home education in 2009. And we have picked out from the report and from Mr. Badman's interviews with the Education Committee many, many untruths and invented statistics and things like that. Can we get that report removed from the House of Commons library? Nope. We have absolute solid evidence that a good chunk of it is made up or is inaccurate or whatever. Can't get it removed from the House of Commons library. And that report is quoted, it's even quoted with regard to setting up this legislation. It's quoted as if it's fact. So once the government's accepted something, even if you go back and you say that's absolute codswallop, it's garbage, they will still continue to use it as evidence when it's actually not evidence, it's just a pack of lies.
And then they also use emotive language such as invisible children, ghost children, that kind of thing. I'm trying to also just have a look and see if I can find this. It's I can't remember the name of it. Is the problem, this report? But I had a good look at it.
Is it the panel review that I've put in the chat?
Oh,
possibly. I know it was quite a.
I've had a look at that. I thought it had a yellow front. It had a yellow cover.
Actually, that's what I mean. I have a memory of a colourful front, but this might be quoting it. It might be referring to it. So, it's just trying to find these documents. It is really worth going and doing the homework, particularly if you want to write to your MP and so on. You want to quote this, you can go and give some of that information, but it's good to question the figures. I can give an example. This is some years ago when the headlines, the headlines always seem to center around whatever issues the government's trying to change, don't they? Whatever they're trying to legislate. And in this case, this was back when sort of radicalization was the buzzword. people being radicalized. And there was an article about some young people who had gone to Afghanistan or something, or somebody, they'd gone to join Al Qaeda or something like that. And it said, I can't remember what the figures were, but they turned the figures around to say this percentage were home educated, which was a tiny percentage compared to the rest of the group, which were all obviously kids who'd gone through school. But they didn't focus on the kids who went through school. They only focused on this percentage, the percentage that had been home educated, that had been radicalized. And it was very telling, because it just sort of showed how you can change, you can manipulate the figures to say whatever you want. You can caress them and stroke them, and we see that a lot, where they reverse them, so that makes it sound like there's a lot, but actually when you scrutinize, you find that if you turn them around, and they're very clever with that, with the graphs and that kind of thing. And we are seeing this more than ever. And some people say, oh well, I'm not really interested in politics, I'm not bothered with politics. And there's a saying that's saying, you might not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. And everything we do as citizens and the things we're involved in, the politics wants to know, because it's functioning how the country runs. So all of these things that we're seeing that they're wanting to bring in is because they want, there's this like move to kind of control what people are doing.
So just looking at this report that Michelle has pulled up, which does have some of the same data in it, most definitely. They looked at all these rapid reviews from a period 21 to 22 and 22 to 23. And there were 8 home educated rapid reviews in 21 to 22 and 14 for the following year. Of those children, now this is where it tallies with the information that with the analysis that Joe and I have done of previous cases. Of those cases, so it goes on about the fact that 24 of the children had no agency involvement at all. 1 was on a child protection plan, 2 were children in need, and 1 was known to the Youth Offending Service. So they're harping on about the 24 no agency involvement. However, you look at the other evidence, previous agency involvement, 23 of them were previously known to children's social care. So that's all but a very small handful were previously known to children's social care. So the families were known to probably be troubled, okay, and had probably been dropped from the system. So these are not children who are unknown to services at all, necessarily. There's only 4 that were not known to any services at all. And of those 4, by the way, I believe one of them was suicide, another one was a undiagnosed eating disorder, things that are nothing to do with parental neglect or anything to do with home education at all. So it's really dodgy data. They'll take the raw numbers.
Yeah, here they mentioned between August 2020 and October 2021, 27 rapid reviews referred to the panel feature children who were educated at home. Now look, what are those dates? August 2020 to October 2021. We still had lockdowns in that period as well. Things were very up and down and confusing. And they say this represented 5.8% of the total number of rapid reviews. So 5.8 is the percentage that were home educated. So the other 94 point whatever percent were children that were not home educated, in other words. Am I right? Would that be a correct assessment?
Yeah. Can I just also point out that their numbers are 8 plus 14. I get that to be 22. Yeah? 8 plus 14 is 22, right? And then you go further down and it talks about 24 children.
Yeah.
Are the rapid reviews just on one child? Are they on more than one child? That doesn't add up, does it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's so dodgy. So dodgy.
I will share this document, the link to this document in some of the chats here, because if people want to go and look, just as an example, You go and have a look at the figures that they quote, and you see if you can break them down and make sense of them. So they even sort of say, you know, it is a bit of a muddle, really, the whole thing, because it's like they're not quite sure what they're wanting to actually say anyway. So details of the children involved. I'm on page 14, Alison. I don't know what page you're on.
Okay.
And then 15, where it says details of the children involved. The 27, so there
Okay.
were 27 incidents involving 41 school-age children. So 6 children died, 35 been seriously harmed. And then it breaks that down into demographics. And then they identify the nature of the harm. But as Alison said, you know, they try and analyze that. So 3 children completed suicide. 1 child undiagnosed eating disorder, 1 child from undiagnosed leukemia. I mean, one could answer that maybe if they weren't seeing doctors and the doctors would have diagnosed leukemia, but we know that that can also not be true because it gets missed by medical professionals as well. There's 1 violent death, but it doesn't say whether that was a parent or maybe another young person or outside a pub. It doesn't say. And then there were other kinds of harms, but we don't know. There's not really conclusive, you know, proper information to kind of understand the circumstances in which these children presented, the nuances of it. But also this, I think these numbers it was over a few years, and this is only home educated children. It's not looking at the vast majority of children who are not home educated who also came to harm. And it's not highlighting those percentages at all.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that if we were to map that out into the general child population, it wouldn't be very much different. You know,
Yeah.
the proportions would be roughly similar.
Yeah, yeah. It does. It says only
and because they've not done that, you can't say that those children were at more risk. Yeah.
Yeah. It
Sorry.
talks about 4 children not known to services. So all of them would be known, social care, or in children in need or subject child protection plan was 23 of them. 2 were previously known to early help. 4 were known to sort of universal services such as GP and so on. 4 were not known, which is actually quite a small number. And it's not to say, like, I do not want to diminish harm that has happened to children by no means, but I'm just feel that it's not a level playing field, really, because they're not doing this with the school population. So yeah, it's
But again, it doesn't add up. They were saying there's 41. Sorry, I've got a bit of a delay, so sometimes I don't know that you're talking. I do apologise. They're saying this is about 41 children, and it says previous agency involvement, including children not known to any services. 23 plus 2 plus 4 plus 4 doesn't add up to 41.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
The math is not mathing.
It's not. It really isn't.
Maybe that's why they're obsessed with these invisible children, because they're when they've gone to count them, there's not as many as they've written in the document.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we know is that they need, or the argument for invisible children is like they assume the children are out there, they just haven't seen them yet. Anyway, we've now been joined by Randall. Welcome, Randall. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. You're muted.
I didn't think I was muted. Thought I'd unclicked it.
I think I set it up to automatically mute just because we may have conversations going on and so on. So,
right.
Anyway, so we've been having a good talk today. So Randall, like me, is a veteran home-ed parent with children grown up now, and still doing his bit for the home-ed community, being a real watchdog looking out for things that we should be concerned about. And he's done this for many, many years. And we are very appreciative of everything Randall has done over the years. So what we've been talking about so far today, Randall, we had a rundown of the most offending amendments. And we had a look at those. We talked about whether we felt the bill offers actual solutions. You know, the evidence, is there evidence to support the bill? What can we do to address the potential changes? We looked at the home ed community, how that's changing as well. And, you know, whether the register would address child protection concerns. So you've just come in where we've been discussing some of these reports where they massage the figures or conveniently leave out details about the statistics and the data that would give context and a bit more information. So we've been looking at that.
I think you were struggling to remember what the latest report was called.
Well, we found a link to some of the information, but Alice and I were looking for the one that was a bit colourful. Right.
Well, there was one published in May 2024 by the local Safeguarding Practice Review.
That sounds right.
Called Safeguarding Children in Active Home Education.
Okay, that sounds
and
right.
That was a recycling of the earlier one, which I think you were talking about, the one that came out, the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel annual report in 2021, which was the one that first brought all that stuff out. So if you'd like me to put the links to both those in the chat, I can do.
You can. I can pop them under the... So I think the thing that we were trying to highlight there is that some of the information in these, that we don't have context. So we don't know the specifics of the situation. We do not know if these children were actually properly home educated. In the case of those that were possibly home educated during the pandemic, were they genuine home educate? We don't know the details because they don't give that context. And
I think in the past, Joe and Alison have said that the tagging system is useless. So things that get tagged as home education, maybe the child was actually being bullied or involved in gangs in school, and the parents took them out to protect them, and yet
50%. And in general, 50% of those tagged home education in the NSPCC library are incorrectly tagged and are not, and there has been no home education at any point in that child's life.
Yeah.
50%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, this is just a public narrative. Somebody mentioned the Badman report not that long ago. The Badman report still being quoted. Why? Because it suits the narrative. And there's a narrative coming that home education is not good for children. What is good for children is state indoctrination. And that's why they want them all in school. And as we know, we don't have to go far to look at the way that children's lives are messed up. Many children's lives are messed up by the atmosphere in school and things. But the narrative, and it's not just in this country. Alison and Juliet, you've got contacts in Europe and elsewhere. The narrative is also much wider. We saw last year, September was it, the UNESCO report into homeschooling, as they called it.
Mm-hmm.
That is your best outline of what the narrative is about. It is about this whole thing that children need to be in school so they are being taught the values that higher authorities want them taught. And yet, look at the numbers of people who are leaving school because their needs are not being met, they're not being respected, and so on. So it's a big battle, but I really hope that parents will grab hold of the fact this is a fight for their parenthood. their role
Yes.
as parents.
Yes,
I think it is.
absolutely.
I think it's terrible what's going on.
Yeah. So,
And
so what would you say are some of the narratives? What are the things that you've heard said, Randall, that's informing politicians and so on?
I think very recently, and I'm trying to remember the context, I haven't got it at my fingertips. Bridget Phillipson made a statement, and she basically said it was actually on something that was posted on the Action Group, one of her Facebook posts, I think. And if you read it down, is we invite parents and teachers and others to join us in, I'll use the phrase co-parenting. The children born in any nation belong to the state, and parents are partners in educating them, but it's all got to be under direction of the state. And that was Phillipson's own words. I can look it up for you. I actually
But they're
copied
not
it.
interested in changing the poo nappies, are they?
Well, they don't want to do it because they want children potty trained by the time they go to school. Let's be thankful for something.
Yeah, if we're going to indoctrinate them, let them at least be potty trained first.
Yeah, well, we don't mind teaching them to brush their teeth. Now, here's something else that came up in Wales. I think it was about 12 months ago. The Children's Commissioner for Wales published a report on school on school meals. And right in the introduction, she quotes the United Nations Charter on the Rights of the Child, UNCRC, which is some initials everybody ought to remember. And the phrase that hit me, behind every article, there is what are called general comments. And these are how the UNESCO and the UN want people to interpret these things, which say one thing on the cover, but when you read these things behind, they can say very different things. And this will tell you where the idea of breakfast clubs is coming from. Because the Children's Commissioner for Wales quoted one bit where it said, and the wording in this general comment is abhorrent to me, it says, school feeding is desirable. The desire is that schools feed them. Now, the ironic thing was the Children's Commissioner for Wales report basically said, we're feeding them rubbish. Right? The meals in Wales are not up to the standard. And Bridget Phillipson, I remember one of the union's heads saying the funding the government are giving to schools for the breakfast clubs would buy half of Greg's sausage roll. Now, this type of thing, it is a philosophy that parents do not teach their children, do not feed their children, and so on. Well, and that the state can do it much better. But the thing is, the state can't do it better.
No.
But the philosophy that people like the children's commissioners in England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and it's a slightly different name, but it's the same role in Scotland, are picking up when they all meet together. There's a European convention or grouping of children's ombudspersons, and they go off to these European meetings, and probably there's a world one as well. They go off to them, they have all these wonderful ideas, they read the back, the hidden text behind things like the UNCRC. It's not hidden, it's just lawyers' language, and nobody ever reads it. The public don't get them read to them. They go off and they read them, and they come away with all these big ideas. So you get the Children's Commissioner for England, when the government's being slow at implementing it, saying, what we need is a unique identifier for every child. That will solve all the problems. has to say it just enough times for the government to say the Children's Commissioner is calling for it, we'd better do it. And it's not that there's any children in this country saying to the Children's Commissioner, you know, my life would be a lot better if you had a single unique identifier for me. It would make my life more simple. You know, they're not doing it. It's like the Scottish Named Person scheme that got squashed. How many children wrote to the Scottish equivalent or to the Scottish government saying, I need a named person in school to keep me safe. I need a named person to look after my life and to know more about me than my parents.
Yeah. And they persist with this. They persist with this because you find it in the language in so many things where I think there is an attempt to sort of try and just sneak it through into people's consciousness so that they don't reject it the next time around. I wanted to, there was a point you made, oh gosh, my brain, to do with the consistent identifier as well, which we were talking about, you know, how that actually can make children more vulnerable in some instances. It can make families more vulnerable if you have the sharing of information.
And there's a really good video produced by, it's only about 5 minutes. It's on the HE Byte and probably other websites by now, produced by Southampton University, on how data 3 or 4 years ago was being amalgamated on families and how it can then result in a red flag. And even if the family's issues get resolved, the red flag is there always.
Yep.
And, you know, I liked what Simon Squibb said to the on the ITV interview recently. He said, look, I was badly treated at school. School didn't work for me. I don't want that following me through life. Yep. Now, this, it has been said that, you know, the things that are tagged with the national health number, which is what they're trying to use as the consistent identifier, Baroness Smith said, I think it was in the second reading of the committee stage of the bill in the Lords, she said, of course, the information will follow them for life. Now, this isn't going to be good.
You know, so we've got the government proposing sort of the digital ID, you know, for everyone. And obviously, most sort of thinking adults are objecting to it because we're recognizing the control it would give. And so, to my mind, my concern about the consistent identifier for children is they would be assigned that at birth, and you would have a generation then growing up with having this number, and then would end up having it as adults by default.
Well, it's worse than that. There's been some talk in the press since the beginning of the year about a digital ID for babies. Nobody picked up that in June, Wes Streeting, the health secretary, announced that within so many years, every child's DNA would be mapped at birth.
Cord blood. They're doing it through cord blood, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who by the state? Who would keep the records? The state. And so what happens to that? I don't know. But
what are the
whatever we think of whatever we think of the present government, and there's different opinions, let's face it, no government can guarantee that the next government will be well intended in their actions towards citizens. You know, there was an advert that you may have picked up. They're now expanding the MMR vaccination to MMRV to cover chickenpox.
And that's memo of the week that they're all parroting at the moment.
Right. Now, at least one radio report on, I think one minister said, you know, this will keep children healthy and they'll be able to go to school, and parents will be able to keep in work and not have to take time off. They aren't wanted to vaccinate children for the good of the children. They wanted to vaccinate children to get more GDPR for the economy. That is why Bridget Phillipson says feeding children at school will save parents. I forget what it was, so many £100, and I was scratching my head
a year,
thinking, how on earth is breakfast, not having to provide your children that, a breakfast 5 mornings a week, going to save you that much money? Then the penny drops. It's what you don't have to pay on childcare.
Yeah.
So, it is this, we want to bring up your children in our likeness, how we want. And for me, the only thing that's going to stop things like this consistent identifier, the registers and things, is if enough parents say, not on my watch. You're not doing it to my children. You're not getting their DNA. My children. Look at the consistent identifier. They're doing it so there is no right for parents to say, I do not want my child to have this number.
Mm.
Now, that is what the named person scheme fell down on. When it lost in the Supreme Court, it fell because there was no way for parents to opt out of it. And so it is now a voluntary scheme. It's not told people it's voluntary. When, health visitors will go along and just assume that you're in on it, but it is voluntary. And in the consistent identifier, there is no voluntary about it.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Just I want to share a little something about that sort of affects me personally or my family, is that my son and his wife have recently had a baby. And don't ask me how I know this, but I do know. From their very first visit for a midwife's visit for a check, they ended up on a system that's designed for children in school, even though they don't have a child that's in school. And so their names are added on the system. The child wasn't even born yet. And this is the kind of thing this is why we were talking earlier with Joe about subject access requests and finding out what information is being held on you from your local authority, because you do not know who is just not actually asking if you consent to your information being shared.
Yeah.
And just putting it on a system somewhere. And it's not appropriate, but it's not questioned. And so we do need to be more responsible for our information and more responsible for protecting our personal rights and responsibilities and our information. Not because there's anything to hide, but it's to protect our information, because let's face it, we're hearing regular stories of data leaks, information being lost, people getting letters about children that are not theirs, and that kind of thing. So I'm actually half hoping with this all the push for the digital ID and the consistent identifier, I'm half hoping we see a data breach of such huge proportions that they have to scrap the whole thing.
That would be wonderful, but
yeah.
I think they'll say, well, the ICO won't find us because they've already set the pattern with the DFE that there's no point in finding the DFE because it just puts money back in. It takes money with one hand out to the government's coffers and throws it back in.
Yes, well, it's basically
so
they're paying fines without taxes.
Yeah, there is no way to hold the government to account unless you can actually change the law so that any official, any high-ranking official who's a data breach happens on their watch, suffers for it.
Yeah. And it can't just be about the ICO, because to be honest, to me, that's just window dressing. But yeah, I think it would be really helpful right now to have something big happen like that, that is totally embarrassing for the government, and scuppers these plans. But anyway, we can but hope. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Or fight. We can hope or fight or both.
So part of those narratives is about how parents can't be trusted, as well. We've got, I just want to go back to the school meals thing. It's interesting how they started out with this great big free breakfast clubs. And we know that there was a cost to that, where schools had to close down their very functional breakfast clubs. And schools were having to make up the shortfall financially, because what the government was giving them for those free breakfast clubs did not begin to cover the costs of the staff and that kind of thing, who had to actually be there for it. So that's been quite a big deal. And then the latest, the more recently, they were, oh, well, now we're partnering with this or that supermarket. But of course, that's not sustainable necessarily. The supermarket, I don't know how sustainable it is for supermarkets to donate masses of food to so many schools in their city and not feel the pinch after a while. So, the thing, I don't feel that's a sustainable model. So if the government is dependent on that scheme for it to work, that's also makes it very questionable. But let's talk a little bit about parents and the parent blaming, the fact that you're making out that parents are not responsible. Let's talk a little bit about those narratives.
Well, let's stitch the two together, because just going back to breakfast clubs, last year I was having a conversation with a group of people, and amongst them were two people we know. Mum and dad both come from Eastern Germany. They were brought up in Eastern Germany. And when they heard about the breakfast clubs, they basically said, that's communism. In Germany, all parents had to do was get their children to school in the morning and give them a bed to sleep in at night. Everything else was done by the state. School feeding is desirable. That was their
Not
reaction.
in all areas of Germany. That's certain states. At Randall, that's not places like Bavaria. In fact, a lot of schools and stuff like that, you are expected to provide breakfast for your child to take in as a packed breakfast. So
Right, no.
They take in a packed breakfast and then you come home for lunch.
This is when these people were young, right? It was when they were young, when it wasn't now.
Certain states again.
Was.
Yeah.
Right.
Certain
Eastern
states
Germany.
again. Yeah.
Eastern Germany.
Oh yeah.
They are from that era of Eastern Germany, right? That's when their childhood was.
And
the
other aspect of Eastern Germany, of course, is that women were expected to go to work really early on when the children were quite little as well. So they would chuck them in horrific nurseries from very early doors. Yeah.
Okay. So now let's bring this to Juliet's question of parent carer blame, as Luke, I forget his surname, Professor Luke Clements from Leeds University invented that phrase with a group called Cereba that looks after children. I think with some disabilities, and they were experiencing it. The narrative behind this, because it ties in with the school feeding is desirable, is because there is a mindset amongst those in government levels that they are capable and that most people are incapable. And so basically, parents cannot feed their children, the state must do it. Parents cannot teach their children to brush their teeth, the state must do it. If there's a problem, the first thing we must investigate is the parent not doing it right? That is the first thing you must investigate, because the parent belongs to the incapable class because they are not like us, they're not capable. And I think if you look at wider society, you will see there is an arrogance of the ruling classes, political classes, whatever you want to call them, that we know how to sort things out. It's other people who are causing the trouble. And on that front, this is the underlying narrative. Parents aren't capable of teaching their children. That's what that is the thing. I mean, I can understand why the little old lady in the supermarket says to her mum, can you teach them all they want to know? Right? But that is where the narrative is coming from. The parent isn't capable of doing the right thing by their children. And this mindset is now spread through every government service that deals with children and families.
And the thing is what if you, when that person is a teacher that's home educating their child, that's when it gets interesting.
Well, yes, it does. But you have to remember, example, when we went to the protest in Birmingham last March, my wife had a conversation with one of the ladies who was stood a bit of a distance away. She approached her, and this woman was a school teacher and could not believe that any child would be abused in school in any shape or form. And she honestly believed it. She wasn't just, oh no, that would never happen, meaning I know it does, but I'm not. She honestly believed it. And this mindset gets into people that we have the professionals, we have been trained. We know how to do it. Now, we know that's a fallacy, but that is how they get into it. But these people haven't been trained.
Yeah.
And that is one of the spin-offs of the whole education system of the last 200 years or so.
But we also have the other side of a slightly different view of that, which is coming from like Humanists UK, where they're saying parents, the beliefs they hold, we don't want that. We don't want that passed on to the children. We can't trust the parents to not bring their own views into how they raise their children.
Well, I wouldn't say it's an alternative, because it actually goes right back to the founding of UNESCO. Because if you look at some of the documentation there and some of the people involved, you discover that a guy who called Brock Chisholm, who was the first Director General of an organization everybody's heard of now, the World Health Organization. There's a very famous quote by him that says, unless we break the bond or free children from their parents, we'll end up with the next generation being exactly like we are.
And then you've got Bridget Phillipson talking about what does she say? She says breaking the link between background and success. There's very similar.
Breaking their background, freeing children from their background.
Oh dear, we must be terrible parents.
And as Alison's just put in our chat on Zoom, the guy who was the first Director General of UNESCO, Julian Huxley, of a very famous British family, also became the first chairman of Humanist, what is now Humanist UK. Back then it was the British Humanist Association. And so the humanist cause has been very much on board with we want to get children away from the beliefs of their parents to what they see as a neutral position, but it cannot be, because humanism isn't neutral. It is a philosophy. It is a belief system. And I don't mind if the state said we would teach children facts and skills, that's fine. But right from the birth of the UNCRC, the United Nations said they wanted to teach all children their values. And that is down. And if anybody's got anybody in any of their family in school today, they'll be learning, the children will be learning about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are all the values of the United Nations. Now, I firmly believe that we can all have different values, but it is the responsibility of parents to teach their children what they think are the best values to see them through life as responsible adults. And every parent should be saying, now, what values do I want to pass on my children so they are equipped for adulthood? But the UN and others, UNESCO, Humanist UK, all say, no, we can't have you teaching them your values. We want to teach them our values.
But they're so much better.
Well, yeah, just no, I better not say. Just
but
look
it means that they're also targeting. They heavily target sort of religious families who are following a religion as well, which is it's.
Well,
I think if parents start to really question and look at what some of these things are about, so we know that the Humanists UK have been around or been behind many of the pushes against home education from the Parliament, and have advised and so on, and so this should be concerning for all home educators, regardless of whether you're from religious background or not, because you may hold other values, but whatever they are, they're not very happy about it.
Well, there's one simple rule of thumb, Juliet, that everybody needs to take out, which is why I think there is something good about the majority of home educators who are concerned. That rule of thumb is this: if one family loses the right to choose how their children are educated and the values that they pass on to their children, all families will lose it. And
absolutely,
my own convictions help me in saying I have got to fight even for those parents whose values are different to mine.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got to fight for that.
Yes.
Because their values, if they lose the right to teach their values, I will lose the right to teach my values. And
yes. And we spoke about this a bit earlier, where we were saying how, like, we understand, we were talking about the protest that's happening next week and how some people don't want to stand next to this person or that person because they believe this different or that different. And I was saying that, I will fight for the right of any parent to choose how their children are being educated. I mean, obviously there's some cases where you would use your common sense, but for the right of parents to have that choice over how their children are educated and what they're being taught, regardless of background, because that does impact every one of us, and we have to stand for each other. We just have to, because there is that saying about how they came for this group and I didn't do anything, and they came for that group and I didn't do anything, and then they come. Yeah, and then they came for me, and there's, if we don't stand up for each other, they eventually are coming for you. And even if you think you are a home educator with nothing to hide and nothing to worry about, unfortunately, the politics of this, they are interested in you regardless. So we do need to be watching all of these things, and we do need to be fighting against them. And I'm going to just talk again about next week's protest in London. I will highlight it again before we finish today, but we have this big protest planned. Please go and get the information on it. I have shared links also to the protest in the comments, and if others can share it as well, if it's not there already. We are also having a fundraiser so we can really make this a very, very impactful protest, because unfortunately this is the only way we have, the only vehicle we have left to us. We have been extremely good about writing to MPs, writing to Lords, speaking to whoever we can, setting up meetings. We've had quite a few protests. We've written songs. We've done all sorts. We've tried whatever we can. We've had books written. And we really have done as much as what we can with our limited capacity as parents and, just ordinary people who are not paid to do this. We're doing it in our spare time. So this next Saturday is our last chance to really give it everything. And I'm asking people, please, whatever you're doing, if you can, as long as it's not, if you're already planning going to the protest, keep your plans. But if you're doing anything else, rethink your plans and try and get to London for the protest, so that you can really have your voice heard. Whatever angle of the bill that you dislike, you can. It's against the bill. It's not just for home educators, it's for anyone who's opposed to the bill. And we were having a conversation a little earlier on, and it just reminded me of the story. So there's a lady by the name of Joy Baker who was a home educator in the 50s and 60s, and she wrote a book called Children in Chancery. You can now find this book on Amazon, by the way. It is back in print. Please go and read it if you are a British home educator. It is kind of really key to home education. But the local authority, in her case, she had tried to deal with them, and she tried to let them know she is, she's making sure children receiving an education. But in her case, the local authority didn't like that. And so they went to her house one night while she was out. Children were with somebody that was watching them, and basically got into the house through the windows, removed the children, took them to a children's home, because she didn't want to send her children to school, basically. And fortunately, she was able to get her children back, but there's this huge trauma that this caused on the children that they've never forgotten. And those children are now adults, in their 70s and around that age. But they experienced a huge trauma because of this. And sometimes people can be well-meaning. Government can be well-meaning. Local authority can be well-meaning. It does not mean that they don't cause harm to people in that well-meaning. And I think that this bill is a perfect example where it is totally misguided. It's based, the whole premise for it is wrong. The narratives informing it are wrong. The evidence that they claim supports it is not there. So we do need to protest this and get our voices out as much as possible. And the other reason why we need this protest to be big is for media attention. That's what we want. And we don't get media attention if we're just a small motley bunch of people. Okay. So
and the reason the media attention's important is because it literally is House of Lords report stage starts the 14th. It starts next week. Our protest is on the 17th. Their second day of sitting for the report stage is the 19th. So if we can get that media over the weekend so that all of those Sunday papers cover our protest from Saturday, that will be in their heads as they're there with the report stage, literally discussing this bill and the amendments. So that's why we're really pushing it, because the date is actually quite critical with regards to if we can manage to get that attention. Because if we can get that attention, we can focus people's minds. And that's what we need to do now.
And not to forget, we're not sure when the children not in school section will be being debated, but the third sitting is on the Thursday, I think, of that week. And that is the most likely point when it will be debated. So this date, even though we all expected the bill to be finished in the Lords before the end of the year, when this date was agreed, it's turned out to be wonderfully timed. So that is why we need it. But have you also mentioned the fact that there's a supportive event in Edinburgh next Saturday?
Yeah, we mentioned it on the live last night, but in Scotland, there's another event which is in sympathy with us outside the Parliament there, Holyrood, or whatever. What is that? How
It's
you pronounce
outside
it?
of Holyrood on the Saturday. I think it's starting about 2 o'clock. I'm not quite sure.
1:30 till 3:30, I think.
1:30 till
but
3.
we have got the advert on the page under our London event. We have got the Holyrood event there as well.
Good.
Yes.
Well, please tell your people, anybody you know in Scotland, to turn up there. And if you're in Scotland, you turn up, do say hello, because I'm going north from where I live up to Edinburgh. I'm going to trust you've got enough numbers there, but I volunteered to go and give them an English voice up there as they're actually supporting us. So that will be good. There was something else I was going to say from what you were talking about there. Oh yeah, there is something about the timing of the bill and Smith's amendments, which I know you've talked about, but it is relevant because those clauses that she's bringing in will have to be debated when the bill goes back to the House of Commons. And so it does actually give you reason to say to your MP, this is important. These have been brought in right at the end when you in the Commons haven't been able to debate them. And this is our concern. So it's actually a very good opportunity.
And they've actually helped us with that one. So with you who had MPs who went, well, did that nothing to hide, if you're a good home educator line, literally point to the pilot that they've put in there. So now before you can home educate, they're planning on piloting these mandatory meetings and where the child must be present. And point out they haven't said, that it makes a difference whether the child's 5 or 14 or whether the child needs to leave school for trauma based, because that really goes against that narrative of, well, if you're a good home educator, you haven't got to worry. But it's like, well, if we're a good home educator, what's this then? What's this specific section about? Because why would your child need to be present if it's just about you saying, actually, no, I'm sure I do want to home educate. Thank you very much. The child wouldn't need to be present for that, for you to just say, no, the school's not off-rolled me. It's all good. It's all my decision. So there's some helpful bits in this where if your MP wouldn't listen before, they might now listen when you literally just point, hang on, they've upped the ante. And the other bit is moving that bit about where your child lives to right at the beginning of the process. So child becomes compulsory school age within 15 days. There's the potential of a home visit. That again, there's something about your home that sort of it's just a new line. So if your MP was like, because a lot of MPs I do know did say, but that's right at the school attendance order. So if you're a good home educator doing what you're meant to do, you'll never get to that. Well, they've moved it right forward now. Now you don't have to do something wrong. You don't need the LA to be suspicious. Just putting you on the register means they can consider coming to your home to have a look. Obviously, you can refuse, but if you refuse, they have to factor it in.
It's under threat of the preliminary notice.
Yeah.
Well, it is now, you cannot now give informed voluntary consent to a home visit because it is now, there is a coercive nature to the wording that they're putting in there, saying if you refuse, it becomes negative. And personally, I think as home educators, this is the area where we will be able to engage with those who are least interested in home education. Many of the peers will say, hang on, this is wrong. And I think many MPs, so if your MP has got some civil liberty leaning, but not supportive of the bill, but not against the bill as it was when it was in the Commons, take this back to them and say, now just because I want to home educate my child, they are giving themselves the right to take into account whether or not I will let them visit my home. And that isn't relevant. That is not what, if the police want to come into my home without an invite, they have got to get authority from a judge, from a warrant. We are giving a low grade of public employee a right to penalise parents for saying you cannot cross my doorstep. And I think that will go down with MPs. And I want to encourage people, engage with your MPs on this one. Get into them, say this, because it will have to go back. And the more debate that happens in Parliament, the better it will be. We don't know when the session's ending. The parliamentary session is ending. Government bills can jump it, but my feeling is they want to get this bill through by the end of March. So if there's more debate demanded, it's a bit harder there. But again, if you get more MPs speaking up about it, that will give more traction when it has then to come back to the Lords. So all is not dead, lost in it, but we need to fight for it. So it is that area. It is very important that we use the next few weeks to get this message across. So, yeah, if you're fed up of writing to your MP, use these amendments as your next reason for doing so and say, this takes it much further. As Michelle has said, it is now only if you say, I want to educate my child at home, that this will
triggers this, yeah.
A visit.
Yeah, we may need to come up with a template letter as well to help families just to know exactly how. I think it might be time for that again. But it is very, very worrying. People are right to be concerned, but galvanize that energy into coming to the protest. If you can't come to the protest, please donate to the fundraiser to help us make it more visible and more vocal, because we need a highly visible, highly vocal protest with as many people as possible. So let's just go back to some of our other things that we wanted to talk about. Let me have a little look. Is there anything, Randall, that we can do to change the narrative and encourage a more common sense approach? Alison, if you want to chime in on this as well, or Michelle, perhaps let's just talk a little bit. How can we help to foster a more common sense approach, particularly in our local areas with our local authorities, to try and avoid this being as bad as it could be?
I've banged on this for ages, but I say no point in talking to your local authority staff, but do get to know your councillors and raise it with them. Do speak to your councillor. They are more like ordinary people than MPs. Not all of them. Some of them are using a ladder to climb higher up in politics. Others are doing the job because nobody else will, and they just want their community to stick together. So you'll have to dig them out. You'll have to find for them, but tell them. Back in 2018, Shropshire, where we live, after I saw that home educating parents were getting a lot of hassle after a long-standing person had left, and the new regime that had come in was much more authoritarian and doorstepping people. It took us 18 months to 2 years, but we went to our local councillor and we said, this isn't good enough. She arranged for us to meet with the two chairmen of two relevant committees, and we had to repeat that exercise because they had a change of jobs within the council. But actually, they, instead of scoring 1 out of 10 for their education policy, they didn't tell us they'd updated it, but when it finally came out, it scored in my mind about 9 out of 10. It was a significant improvement. So don't just deal with the staff, talk to your local councillors. And the other thing is, they are members of political parties, whichever one it is, and their voice gets heard within the party movement. So do that. And if you've got time, or you might not have time to offer to become a councillor, it'd be great if some of the people who are a bit older and coming to the end of their own education journey did. But the other thing you can do, I know a family, they caused a rather amount of disturbance because council meetings are public and the subgroups are. So like the education committee is a public meeting and members of the public can turn up. Take your family, take a bunch of families down to these meetings, sit there. They'll think, what's going on here? You usually get, there is technically a time for public questions. Sometimes you got to put them up. You don't have to use it any first time. I'd say go down and just sit there.
Take your popcorn.
Well, I don't know whether they'll have popcorn in the room. Go down there and make your presence felt. Somebody will come and talk to you. Why are you here? I've just brought my children for some education to show them what local democracy is like. Engage with them, get to know them, stir up their interests. And we've got to do that. But you've also got to say what happens with all this goes through. Are you going to just say, oh, well, that's fine, I'll just do what they want now? Or is the future of your children so important to you that you'll say, no, I'm not going to do it? That's a big discussion. We're not going there, but I'm putting the flag up because it is the ultimate way of resistance.
Yes.
And it may come to that. I hope it doesn't for anybody. But there are families now that have been fighting the data protection thing and have been having hard times because of it. And, people need to say, how valuable is it? So I think there are opportunities because of these amendments, but we do have to be more thinking outside the box, and it's going to take more time.
Yeah, because one of the positive things is the requirement to have a forum, to offer a forum for parents that the local authority would have to engage. And I think that could be a positive thing for helping to shape things in your local area. I also wanted to address home education groups. So I'm hoping that we have some admins of home ed groups on Facebook or whatever groups you're in, whether it's on Telegraph or WhatsApp. If you're an administrator of a group that is affected by this bill, not just home educators, please can you consider, you need to be aware of what the bill says. Particularly people on your group are asking for advice because you're going to be the one they're going to come to for advice. Now picture this bill passing with requirements at preliminary notice stage to have a home visit, and if you're part of the pilot scheme, that you have to have a meeting with the school. Think about it a little bit of how are you going to advise your members? What's your approach going to be? How are you going to help and support them to not sign away all their rights? Just how are you going to protect them? How are you going to advise them? I think it's just really, really important that if you are in that position where you are advising families in the respect of any aspect of this bill, you need to consider your approach and how you're going to make people aware of what's happening and give them good advice. So that is just as important, because as home educators, we spoke earlier on a little bit about malicious non-compliance, as they call it. Are there ways that as home educators we can express and protest the measures of this bill through making life a little harder for the local authority, or actually finding little ways in which we are complying but not complying, those sorts of things. Let's have a think about it, because this bill is fundamentally changing the very nature of the relationship between parents and the state, and we need to consider how we express that in a way that won't get us into big trouble, but will make life a little difficult for those who have to implement it. So, Randall, your approach, talking to councillors, I think that is going to be key, because ultimately local authorities can still have their own policy. They can also have their own, I know my local authority, they're not particularly concerned with wanting to do more work than what they're doing at the moment because their workload is enough. And I kind of expect that we may not see a huge change in our area, but with the requirements of this bill, that your local authority home education officer may not have a choice in terms of what information they have to feed back up the line.
Yeah, but can I just add that? Get to know your local council up front will be helpful, because councillors leave decisions about what type of information to feed back up the line to their staff. The staff are influenced by the training courses they go on, the stuff they read, and everything like that. Now, if you've got if you've built a relationship with your local councillor and their staff is giving you earache, you can talk to them. You can talk to your councillor rather than to their manager, or going through and say, look, this person is being out of line, right? And I'm asking you to help. Now, not all the councillors will, but if you get one or two who will, and I admit we were fortunate. We knew our local councillor before we raised home education with her. She had the contacts for us, but when we did, she carried it through, and she carried it on for 18 months, which was really, really good. So in that sense, that contact can sometimes, because actually the councillors employ the staff. It is that way round. The staff are employed by the council, and they are accountable to the councillors.
Yeah, I think my concern is the bill will be the bill. So whatever passes is that they may not necessarily be out of line. They may be acting in compliance with the new act, as it would be. And so
everything in law is open to interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm asking, is like, what are ways that we can maybe help make things easier for ourselves in our areas?
But it may be, if you've got a team leader or something in the home education department who is particularly obnoxious, a counsellor may be able to rein them in.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking of, is because if we can get the counsellor to see reason and help bring in some balance in our local authorities, I think that would be valuable. Is there anything we can do? We have touched on this already, I guess, so to change the trajectory of this bill. So we've spoken about the protests, we've spoken about writing to MPs. Are there any other actions that we can encourage people to take to try and change the trajectory?
One of the big bits is talking about it. And if we remember, things like a lot of the mainstream newspapers also have letter pages, letter to the editors. So people could write a letter to the editor, pick a point from this, and focus just on one point, pick a point out the whole bill. There's lots of them in there, and focus on that one point, and stick some letters in the editor. Because if we end up like people are opening the Metro, opening some of the Standards, opening some of the Times as a letter page, so opening those ones and the letters are in there, people quite often, when they skim the paper, if they haven't got much time, they do tend to stop on the letters because they're quite short, quick and easy to read. And at the moment, we just need to get people knowing about it. The amount of times recently when I've spoken to people who are school governors and I've mentioned the bill and they've never heard of it. And then they've gone back to their schools to talk to teachers and been shocked that the teachers, because they've gone back to say, why didn't you mention it to us? And they've been like, what are you on about? I didn't know anything about it. So we're there's like this information vacuum at the moment. Although this bill will literally change the landscape for every child, The people who are dealing with children don't know about it. It also changed the landscape for how education settings integrate information with social care, health, and police, and their level of safeguarding. They're already frustrated at the moment that they ring up for a safeguarding referral and get told, doesn't meet our threshold. So, can you pick it up, please? Doesn't meet our threshold. Well, they'll get even more doesn't meet our threshold, because it'll be like, yeah, okay, what are we all jointly going to do about it then now? Because now you're part of the circle. So there's lots of things in there that can be picked up. So the important bit is talking about it, getting other people to talk about it, because the more people talking about it, the noise gets too big and then they have to listen. But at the moment, just too many people still don't know it exists.
I've got another suggestion as well, because I've noticed of late a lot of these newspapers go and find their stories on Reddit or NetMums and these places. So I'm going to suggest that if you are one of these people who likes Reddit or is on NetMums, perhaps go and talk about it there, raise it up there. The new measures the new amendments which are particularly pernicious. Talk about it there, because perhaps that will get picked up by one of the lazy newspapers that can't be bothered coming up with its own stories. And then Michelle, you also suggested, so when we have the protest next week, another way that people can engage if they can't attend in person, you said was the My Story. Do you want to talk a little bit about that as an option?
Oh yeah, no. So if you look at a few of the different media options, they have options for, like, if people want to send in a photo and a little story. And I know the BBC one, I think, is called My Story, and I know ITVX have one as well. And a lot of the newspapers have a little bit for putting in a relevant now story. So obviously at the protest, we will be uploading photos, there will be live streams, there will be images coming up. Nick one of those images and then send in a quick story with it of you would have been at the protest and you would have been there for this reason. And hopefully we'll start to get the stories all uploading and the voice will get out there.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping we will get a lot of people next week, just to get that presence that captures the attention of the media. So I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Alison. I mean, obviously we want to have conversations with anyone. So we've spoken about having conversations with councillors, writing to your MPs, and those usual things, attending the protest next week. You can use your Twitter, you can use your Facebook, you can use it, promote awareness. And with the protest that we're having next week, we also really would appreciate if people can share that on their social media and help it gain traction. I have seen it's now been shared by quite a few influencers and other large groups, because it's not only about home education, it's about the bill in general. So
I think what we were saying last night is we do need people to spread the word, hammering the local groups, the bigger groups, the smaller groups, with information about the rally on Saturday and any other links that are relevant. I've recently been banned from a group, by the way, for speaking every day about the bill, so that was fun. Like it's not important. Like I think I was told it just takes over the news, and I'm like,
it should.
You still want to home educate this time next year?
Yeah, it should be taking
So
over
other people
our
need
news
to
headlines as home educators, because this bill is very much targeting us, and wanting to put children on a register.
The other bit is, if you can't attend, you can print out the graphic post, which I said you can, feel free to print them out and go and put them through people's letterboxes and see if people will just pick it up and come.
Yeah, because it is so important. And if you can't actually physically be at the protest, you can donate to the fundraiser, but you can also try and replace yourself with somebody else and get them to come along. So Randall, I just wanted to, what are some things we can offer, as like if we're writing to an MP, say for instance now we're going to go to ping pong after the report stage, and there will still be MPs and so on making suggestions and changes. Could we offer like alternatives and say, actually, perhaps this would work better, or, what can we have a chat about that as some common sense? Because obviously, the thing's not going to go away, and safeguarding is like seen as the most important thing. So how do we handle that?
Well, I think, it's often said when you're looking for a needle in a haystack, the last thing you want is a bigger haystack, right? With safeguarding, right? What happens if you build a whole haystack of needles?
Yeah.
And this mentality that every family needs supervising is actually creating every family to be a needle, every child.
Yeah. And it's extremely damaging.
So I think the most effective thing you can say in that way, which is constructive, is not give in to the safeguarding narrative. It's a construct. It's a construct that says this is our excuse for getting into your home. We have to say the more needles you have in your pile, it is only the ones which are in real, it's the ones that are in difficult situations that will get missed. The ones that need support will get missed. And that to me is the only constructive way. Because they've invented this safeguarding. Look, children not in school, when that whole concept came out, it was because there were children who were in hospital, in youth detention centres, so they were called hostels in those days, probably, and places like that. And Alison will tell us the Department for Education, whatever it was called back then, said this will not apply to home educators. It was because the local authorities were failing children who needed their help. And they brought in a law to say to councils, you're failing, do something about it. And what's happened? That's been turned around. The real turnaround came in about 2018, and it's suddenly become a weapon to use against home educators. Your children are not in school. Yeah, they don't need to be in school. They're not registered at school. Oh, yes, but they're still our responsibility. That is the big lie. The big lie.
Can I just say, I read a social services report yesterday, just yesterday, where the social worker had written in it, the child is at risk because they are not in education, and then in the next sentence said they are home educated. And this is the mentality, is that they don't consider home education to be in education. The people who are making these decisions about the lives of our children think that home education is dangerous, it's risky, that we're all mad if we do it, because we should be following the line, towing the line, making sure that everybody has the same experience. I don't want a homogenized society. I don't know about anybody else. Variety is the spice of life. And they are still every day making these decisions. How much worse is it going to get with this bill?
Yeah. Well, it isn't
Sorry
just
to interrupt.
it's the mindset. And for me, if we try and accommodate their mindset, we will lose. Right? If you're trying to play a game of football and somebody comes and said, you have to play rugby from now on, but it's rugby where I've written the rules, you won't be able to play football. And if they've written the rules, you will be all at a mess. So you just can't do it. And if we give in to this, it is the local authority's responsibility to safeguard my children at all times, then you will lose. And I would say, don't even waste your time on it. The real issue is this. The whole talk about safeguarding came in after about things like tragedies like Baby Pete and others. And it was to say, when a parent asks the local authority to do something for their children, the local authority has to safeguard them while they are in their care. So if you took your child to a school, the people at the school, has been sanctioned by the local authority, should be safeguarding them, not letting them wandering off across the road. Now it's gone to stupid sides where you have these seals on hinges so little children can't get the doors trapped, their fingers trapped in the doors and things. But it was worse than that. People, because of human nature, it's really hard work to safeguard every child in a 30 class, in class of 30. But that was the intention of safeguarding. Now it's been extended and extended to say now the state has to proactively safeguard every child, which is an impossibility.
It is. And
Nobody can do that, even if they know about them all.
And it's a heavy burden to place on your individual local authority officers, to be fair.
I know. Well, it's very strange, isn't it? You know, let's look at some of the famous cases. Let's go back. Let's not talk about the most recent one. Let's go back to Kyrishak, one I know well. That was Ed Balls. Oh, this woman was this child was home educated. That's the thing. The new Children's Commissioner, Maggie Atkinson, I was in the room when she was being interviewed for the job by the Education Committee. What's your thoughts on home education? They said, I only need mention one name, Kyrishak, right? And Kyrishak was an 8-year-old from Birmingham who was starved to death. Her siblings were being starved, but they were at school. Some of them were at school, not all of them, some of them were at school, and the schools were noticing, but nobody was doing something. The headmistress of the school was concerned about the family, rang up social services, even back then in 2008 or something, got told, oh, well, it's all right, no problems type thing. And, you know, she even visited the family herself and so on. But when the serious case review came out, they had to say, of course, it wouldn't have been as bad if she wasn't home educated, but the real newspaper headlines was she was failed by Birmingham social services. Now, I do not know which members of staff lost their jobs because of that. I don't know if any did or if some did. I suspect that the people at the top of the pyramids of the management structure probably didn't. And you can't do it. You cannot put this burden on people. They can't afford the staff to look after every child instead of their parents. They just can't afford it. And if we try and solve that problem for them, we will end up losing out because we'll get stuck in the mud with them. We have to say to them, you are trying to do something which is impossible. And, you know, that for me is my feeling. We have to be very careful here, because if they say, well, we've got this problem, how would you solve it? I say, well, I wouldn't have the problem in the first place because you cannot solve it. So, yeah, I don't think when it comes to the safeguarding issue, we can say the best thing for safeguarding is that when you see a family struggling, you offer to help. When you see a family that's coping, you will leave them alone. That would be my simple message. And there are plenty of families who are coping. Maybe hard work. They may appreciate a little bit of support, but to say that families normally fail is a problem. Baroness Hale, in the famous Scottish named person judgment, said as far as possible, when she made the statement about the first thing a totalitarian government does is try and put itself between parents and their children, she ended up to go on and say, as far as possible, families must be left to bring up their children in their own way without interference from the state. And
well, you cannot actually protect every single child, no matter how hard you try. It's just not possible.
no,
You know, you cannot be everywhere all the time, and you know, even the people that work for you are not going to be always doing their job either. You know, so um, it is quite a challenge. So yeah, I think we need to look at ways that we can. I think your approach, Randall, is right, where you basically, you know, don't even try and you know, don't even try and engage with the nonsense of the narrative.
no,
Just
the narrative is
yeah,
nonsense.
yeah, yeah. And as I've said earlier today, is that when you follow each argument through to its logical conclusion, it falls down.
Yeah.
Because the logic does not follow through. Okay, so what are some of the other things we can chat about? We've got just under about another 45 minutes to talk about things. We've covered almost all the questions I put out for us to cover.
I'm going to have to go in a minute.
I understand. Anything you really, really want to say, Randall?
I just want to give you the proper quote that I have quoted.
Yes, please go ahead and give this quote. Yes.
The first thing a totalitarian regimes tries to do is to get at the children, to distance them from the subversive, varied influences of their families, and indoctrinate them in the ruler's view of the world. Within limits, families must be left to bring up their children in their own way. If that becomes the motto, I'll put it in the chat so you can paste it wherever you want.
I was about to say, Randall, if someone watching, can you do us a Canva link or a post link with Lady Hale's quote in, so then everyone can sort of get it sharing across social media really quickly? That would be fantastic. Because I think if we can do that alongside the bill, it might help focus people's minds, particularly with them adding that bit in about requesting to see see where a child lives.
Was this Baroness Hale or Lady Hale?
Lady Hale.
Lady Hale.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lady Hale.
Some of us have a T-shirt with that quote on.
I know someone attended a conference with me and they had that T-shirt across them.
I think that's a real valid point. We have to get that one going. You know.
Yeah, I think if someone can do us a nice graphic, that'd be amazing. I'm just have no time, literally none. If someone could do us a nice graphic, that'd be fantastic. And if we can get that buzzing around, because it's really, really relevant to this point of seeing where a child lives. Well, hang on a second. Who's looking after the parent here? There's no concerns, no concerns, and you don't even think it appears as a concern. Just going to look at where a child lives for the sake of it is well over that line.
Yeah, well, one of our parents that's watching has said that her son was bullied to the point that he wanted to die in school. So how was he safeguarded? And that is the very issues that they are totally sweeping these cases under the carpet, and like everything's okay, nothing going on here. You know, just look at the home educators because there's nothing happening here. You know, it really makes my blood boil, to be honest. The gaslighting and the scapegoating and all of that and the discrimination. So yeah, anyone want to take up that challenge and create a nice graphic there for Michelle? That would be really good because that's something to share. But we also know
I'm just trying to find you the actual reference to the
that might be helpful. That might be helpful. Yeah. I think the thing is that we also have to recognize that there's no such thing really as a perfect parent. You could call people different types of parent, like a good parent, a very good parent, a not so good parent, slightly inadequate parent, chaotic parent, maybe. But we come in all shapes and sizes. We're not perfect, but when it comes to our children, I know most of us are just trying to do the best we can. And often, as I've said before, the child is still better off than they were in school, even if as a parent you may have a slightly wobbly parenting style. It does not mean that the child is worse off. And I think there's that assumption that school somehow is going to meet the needs of every child as a basis is really where we should where we have to worry about, because it's a fake argument. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Let me just add this link here to the quote I've posted over there.
Yeah. So that would be
something else.
I,
So
I think, you know, we just mustn't play their game with them.
no. And we really do need to stand tall, because home education is amazing and a positive option for families all over the world. It is a popular and a really successful option for so many children. So, you know, we need to keep going on about that and keep promoting the positives. Jen Hodge on her website, Doing Education Differently. Young people who have already finished home education, they can go, young and not so young, doesn't matter. You can go and upload on the alumni page a little bit about yourself and what you're doing today. If you were home educated, there's also opportunities to share your stories, school stories, and also children's, whatever children want to say about their lives. There's an opportunity to share that there, and it's a valuable resource for pointing MPs to. So
Right. I'm going to say
head off
goodbye
now?
at this
Yeah.
point. All right.
Thank you
And
for joining
enjoy
us,
what's
Randall.
left of the afternoon, and
Yeah.
have a good time in London. I'll have a good time in Edinburgh.
Wonderful.
Bye.
Bye, Randall. Take care. Okay, so I'm going to now need to edit Baroness Hale here. So let's look at some of the positives. Let's finish on a positive note and talk about some of the good things that we see around home education, and how it is impacting children today. We've tuned out there. It's been a long afternoon. I've had to, if anyone looks carefully at the video, you'll see me just starting to nod off a couple of times. So my apologies. I had too much of a late night last night and then had to get up early this morning. Anyway, you can have a laugh about it.
At the moment, we can still do the full range of styles of home education. There are no concerns about that.
Yes.
At the moment, home education is still primacy of the parent, and it is still, as a family wants to run the home education, as long as the child is receiving full-time efficient suitable education to them, which means it can be quite joyous, and it can be silly early mornings or silly late nights, or it can be matching school hours, depending on what your family is. But the beauty is you can see the joy in your child as they develop the skills that they want to develop. And actually, you can see them heading on the way to their longer term plan. And I think,
long may that last, Michelle. I'm hoping that we don't.
That's what I'm hoping.
They try and clamp down even more on that and restrict people to more schooly type curriculum.
Well, that's the thing. If they try that with my household, I'll be enjoying some time going through the SAO process, because, well, the thing is, I'm probably going to be on the SAO process from the start, because there's no way we're letting anyone in our house, and that's because my child doesn't like anyone coming in the house. So at the point the register appears, if it's still as it's drafted now, if I'm still on the home education journey at that point, which I'm sure I will be, yeah, I will be enjoying preliminary notices, etc., because I'm definitely a family that cannot let someone into the home.
Yeah, I think
at the request of my child.
But I think we really have to impress on anyone we talk to. So whether it's our local authority or ministers or councillors, you know, and so on, MPs, how what they would consider an unconventional education is actually a really good education. And I do love Sir Ken Robinson's videos about things like this. They still hold all these years later. because he highlights, how the education system is actually not suited for so many children. I think it's also worth, I find the conversation, if you're talking to an MP or a council or whatever, and they do not understand why you'd want to home educate, it's often good to take them back a little bit through their own school experience, ask them some questions about their personal school experience, because a lot of people see the negatives of that, but they've never thought about it because it's just the thing everyone did. Everybody went to school, so they've never thought about it any further. And if you can pull out for them some of the experiences that they had and draw sort of parallels of, so as a parent, you don't want your child to feel that way growing up, feeling that way about themselves. And so, that's why you're home educated. You will find, normally you can find, you've got to look for those little points where you can meet them where they're at and bring them a little bit more round to your way of thinking. Ask them lots of questions about their own background, their own education, and their own experiences of the school system. Some of them the SEND system, because we know that some have had issues with things like dyslexia and so on in school. So we need to find ways where they could see, if it was them in that position, say for instance they decide to home educate and this bill passed, it just kind of help them to find their way into our shoes.
Yeah.
That can be quite helpful. But
And I think that's also quite helpful with the consistent identifier bits as well, because there are people who got really good grades but may have been excluded from school earlier on. And the problem with the consistent identifier and sharing all this data, whereas at the moment you can limit what you disclose,
yeah,
you won't have that opportunity. And then some people won't see past the person you grow out of, because it's completely normal as a child to go through developmental stages, rebel at different points. Some children get caught rebelling, some children don't. But just because you were caught rebelling and it gets recorded, because as long as you record something, it's a good thing. Your outcome at the end should be what's being looked at. So you may end up with a really, really good outcome, but then because this recording now records all those bits beforehand, you may lose out on job opportunities, uni opportunities, just because we have a record now where you're not allowed to grow up.
yeah. I think, I do feel so sorry for younger people today and what they're going to have to deal with if all of this stuff goes through. Like I grew up with, I mean, when I grew up living in South Africa, we didn't even have television when I was younger. And then of course, technology only came around a bit later on, and I'm so thankful that I didn't have that. I can imagine if there were a few videos of me as a young person and some of the things I got up to, I would find that very embarrassing now, perhaps. So, although I was quite a good girl, but still, there's some things that you do that are silly and embarrassing, and thank goodness there was nobody there to record it. But you sort of feel like if all of these things are going to be recorded within an inch of of their lives, it's like, I don't know. I feel sorry for young people growing up to them.
Yeah,
So
no, I absolutely do as well, because although I did have some horrendous experiences as a teenager, I also had some really amazing experiences that if things were recorded the way they are now, I wouldn't be who I am now, because I wouldn't have been able to enjoy those experiences in the moment, but realize as an adult, oh my days, what was I doing? But that's part of what makes me, and we're actually limiting how people can grow, because we're actually
exactly,
already saying, just narrowing them, and then narrowing them and saying, well, we're going to record you to within inches of that, and we don't even need your consent before we share this information around. Which is the other bit, is you don't even necessarily know who's getting told about what you were doing, when you were doing it, who with, why, etc. It's just exists.
it's kind of cringy actually that to me it's kind of cringy that people want to know all this stuff about you. There's no space for you to have that. We all need our privacy, don't we?
Yeah, and it was looked into before, because there was a big thing a few years ago about when they were looking at the youth figures and the disproportionate amount of criminal records for teenagers in the care system. Because the thing is, if you're in a care home, a family home, as a family foster home as they call them, where they family group homes, if you hit a wall or broke something, there was a period of time where they had to report it as criminal damage. Whereas if you were actually in your parental home, you'd be pretty unlucky if your parents chose to report you to the police for criminal damage. You'd probably have chores for years or consequences, but they wouldn't involve a criminal record because no one would go and report it officially. Whereas because you just happen to be in the system, they needed the insurance to pay to fix the thing. So the default then is it gets reported because they need the crime reference number to get the insurance to pay to fix the thing that you broke in anger and frustration because you needed support to understand your situation. And we don't seem to have learnt from that, because we realised from that, it's like, we need to actually try and encourage people to have proper family situations as opposed to do a false family situation, because this isn't fair. But now we've almost forgotten that and gone, oh no, we'll just record everything. Doesn't matter. We'll just record everything and ensure it, and share it.
Well, Alison, I know you've got thoughts on the recording of things, where when what we find often in these the local authorities and so on is that they will record the things, but it doesn't mean that action's actually being taken or anything is being done about it. There's the box ticking nature of, so a lot of the requirements of this bill will be required that somebody ticks a box, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will actually protect the children.
So back again to the series case reviews that Joe and I looked over in some detail. A lot of them, there was a lot of recording of issues, and we can look at Sarah Sharif's case. It's a case in point. Lots of meetings, lots of talking. They looked at her before she was even born. They had a child protection meeting about the unborn child, and said that she was at risk. So lots of talking and lots of recording and no action whatsoever. And it is a feature. It is a feature of social services intervention. Lots of talking, lots of meetings and no action. It's a bit like the support issue, lots of talking, lots of recording, no actual support, no material support, etc.
Just I can say I did it. I can say I offered it, but that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, signposting, a piece of advice that's useless, whatever, is not. I gave a talk to my local library this morning about neurodiversity, and one of the examples I used was eating issues in autistic children, and the number of times I've heard, oh well, just offer them lots of different food. If they're hungry, they'll eat. And we will have a lot of this. We'll have a lot of meetings, a lot of people sitting around the table, sucking through their teeth, going, well, no, it's not good enough. I mean, how many times do we hear of social services coming round to a child's home and they will say, you are neglecting your child. That's it. Nothing else. You are neglecting your child. No pointers as to what to do, no practical help as to what to do, no understand, no teaching about nutrition, no teaching about how to do housework. I went into somebody's house many, many years ago. She was an investigation by social services, and they said that she just didn't have the skills to run a domestic environment. And I looked up, and the curtains were held onto the curtain rail by safety pins, because nobody had ever told her what a curtain hook was. Now, that would have been simple. If I'd been the social worker, I might have even gone out and bought a packet of curtain hooks, showed her how to put them in the curtains and said, this is how you hang your curtains up. It's the tiny things that don't get done where you could make a world of difference, you know?
Yeah.
But they won't. They'll just sit around and record things, and there'll be piles and piles and piles of useless information, half of it inaccurate, and nobody will get on and do anything.
Well, I think, the thing is that I do feel we have a problem in this country at the moment where there are some people who are parents now, but they were perhaps never properly parented by their parents. So in terms of knowing how to run a home or how to prepare food from scratch,
Yeah.
how to help your own children,
Mhm.
how to potty train or any of these things. You've never done it before, and your parents never showed you. Perhaps you had a dysfunctional home yourself, and that didn't happen. And what you're talking about, just simple life skills, which really
Mhm.
doesn't take a lot. That if I don't mind the idea of their, what they call their best start, whatever hubs, which is meant to be like the sure start hubs. Why not name it the same thing? I don't know. But anyway, I think that is it about empowering the parents. It's a very positive thing. If it is going to empower the parents, but if it's just a matter of, okay, I'm just going to see you and look at you, and if you look okay to me, moving on next, um, and I'll just record that I saw you. That's not helpful, and I think we need a very different approach in terms of that support, of genuine support, because I do believe parents are the bedrock of society, because we are responsible for raising the future generation and for passing on information, for passing on and advancing values and that kind of thing. And I believe that the state, by trying to take more power away from parents, I believe they're actually going to just make that situation worse. So they're not empowering parents, they're not trying to make parents take more responsibility for their children, which is where we need to go, the direction we need to go. So where parents take more responsibility for their children, I mean. But they're going in the opposite direction. And, it is very concerning, because we do have a lot of young people that do not have adequate life skills. They keep telling the schools to teach it, and that's not where it should be happening. It should be happening in the home, in my opinion. Yeah, so that's very worrying. So anyway, Joe, since you've joined us back again, thank you very much. Nice to see you again. We want to end on a more positive note, and we've kind of covered almost everything we wanted to talk about. So, is there anything you feel we haven't covered? Any of you that we should just bring up? Have we been that comprehensive? I'll go and have a look at the comments, see if anyone's got questions for us. Actually, please ask. I am mainly looking at the event comments. I'm not really able to go to all the different places where this is streaming.
Where are we streaming, so I can just quickly
So we're
check
streaming
it?
on your Stop the Schools Bill page. We're streaming on the
Yep, I've been replying when I see
Yeah.
them on my page.
Yeah, we're streaming on the action group, which I haven't seen many comments when I've gone to look. And we're streaming on the Alliance page and on YouTube, the Alliance event page. Yeah, so, I think if anyone's got questions, go for it. Put them in the chat. We'll try and pick it up. But I think we do need to be thinking more proactively. We need more research, don't we, Joe? Perhaps let's just talk a little bit about maybe getting people to consider how they can help offer more research to help us in the future.
Yeah, I can speak to that point directly, actually. So we'll have a soft launch coming at the end of January for a new research centre, headed up by myself and a small group of others. That will be the Centre for Elective Home Education Research. It will focus on collating and collecting a repository of research as it relates directly to home education, and in the hope that we can kind of address the gap the knowledge gap that sits within policy and wider areas. And a lot of what you hear when you do research in home education and you engage with other agencies and institutions is that there's not a lot of research. Research doesn't exist or is hard to find. So to address that, with developing the research centre, compiled huge lists of research and currently trying to categorize that to make it easier for people to find it. And that will be launched. That'll be launched soon. And part of that, part of the ethos of the centre is a no research about us without us. So we will be looking for the community to come on board in different aspects to support the research centre. And one of the things that we're really keen to do is the research that has been done on home educating communities is we want to liaise with those communities. One, to support co-creation of research that's relevant and meaningful to different communities within home education, rather than it being research or institution led. And we also want families to come forward to review the research that's been done by us or others that's already existing. So we'll provide you with the material where it's open source. We're looking at permissions for closed source, but for open source research, which means there's no paywall behind it, it's free to access to the public. We want you to reply as a review to see how you feel about the research that's been done on you. So trying to encourage really proactive engagement with research. And it's a big part of changing policy to prove that there's research and to have the community give their feedback on what they think about it. I think it's really important. So
yeah, so which areas would you say we need more research in?
I think the research on motives is often what local authorities, DfE and other institutions want to see. There's a kind of almost a fixation on why, what's the motive? But actually that's been done to death. And when you look at motives for home education, actually that doesn't really change a great deal across time and across countries. It's very similar reasons consistently. But I think there's more on a kind of micro level. I think there is specific research that's relevant to different communities, and that's both regional and cultural and age-based. So, and also, looking at home education, looking at the way families approach home education, what works for different neurodiversities. So it's looking at, and also just looking at the way, for me, looking at the way policy makers engage in research, because we know, for example, a lot of policymakers only have access to a small library of research, and a lot of that doesn't include home education research. So, but I think again, I'm reluctant to say too much, because I think actually community members, families, probably have their own ideas about what research they want to see. As a home educating family, home educating your kids in your area, you're going to have questions about what's important to you. And I think that's the voices we need to bring forward and be looking at the research on.
But what do you think would help with the political situation? With what information do you think would be worth getting out there?
I think for home educators now, with the bill going through, I think research that families can sort of support is collecting evidence of practice. So keeping the letters or the emails that have been sent to you, documenting your experiences. So even if you don't want to keep a diary, you maybe stick a note in the calendar on your phone or WhatsApp yourself a message, just a reminder of the processes that you're going through, what's happening with engagements with local authorities, and also keeping photographs and notes about your home education, because I think later down the line, those are also going to be important for understanding and forming language that's meaningful to authorities around what you're actually doing. Because a lot of families, I think, don't always use, the language that a teacher uses or a local authority uses. So keeping a record and a diary of what you are doing can be useful later on for communities to help you translate that into language that local authorities might recognise as education.
Yeah, I think it's worth having some research on different approaches and then the outcomes for the child, possibly. Like what?
I
Yeah.
was exactly going to
Mm.
say that. I think it would be really useful, and looking at things like at what point a child learned to read and what educational level they reached by the time they were 25. Things like that would be amazing. Looking at some research that goes back and looks at proper outcomes, because that's what they're so obsessed with things like
Outcomes,
reading,
outcomes,
aren't they, Jo?
outcomes.
Yeah, yeah, they are absolutely obsessed with outcomes.
But they're
And
not really. It's disingenuous, because whenever anyone offers them an opportunity to, we could potentially survey the existing business, they don't want that. So they make out that we'll have negative outcomes, but they don't want an evidence base. So they they give a perception of being obsessed with outcomes, but they don't want an evidence base that might show that their belief that only the school mechanism works might be sort of pushed off its little pedestal. So it's one of those sort of, we'll keep saying
that's true,
outcomes.
but that's true, but we don't have that research out there that's
Yeah.
really got a solid base, have we, Jo? There's no really solid outcomes research.
And I
But
think
that comes
actually
back
that's
to
hard
them
to
not
do.
wanting it as well.
No, there's no, it's academically not been done. It's not been done.
No, but Alison, I'm not meaning that way. I'm meaning for sourcing the
Ah.
funding for it, because ultimately you also need then the funding to be able to do the research properly. And if there's a real motivation to want that research done by certain departments, the funding sources appear. So when there's we want this, but there's no magical funding grant appearing in the sphere, then the want for it is like surface level. We obviously need it so that we can demonstrate what we anecdotally think we know. So we do sort of need it for that purpose. But others saying that they want it, then the fact the grants and budgets to do it don't exist yet and haven't existed in the past, they haven't really wanted the answer.
So I think there's a tension there,
Yeah.
I would say. So there's a tension in that when they talk about outcomes, what they want is empirical data. They want numbers and they want to be able to compare it to school. And there's a blinkered view there. So the lens is, okay, well, we measure schools by looking at progression, GCSE grades, and attendance, for example. You can't measure those same things in a school. So when they talk about outcomes, what they want is a comparable outcome to school. And where the tension lies is that that doesn't really exist in a comparable way with home education. And the outcomes that are valued by, say, the DfE, institutional or other kind of actors in that sphere isn't the same outcomes that are valued by families. So if you talk to home educating families or look at the research, what's often valued is as an outcome of education is how happy is my child? How well or easy did they find it to enter into the particular career that they wanted? So the comparisons are not doable. You can't compare the two things side by side. So that creates a tension. And then what you value or measure as an outcome is so different that the research then isn't maybe seen as quite so valid or important or useful by DfE or local authorities, for example. So there's a mismatch. So I would say there is a desire for outcomes, but they want comparable data. And that's not going to exist. And doing outcomes with families is also difficult because different families value different outcomes. So how do you decide on what outcomes you're going to measure? And are they measurable in a way that institutions can look at it and make a decision? So there's a tension there. And I think there is strong reasons why that hasn't been done. Not that it doesn't need to or shouldn't be, but strong reasons why that hasn't been done by academics.
I've just had a thought. Do you know the Children's Society do this annual children's happiness survey?
The Good Childhood Report.
The Good Childhood Report. Do you think we could have a word with them and ask them to have a subcategory of home educated children and compare the happiness of children who are home educated and their self, because they do like a self-reported mental health thing, don't they, in it? And do that as a comparative with school children. I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, sorry, Joe. I just want, in America, some of the studies that were done, but they were done a while ago, and we can't really, we would be better to have our own research. Things that included, like, what was the family's sort of financial status, economic status, what was the education level of parents. And one of the reasons they did that is to show that it didn't really matter, that parents who didn't necessarily have a high level education of themselves, that it didn't really negatively impact the child. I'm not saying it would necessarily be a foregone conclusion that that would be the result, but it would be useful to have that information if it helps, to show that actually, if the parents didn't go to university, it doesn't mean the child can't go to university after being home educated. That kind of thing would, I think, be extremely useful as well.
So, great minds think alike, and actually, I've had those conversations.
We're always simpatico, Joe.
So I actually have had those conversations, and one of the perceived barriers was that in school, children are perceived to be free to answer honestly as they think because they have no other influences, i.e., the parents aren't over their shoulder influencing their option. So one of the solutions that in the discussion that's been posed by myself is whether or not there is an option to have community centres used as a central location, and then the young people can go in as if it's an exam, go in and then do it without the parents over their shoulder. But these are the conversations that come up, that children may not be free to answer. And to be honest, in some, playing devil's advocate, in some households, that may well be the case. But if the solution to overcome that is that maybe there's community centres or halls where kids can go and do the survey, then that might be a way around it to both have the engagement with the community.
But these children feel free to talk in front of their teachers about how they hate school.
It's the perception. And so we quite often in policy, you're not dealing with the reality of a situation, you're dealing with the perception of the person in charge or in control. And those are the things that are really difficult to navigate, that seem obvious and sometimes stupid to the rest of us. But those are the things that you have to navigate. So I think, yes, it's a good idea to extend like the Good Child Survey and others like it to home educating families, and then look at the ways we can navigate some of the politics and preconceived ideas to make it workable.
It's actually interesting, Joe. Sorry, I just want to.
There also needs to be a little bit of context if we did something like that as well, though, because I know if the question was asked, like, how's your mental health been since you've been home educated? But if it was just a pure thing on your mental health on a scale of 1 to 10, if somebody's just come out of school or been out of school for 3 months, they may still rate fairly low, but they may have been a 1 before and now they're a 4. So absolutely, I think with the right context, there could be some incredible research done, and it's something could be done actually on a very informal low scale through organizations such as kind of the one that I work with and others that we're kind of connected with. It would be quite nice to maybe collect I know oh gosh, I'm rubbish with names. Joe, is it Progressive Education?
Oh, Progressive Education, yes.
Yeah, obviously that
survey.
might be something they're quite interested in doing, kind of a almost child reporting survey. So yeah, I think it would be good to have, more data that can be used, even if it was to build up to something more official.
Well, I'm thinking if one was looking at more long-term outcomes, you're not talking about children necessarily doing the survey. You're talking about people who've come past, completed their home ed journey. Basically sort of just giving feedback on their journey. But anyway, I think it is worth looking at. But I wanted to just raise something. You mentioned this point about children in school sort of being able to more objectively complete a survey. One of the reasons we took my daughter out of school when she was 7 years old was because of a specific teacher one of the other children in her year did not want to go to school, even when it was a movie day, because I will still be in her power. There's so much for that. Can you imagine? Yes, can you imagine a teacher wanting to sort of like help children answer the questions, for instance? Anyway, there's a reason why they make some children stay at home when Ofsted comes to visit. Okay, so yeah. But I do think we do need research, more research, and I think I want to encourage anyone. We have had so many home educating mums come through their home ed journey and go into academics because of their love of learning and wanting to do more, wanting to know more, wanting to further their own education. Harriet Patterson was one of them. So she was a home ed mum, and my friend Alice Kamasia, who went and did research. And just a little truth bomb about home education: it has a way of changing the parents. And so you do find parents often, it's a very interesting phenomenon. And this is one of the things that they don't well, certainly the government is not really aware of it, because it is not really just about the children. It can be about the children, but it actually ends up not being just about the children, because home education transforms families. It changes our relationships with one another, with siblings and so on, being able to watch their baby brothers and sisters grow up and learn their first words. It changed me for sure in how I relate to my children, in how I view learning. So what I started out as is very different to what I ended up as. We're understanding just how beautiful it is when learning happens in a natural way. But it also inspired me to pursue my own passions and interests, which is kind of why I'm here today as well. And I'm sure why many of you are here is because you've discovered passions in yourself and interests, and in furthering your own knowledge and understanding. And this in turn inspires your children when they see their parent leading the way, their parent becoming confident, their parent becoming vocal, becoming empowered and speaking out. It also hopefully is going to inspire your children to find their own passion, their own area where they can become excited. And you see it also when my kids went for their interviews for college, and they're talking about something they're passionate about. It's not just what they've been taught at school. They actually are interested in the subject. They want to be there, and they demonstrate it through every word. And you see that huge positive for young people who've learned how to tap into their own, their intrinsic motivation for learning. And this is what we don't see. It's seen in a very two-dimensional way by these politicians, home education. But it is so much more. And I think this is what we really need to be talking about, how positive it is for families. So I'm just going to check if there's also any new comments. I don't see many.
Can I raise one thing I think is also
Yes.
really useful for communities to do, which kind of tags on to what you were just saying, is that what I often hear from different sort of, whether it's Facebook or online groups, is that quite often when families' kids have grown up, then the adults tend to kind of leave the groups. But I think at this time, and I understand if you've got people coming in, you want to kind of keep the group tight as, just those currently home educating. But I think there's a really important role for families who have children who are now grown up or aged out with kind of home educating, because they have the experience of home education, but don't have the same level of risk of speaking out. Exactly. And they also would be really good advocates and support should you have a home visit, for example, if they're willing. So I think there's a really good space that we can make within groups and communities for those kind of veteran long-term home educators, those with grown-up kids, or some adult grown-up home educators to be on those supporting roles and kind of be connected, stay connected to the communities.
Exactly.
I think that's something that we can all think about.
It's a very important role, because also sometimes we have a little bit more time and so on, although that's not really the case for me. We're coming kind of to the end of the afternoon. I'm glad that we finished on a slightly more positive note. I do want people to consider if they want to get into doing some research, because I think that could help with the political landscape as well, to really just allay some of the fears in proper black and white figures that we actually have proof of, proper evidence, not like some of the figures we're shown. But before we go, I really want to just I want to promote the protest. Just trying to find where it's gone. So I just want to talk about that. So next Saturday, the 17th of January, in London, Russell Square, we are having this march and rally, the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill rally. And basically we need a lot of people there, a lot of people. So please, can I encourage as many of you as possible to get there? This is your chance. This may be our last chance to really be properly visible and vocal. And it's going to be, I think, a really significant event. It might be a historic event. If we get enough people there, it will truly be historic. And I'm sure you all want to be part of home ed history in this country. This is your chance. So the other thing is, in order to support this rally, we have a fundraiser. Let me see if I can go and find the fundraiser as well, because I've got too many windows open as usual. And actually, here's a little challenge while I'm looking for it. Can I ask, oh, I don't know where it is. Sorry. Can I ask, if you're watching right now, let's just push that number up a little bit on that fundraiser. I'm going to just, sorry, I've just got to try and find it. I've got it. Okay, so since we've been talking today, the fundraiser has only gone up by about £6. Okay, that means I didn't do my job very well. So let's get this up. Let's get this up. Let's see if we can, by the end of the weekend, get this about up to 3,000. How about that? Please share it. Or if you're able to give a few pounds, please just do what you can, but share it, and let's try and get this up to 3,000 so that we can help cover some of the costs. There are individuals who are bearing the financial costs at the moment of the shortfall. And that's not really fair, because they are people that have made a lot of sacrifices to do this. And we want to see, we don't want them to be out of pocket for something that benefits all of us. So let's see if this weekend, by tomorrow night, let's see if we can get this up to 3,000. That would be absolutely amazing. Share as much as you can, please, and just ask people to give what they can. I would even love it if in real time we were seeing that number go up. That would be amazing. No, still 2672. Come on, guys, you need to give a bit more. So I'm just going to encourage you to help us get this up to the 3,000 mark by tomorrow evening. So we are at the end of our evening now. I'm just going to say thank you to everyone who participated. It's been such an honor to be on this panel with all of you discussing the issues. I hope it's been encouraging and helpful and empowering to everyone who's taken part. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just ending the streams now. There we go. It should be us done.
Oh,
yeah. It sometimes takes a while for it, and let me end it here as well on the